members of the OG Army. Get those wallets unfolded. Coming up next on the OtherGround live stage, prepare for an eargasm by Passive J and Big Dalton.
Well, good afternoon, and welcome to yet another edition of OtherGround Live. I'm Passive J. That's Big Dalton over there. Say hello, Ryan.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is July the 11th. It is Saturday, and we are back with a fight companion as long as Jay can stay awake.
So basically about an hour. Hopefully we'll get some people calling in, and Ryan will be able to continue it after I go to Betty Bye, because I'm a little bitch who has to get up really super fucking early.
You better tough it out more than just 7 o'clock.
Well, you know, it's I might go like 7:15 or some shit like that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Jay. You can give us at least 8 o'clock.
Well, but regardless, I do see the OG Army's forming up in the chat box. Always glad to have you guys here. What's your day off, Ryan?
Didn't do a lot. Still kind of fucked up with my sleep schedule, so I took a couple naps here and there to hopefully not pass out, you know, mid-fights.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You've had a rough week. You were having a rough week the week before that, so this week did not help at all.
Yeah, but I mean, shit happens, you know. I don't turn my back on everyone just because I have to be up early.
You're such an asshole. As for myself, I had a great day at work. Busy, which I like. Busy makes the day go by fast, and they're pretty long in this part of the time of the year, so I always appreciate it when the time goes by fast. But nothing extraordinary to report. No storms like yesterday or anything like that. We are busy as fuck tonight, which is surprising. By comparative standards, we got like 110 people coming for dinner so far tonight for reservations, which is far below our capacity. But actually wouldn't be that bad for an average Saturday night, anyways, because before the pandemic, Saturday was a normally our slow night in the summer because all kinds of shit are going on in the city. So the rich people have other options. Now, not jack shit's going on. So, and the members are starting to feel comfortable and safe coming to the club because it's the same people over and over. We're getting slightly busier, which makes me happy.
Well, that's good that you're nice and happy there, Jay.
You got any topics before we get into the fights? Because it looks like, are they going to start them right away, or are we going to have to wait a half hour until 6:30 like they normally do?
Yeah, I can't really tell what's going on. I'm still trying to get the fights figured out because ESPN Plus is not working for me right now.
Really? I mean, I've got it on. Of course, I go through it through my PS4 as opposed to whatever you're using. So it might be an issue of your actual device as opposed to the service.
Yeah, I doubt that's the case because I'm actually using a real computer here.
Oh, you're on the actual. Well, in that case, maybe we've already discovered that different devices get different feeds, which is why we're often not on the same time. So quite possibly the computer feeds down while the one to the console devices is working just fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that, Jay. I think it's just something's going on. Either way, I'm going to be kind of pissed off if I have to, allegedly watch via other means after shelling out, what was it, 65 fucking bucks?
Oh yeah. I mean, the prelims are one thing. If they can't get you your main event to you, that's fucking bogus. Well, right now there's nothing going on. There's just some chick walking around backstage talking. I don't have the sound on, so they're throwing up COVID facts. So she's probably talking about all the precautions they're taking. That's probably a reasonable assumption, I would guess.
Yeah. So I found other means as I generally can. And it looks like I am roughly guessing 5-10 seconds behind you.
All right, because she just entered the arena.
Yeah, she was literally just walking through the curtain for me.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm a couple seconds ahead of you, but probably not that big of a deal. All right, well, this is clearly not worth of talking about right now. You got anything?
Well, how about this? This is sad news. 7-Eleven Day was canceled today.
Oh, yeah. Well, I definitely knew it was 7-Eleven Day because I write down the date maybe fuck, it might be 100 times a day. Depends on how many reservations I'm taking and on how many other. I fill out lots of paperwork that requires a date on it. So I definitely knew it was 7-Eleven day, but I had kind of forgot that there was a made up holiday for the chain as well.
Yeah, everybody could go in and get their free Slurpee, and that was not a thing this year.
Oh, that's too bad. And people abuse their privilege right away. You saw all kinds of pictures on the internet of people bringing like fucking buckets and shit like that to get their free Slurpee. Because I believe that's the same promotion where you could fill up whatever you brought in.
I thought that it was like a certain size. I think they've kind of cut down on that throughout the years. But I've never actually partaken in 7-Eleven Day, so I may be talking out my ass on that part.
Well, and that I might be thinking of a separate promotion where you actually paid for a large and brought in whatever size that you wanted or some shit like that. Who knows? My memory's not all that great nowadays. But I'm sure you've partaken of a Slurpee in general, right?
Yeah, it's probably been, 15 years maybe. It's not exactly something that, I frequent. I don't even know the last time I've driven by a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they don't really have many of them in my area either. In other parts of Metro Detroit, they're around, but like in my city and like the immediate cities around me, we don't have one, which I always thought was kind of odd. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have a plethora of party stores, but they're mostly independent party stores run by various Middle Eastern people.
Yeah, so I don't even necessarily know if they have a bunch like in my area or this part of the country. I don't know how heavily indexed they are. Like, I think the last time I remember seeing a bunch of them was when I lived in Colorado. They were much more prevalent there.
Now, I used to, before I'd be afraid to have one now with my stomach, but I used to appreciate a good gas station slushy every once in a while.
Yeah, I was never a big slushy guy, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm also, strangely enough, not a huge ice cream person either. I like ice cream, don't get me wrong, but it's, people are like, oh, ice cream. I'm like, yeah, ice cream. Yeah. It also seems to be one of those things I kind of grew out of. When I was a kid, obviously, I loved ice cream. Who doesn't? And I can still have some, but to me, it's not a huge deal like it is to some people. If I was going to cheat on some sort of a dessert thing, cakes or pies would be more my thing, I think.
Can you even have any of that stuff anymore now that you have the digestive tract of, well, I don't even know, a cancer patient?
No, not most of it. There are certain things I have, but I have to be carefully go over the ingredients. And the short answer for most of the time is no. There's some. I think like certain types of wheat are really bad on me, and apparently most cookies and cakes and stuff like that have that in there. I'm sure there are ones that don't, but I'd have to track that shit down. And since I'm not supposed to be eating that kind of shit anyways, I haven't put any effort into trying to find ones that I could eat.
Fair enough. Yeah, your whole, I don't think I could do it. Having that restricted of eating, and yeah, you need to figure out what you can actually have and what you can't, and start building that up.
Yeah. I've never been really food centered compared to some people. For me, going on a healthy diet is not a huge deal. Despite my lack of discipline for main meals, at one point I was eating mostly fucking pizza. But when I decided to get healthy, it was easy for me to drop out things like sweets and pop and things like that. Because while I like them, I guess I don't consider food and things like that as important as other people. So it wasn't huge. People are like, oh, I can't believe how you don't eat sweets or cake or anything. I'm like, it's bad for you. I like it, but it's not worth the fucking empty calories. And I just know I shouldn't have it. Same thing with pop. Pop was for a slightly different reason. When I started working at the country club, I had access to free unlimited soda, and Jay shouldn't have access to free unlimited anything really, because I have poor self-control. So after a few years of that, I decided that maybe I just shouldn't drink pop, because it's a bad idea to have unlimited access to it.
Yeah, you have such a addictive personality. Yeah, you shouldn't have access to endless anything ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really do moderation. So I try my best to focus myself into positive, healthy things, or at least harmless things to be obsessive about.
Yeah, like the only unlimited thing we should probably give you is air. Like, I'm not even sure having unlimited water is a good idea for you. Maybe we should meter your house.
Yeah, well, that's not too bad because I haven't picked up the habit of drinking too much water yet. Because I'm not naturally inclined to drink a lot. I don't think, which reminds me I should have some right now.
Jesus Christ!
Mainly,
we can hear you drinking. Like you drink odd.
And the main reason why I don't have a problem with drinking too much water is because of my job. I do not have the ability to just pee whenever I want to. I have to wait until I have a break to do so. In an emergency, I can call someone down, but that's generally not. I'm calling down my management to stop doing their management job to come sit down while I go pee. So I try not to do that very often. And obviously, it's not a huge deal to hold your pee for 2 to 4 or 5 hours. But on the other hand, you also can't be drinking a ton of water while you're doing that.
Yeah, fuck having to hold my piss for 5 hours. God damn, I can barely go 3 hours before this thing turns into a pumpkin when we do our 6-7 hour nights.
Oh, it's that's rough. Normally, I don't have to go that long. I get a break every 2 hours. Occasionally, management has to make me wait 3 or a while because they can't come give me a break. Occasionally, I just skip breaks because they're fucking super busy and I'm super busy. Despite the fact I really need to pee, I'd rather wait until it's like my lunchtime or something. But there's been a couple times where I worked like 4 hours and I was supposed to get a lunch and they couldn't cover me for the lunch until later, which has its own benefits because, by the way, if I don't go downstairs for the employee lunch, I get to order off the fucking menu, which is way better. So I don't mind it at all when they call and say, hey, Jay, I've got there's something going on. I can't give you your break right now. It's like 1 o'clock. Okay. And I'm normally like, yes, sure, but let me go pee. And there's been a couple times where all I got out was, yeah, sure, and they were out of there. So I had to wait like once 5.5 hours, I think, before I could go pee.
Yeah, F that.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, during that's super duper strict. If it's not busy, like if it's early in the morning and there's nothing going on, it's like the off season or something, I can sneak and go pee. But I would never try to do that when we were busy. That's just fuck no. You can't let the phone ring that long. I could go pee and miss 7 or 8 or 10 phone calls. So I'd have 4 or 5 people come up to my window. That's just not acceptable.
Jesus Christ, Jay, how long does it take you to piss?
About between getting to the thing back under 5 minutes. That's how active my fucking phone and like office is during like the height of the season.
So you don't have like a bathroom close to you?
Oh well, no. I can get to the bath. It's up a set of stairs. I can get to the bathroom in probably about a minute, and take about 2 minutes to pee, and then come back. So like 4 or 5 minutes.
Jesus Christ! It takes you 2 minutes to take a piss?
Okay, so call it 3 minutes. Like it takes at least a minute to pee. So a minute there, a minute to pee, a minute back. I can literally miss. Like, let me think in my head. On average, probably 7 phone calls. If it's in the real busy season, and I might have 2 or 3 people walk up to the window and need something from me. Dude, I get like fucking 2 or 3 or 4 phone calls at a time. I think my record is having 9 lines on hold.
Yeah, being a secretary is not something I could do.
Yeah, I mean, don't think of it less as a secretary as more as a fucking aircraft flight controller, because that's what it feels like sometimes. Fucking, or like a 911 dispatcher, transferring calls here and there, answering questions. And obviously not, but it is a busy job. I've had a lot of people that make more money than me at my work tell me that they wouldn't do my job at their pay. So the executive chef has told me that before. The chef's a good guy, and he obviously makes a fucking boatload of money. But he's told me multiple times that he wouldn't do my job even if it was at his pay, because fuck that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I couldn't do that shit.
Yeah, it pays the bills. There's all different strokes for different folks. I'm not sure if I could do your job. While I'm good at basic math and shit like that, that's about as far as my ability in that goes. I flunked out of pre-algebra the one time I tried to take it. I just couldn't get that shit at all.
Well, yeah, so that's the thing. Like, physically, yes, I could absolutely do your job. I would absolutely not do your job. So there's a little bit of a difference.
I'm pretty sure that's what chef meant as well. It's my actual job a monkey can do. You're answering phones, writing shit down, and transferring phone calls. but the actual execution of my job takes a certain temperament. There's a reason they call me Passive J. I'm really good at fucking just dealing with shit and moving on, just even if it's fucking bad shit. Later, I might go home and cry myself to sleep, but I'm good at like the entire dealing with people, and even irate people, happy people, all different kinds. But there's been many a times where I need to basically talk a member off the fucking ledge because they were irate about some shit.
So speaking on taking something, super boring and moving on, have you seen the have you seen the trailer to the new UFC game? Came out today?
No, the trailer came out? No, I have not seen that yet. I'm trying to avoid it because I loved the first one by UFC Undisputed. I fucking rocked at it. Was not as good at the second one, but still enjoyed it. And after that, and then when it went over to EA Sports, which I think is where it is now, I didn't like those at all, really. So I'm trying to avoid it because I know if I look at the trailer, I'm probably gonna buy the fucking thing.
You might as well buy it, Jay. I mean, it's a fighting game, but still, with it, it literally looks like the last game. And
really?
Like,
well, I hadn't played that one, so that one won't bother me that much.
It's EA is a terrible fucking publishing company. Like they have
crazy.
They have Madden. So this is the problem: is they found ways to do these, microtransaction based modes in all of these sports games. So that's the only thing that they put any effort into. So the game is the same fucking game year in and year out. All they do is, since they basically run it as a season with this microtransaction based game, like all they have to do is just roll out the same shit every year, and they make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right, yeah. Which they got so spoiled by Madden, they figured they could just do that fucking shit forever. Because that's from my understanding. I don't really play Madden. I haven't played it since like the fucking 90s, I think. But they got into the habit of exactly what you said, just putting out the same game year in, year out. Everyone knew they're going to put out a new one every year, and it got to the point where you didn't really expect that many improvements because guess what? It's a year, So all you're going to really get is updates in the teams and shit like that.
Well, no, you actually used to see like good improvements year over year. When they stopped doing it is when they started implementing this microtransaction based bullshit. Like that's when they stopped actually making any improvements to the game. So up until God, what was it? I think it was like Madden 12, and we're talking about Madden. I think actually their bigger cash cow is FIFA. So their soccer game, they do the same thing with.
Oh.
And that thing just makes...
I didn't even know they had a soccer game.
Yeah, so they have a soccer game too, and they do the exact same shit. So it's absolutely ridiculous. But hey, I think we've got fights starting soon. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they're showing highlights and people up. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, here's the thing. I mentioned that they only have a year, so I didn't think that they'd be able to do spectacular improvements. Anyways, it hasn't been a year since the last UFC fucking game came out. It's been a few, correct?
Yeah, so they stopped doing it yearly for the UFC game, and I think part of it is I don't think the microtransaction game mode was making as much with the UFC because it's not like the other sports where you collect all of these, cards to build your team. Like UFC is not a team game, right? So it was shit like you have to buy these packs to get different like signature punches and different shorts and stupid shit like that.
The signature punch thing would piss me off. I wouldn't give a shit about shorts and things like that. I never ever buy cosmetic things for video games. I don't give a shit. Most of them will let you earn ones eventually anyways. The having moves that you wouldn't have access to unless you paid money for it would piss me the fuck off.
Well, it's like anything else. Yes, technically you could also get, these packs of these moves by playing the game and winning fights against other people and shit like that. But yeah, really the only way to keep pace is to, spend a bunch of money on it.
Oh yeah. Magic the Gathering, which we were talking about yesterday, is obviously somewhat like that. It just gives you a little more of a margin since they have multiple expansions coming out before they drop the old ones. So you can get by without buying the new stuff for a while, but eventually you'll get passed by the entire fucking season, if nothing else.
Yeah, but the bigger problem there is you don't have to spend $60 on fucking a Magic game every year.
Right, the game itself is fucking free.
Exactly.
Yeah, so and that's something I always thought poorly of, which was microtransactions and paid video games. Hold on a second, the dog wants in my lap. Give me one, dog. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the ones I don't,
and that didn't used to be a thing.
Yeah, the ones I don't mind, like if they want to add microtransactions that don't actually affect any sort of gameplay. So there are some games that come out and there are microtransactions where you can buy and you can get, like we were talking before, like cosmetic shit. It doesn't actually impact anything. Hey, more power to them. If people want to support the game because they want, they want the 24 karat gold skin for their gun, cool, whatever. But when the entire focus of your game is basically a gambling mode where in order to even be competitive, you need to spend money. Like, that's just fucking stupid when you're already having to shell out $60 for the base game.
Right, exactly. And if it's a free game, that's completely different. As we've mentioned, you got to make your money fucking somewhere. So,
and Dragunov makes the good point. So he had the fucking point there. So EA just threw Ultimate Team on FIFA and Madden, $1.5 billion a year.
Wow. That's a lot of money, obviously. I mean, I imagine that, and since as you mentioned, they're not making a new game, they're using the same software over and over again. I imagine their profit margin is pretty fucking huge.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They're making billions and billions of dollars on these games, and they're not improving anything because they know that they can just keep people hooked with the fucking gambling aspect of the game, and everything else suffers. Like Madden, I can go back and play fucking like Madden 2012 or Madden 2008, and if I'm not playing like a gambling portion of the game, it was actually deeper and like having more modes and more things within those modes than there are today. And that was back on what, like PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 era. Like they're up on PlayStation 4, about to be PlayStation 5, and their games actually have less shit in them than they did 20 years ago.
Now, have you played any of the new UFC games? Or did you play any of the old ones? I know you're into sports games. I'm not sure, and I assume that you'd play it since you're into MMA as well. But some people just don't like fighting games.
Yeah, I would always have the UFC games. Like, I mean, it's my favorite sport anyway. It's something I used to do, so it's interesting having something that you know what you're doing and having a game on it. The problem is like the part that I didn't do, I never like went online and played other people, because that's where you get like these crazy people that like it doesn't even resemble an actual fight.
See, I wasn't that bad, but I did go online and play other people. I was fucking really good at the first one. The thing I always did, because I'm obsessed about different shit, is when they let you play a fighter that you made yourself. That was my in, because I would build my own fighter rather than use something that someone else made, one of the pre-made ones. And since they let you have a career mode, I figured out what I wanted to play at. I wanted to sub people. So, but I didn't like that little circle game thing and I found out, at least in the first one, there's two different methods to do a sub. You could either roll the little controller in a circle, or you could push the buttons really fast. And most people didn't know this, but what skill it used depended on what style you used. If you used the sweepy thing, it used like one stat to see if your submission worked. If you just railed on the button, it used your strength stat. So I built really fucking strong characters with good submission skills, and everything I built, everything else to was just taking them down and submitting them like really, really fucking fast, because they weren't, because I wasn't going against their submission defense score. I was going against their strength score, if I understood the game correctly. And most people didn't know that, so fucking I just overwhelm them and sub them right the fuck away.
Yeah, see, the thing with me is if I'm playing a fighting game, I want to approach it like I would a fight. And that just absolutely is not a thing playing people like online.
Right. Even my method, although not as egregious as some, was not exactly super realistic. And you can't just conduct a fight by rushing them. Use the one of the two or three specialized throws or stuff. Because I used judo, if I remember correctly, and judo had all kinds of fucking throws that would land you in side guard, or so I'd run up, grab them, you throw a judo throw that landed me in not side guard, side control, and then immediately go for fucking a Kimura, I think, and it got him almost fucking every time. And obviously, that's not super duper realistic.
Yeah, no. So I mean, if nothing else, they have announced some like control changes for the new one. So I think that's part of it.
If I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think they got rid of the circle submission game. So I don't know what exactly it's going to be, but I think that's going away. They changed some things with striking. So instead of using like your trigger buttons and shit like that to modify stuff, now it's all like how long you hold the buttons down. So it's a little bit more realistic that way. Like if you're going to throw a jab, you can do that quickly. If you're throwing something with power, it's going to be longer, and I don't think it's going to be as animation based as it used to be. So maybe it'll actually look like a real fight for once, which would be awesome. Because I wanted to be able to go out and like maybe establish a jab, and then you get someone circling the right way, and then you go for a takedown. But like you played against someone else, and all of a sudden, like the first second of the fight, all they're doing is like throwing Superman punches.
Right. 3 or 4 in a row or some shit like that. Which you should be able to make someone pay for that. So we've established that you like the UFC fighting games. Were you into fighting games in general when you were growing up, or would you normally just focus on sports games?
I was never a huge fighting game guy. I played some here and there, but never a ton. I think mainly it was sports games and it was Halo.
Yeah. See, when I've got a couple few years on you, so I imagine by the time you were like in your 20s, arcades, like actual arcades, weren't really a thing anymore, were they?
No, so when it was the arcade thing, really the only fighting game that got any real traction, even with me, was Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat is obviously around. I remember playing the first one and seeing it in a party store before I was even saw it in an arcade. But the place that I went to all the time had tons of them. Street Fighters, all the Street Fighters as they evolved. You normally had the newest one and the one before that. Tekken 2, Mortal Kombat 2, 1, 2, and when it came out 3. Then lesser known ones like Samurai Showdown, Primal Rage. He just had a shitload of fighting games. It was pretty much his thing. And tons of people go there, relatively speaking, because they knew it was a great arcade for fighting games. At one point, that was the only thing that was really popular, fighting games, and that was about it. Another like Marvel versus Capcom. That was a pretty good one. They made a couple of those. There's just been so many good fighting games over the year, and most of them are gone, just because that's not really a genre that people are into, except for the classics anymore.
Yeah, it was just something I never got too into. Played a little bit of Street Fighter here and there, a little bit of Mortal Kombat here and there. But yeah, I was definitely much more of a sports game guy. And then, like I said, a little bit of Halo there. And then even after like the second Halo, I didn't really play much as far as like, first person shooter type shit.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this before. I like first person shooters, but I'm so bad at them that I stopped playing. It's frustrating, more frustrating than fun.
Did you ever get Tarkov?
No, I didn't. I couldn't get it to take my credit card. I gave up after a while. I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm trying to give you money. I think later on that I might have had a account with them people already, and since I was trying to start a new account and give them a credit card from an account they already had in file, they weren't accepting it. But I'm not sure. I might fuck with it again this week.
Yeah, you might want to give it a try. I think out of any, like, that would probably be your type of game.
Yeah. Oh god, this dog is so frustrating sometimes. She wants in my lap, and she wants to be petted, so I'm trying to just pet her while we're talking. But she's melted down the side of my lap, basically. I'm now holding her up with both my hands to keep her from sliding off my lap. Does your dog do that kind of shit?
Nope, not at all.
No, you don't let your dogs on your lap.
Well, not when I'm doing a podcast.
She's hard to ignore. Actually, if you do ignore her, she'll just hop up in your fucking lap while you're not looking too. She's a bad little dog. I love Lulu, but she's a little crazy dog. She's definitely not well trained like Sadie is.
Yeah, either way, I just have an ottoman set up next to me with a dog bed on it, so they'll just hop up there and lay down.
Right on. I'm going to put her down. She's half asleep, but you know, it's a bad position. Okay, little dog.
You're going to put the dog down just for sitting on your lap? God damn, Jay. Fucking murderer.
Yeah, I'm pretty harsh, man. Yeah, no, I don't do that anymore. Although I used to be honest with you. I used to work, have I ever told you I used to work for the Michigan Humane Society?
Yeah, we've been deep into that. We don't need to hear about killing animals, so.
Yeah, yeah, that sucked. I didn't like that part of the job at all. But anyways, they're actually doing fights, although I haven't been paying attention to them. Have you?
Well, yeah, I've been, of course, watching the fights, Jay. That's what we do on A Fight Companion. Welcome back to the real world.
Well, you have to remember my microphone and my TV are in completely different directions. So you'd have to listen to me talking like this because now I'm looking at the TV. So I imagine the sound quality is not quite as good as when I'm actually talking into the mic.
It's not that big of a difference. It's still 1,000 times better than your old microphone setups for Fight Companions.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, wasn't it? But yeah, so I think because of the both the better microphone and preamp and the I don't know what to call the DBX thing. I don't know what the generic name for it is. Would that be a mixer? I mean, it's got a whole bunch of different shit on it. You know, I know it's got like a sound gate and and a compressor on it and 2 or 3 other functions, but I don't know what you call a device that has all those at once.
Yeah, it's some people would call it like a crossover. Some people might even just call it a preamp because there are preamps in it. Some people might call it a processor. Like, yeah, basically all it is like for what you're using it for. I would say you're using it more as a processor. Like you're using kind of like the noise gate and like things like that. You're not necessarily using it for like a preamp. You're not necessarily using it. Well, you're not using it for an interface because it's not an interface. But yeah, you're kind of just adding it to your audio chain to do some of the things that like a lot of people will do, either digitally or they may have it built into an interface itself.
Right. So most of the things that this thing's doing, you can do post-production from what I understand. But since we do a live podcast, I figured it'd be a good idea to have the ability to do it live instead.
Right. Yeah. And if you can do it, closer to the input anyway, like why not? And even if you are going to be recording things, like it's just nice to have this shit done on the initial, input as opposed to having to go in and clean it up later.
Right.
Like if you actually had
I don't know what his name is, but the blonde guy's throwing fucking bombs.
Yeah, he lost the first round, so yeah, he's coming out aggressive. Oh. But yeah, if you actually did, voiceover for money, like yeah, you'd probably be happy that you had that because you'd cut down, in the editing and processing time after you record something.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because just a few times I tried to mess with stuff before I got this. It was not super difficult, but it was a process, and having to do it is obviously a great time saver.
Right. Did you accept a call, Jay? Because like I think other people are seeing it too. Like we see someone in basically line 2 or line 3 or whatever.
No, sir. I don't see any calls, and I have not accepted any calls.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on. Everything seems peaceful over here on this side, sir. Don't jinx us. But anyways, was the fight? How bad was blind guy losing the fight the first round? Because he seems to be doing pretty fucking good this round.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there was a knockdown against him. I didn't see a ton of it. Like normal Fight Companions, I only see like part of it. Yeah, and I'm behind you, so I don't see the armbar attempt quite yet. Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry. I don't. Now I feel like I'm ruining shit for you.
Oh no, you're fine. It's the prelims anyway. Like, I really give a shit.
Right. Well, he got out of the armbar, and he's being pretty aggressive on the ground. He just tried to throw a fucking elbow from from guard almost. Although this last 30 seconds isn't going to look good for the judges with him on his back. No, Ruthie, I don't see anything. I see Mr. Big Dalton in one of my slots, and all the rest of them are fucking empty.
Yeah, the rest of us see "fuck you, Dalton" on the third slot, which I really don't care.
No, yeah, nope, nothing. That's fucking weird. No, I didn't have anything to do with that, sir.
PodBean is a weird thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been times when like people have called in and like they disappeared off my calls. I mentioned that before, so I couldn't have hung up on them if they wanted to, but I haven't accepted any calls. So weird things are afoot at the Circle K Ranch.
Yeah, wherever that comes from, sure.
Okay, that's probably too much of a reach for most people. Shit. Okay, it's a commercial, so I guess we should do a topic. You got anything? I got stuff. You got stuff. Who wants to talk? Go ahead.
So did you hear about the guy that went to a COVID party and ended up with COVID and then now has died? And his final words were, I think I made a mistake. I thought this was a hoax, but it's not.
Well, I mean, I hate to be unsympathetic, but mission accomplished, I suppose.
Yeah, he got the COVID, and he died.
Yeah. Okay. That's too mean. I still feel bad. It's not. I was gonna say, it's dumb to think that it's a hoax, but that doesn't make you a bad person if you think it's a hoax. It makes you uneducated, I guess, would probably be the best description. Because anyone who has all the facts and all the knowledge about what's going on can't possibly think it's a hoax. You can certainly argue about how deadly you think it is and how many actual cases there are, but to say that the whole thing is a hoax is just fucking ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, regardless, I'm going to chalk this one up to Darwinism.
Man, I hope there's not a heaven, because if there is, he's up there going, dude, stop blaming that shit on me. It was just a fucking theory.
It was a good theory, though. Like, natural selection absolutely should be a thing, and it, in this case, it was.
Poor guy, though. See how how many deaths are blamed on him every fucking day? Oh, Darwin strikes again. He's up there going, no, I didn't do shit.
Well, no, it's not blaming it on him. It's telling him that he was right.
Yeah, true. In slightly more serious news, did you see that the case against 2 NFL football players accused of armed robbery has taken quite the twist?
No, what actually ended up happening with that one?
Well, we might never know, because the prosecutors have recently figured out that the victims have recanted their stories, and the prosecutor believes it was because they were paid like $55,000 cash in the office of a South Florida defense lawyer. So they got a bribe, basically a bribe, to drop the fucking case. Obviously it can't go forward if none of the victims will testify. And strangely enough, the defense lawyer that is associated with it is already up for criminal charges. And it turns out he's like what they say was a state lawmaker of some kind. In Florida, and he'd already had other issues in the past, so they're going to charge him, apparently.
Yeah, sounds like Florida, but it also lends more credence to like that was just a situation of just a gambling thing that kind of went wrong. It doesn't really seem like a strong armed robbery like people are trying to make it out to be. Yeah,
although on the other hand, $55,000 is a lot of money. If you were strong arm robbed me for like $3,000 or $4,000, and then like 3 months later said, "Hey man, I'll give you $55,000 if you don't testify," I would think about that shit.
Yeah, but this was talking about taking like what they took, like a bunch of people's like Rolexes and shit like that. So just shit.
Right, I see what you're...
Blonde dude with the knockout.
Oh shit! I was actually reading the chat. Well, good for blonde dude. Was it a good one?
Yeah.
I guess I'll see for myself in a second.
Yeah, you'll catch the replay here. But yeah, that was.
Oh my. Yeah, that's out. That's out.
Yeah, you missed a good one
dude,
there, Jay.
I saw it now. God damn, dude. I've noticed that through the entire fight. That dude fucking must hit really hard because homeboy who he was fighting while a professional fighter did not like it at all. I saw a whole bunch of times where he hit the dude and the dude did not react well. Like more is like a holy shit kind of thing. Yeah. And a couple times he was pawing on his face. It wouldn't surprise me if that dude doesn't already have a broken orbital bone before he got hit like that, because he was definitely fucking touching it several times and wincing whenever he got hit pretty bad.
Yeah, something may have gone on there. Generally, with a broken orbital bone, though, you'd see it in the face, and he doesn't look too mangled up or anything.
Right? Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it might not have swollen up yet. I don't know. I'm not an expert for sure. He didn't like it. That I could tell.
Well, yeah, getting punched in the face is never fun, and yeah, it seems like this guy at least has some decent power.
Right, it's a lighter weight class, so obviously that's a relative thing. But he was strong enough to knock him the fuck out, so mission accomplished.
Yeah, so 1 for 1 finishes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, was that the second fight?
How would we be 1 for 1 with finishes if it's the second fight, Jay?
Sorry. I thought you said 1 and 1 for finishes, not 1 for 1. So that's my fault. The sad thing is we don't even know if we picked right or not because it's so low in the preliminary card. I don't remember who I picked. I don't know who won. I don't know what the dude's name is. We watched the entire fight and I never caught his name.
Yeah, I picked one of the two guys. So
dude, you were correct.
I'm going to assume that I was right.
Okay, I see how you are. Let's see. Did you see that Ben Stiller isn't going to cut Donald Trump from Zoolander?
Donald Trump was in Zoolander?
Apparently he was. He was turned out he was in a whole bunch of fucking movies. Way back in the day, and by the way, Ben Stiller said he won't cut him because he goes, that was a thing that happened. He was back in the day. It was lots of movies had him in there because it was a silly cameo sort of thing. And let's see. Hold on a second. I'm being the smart fella I am. I actually kept the article open. In addition to Zoolander, he's also been in Home Alone 2. Everyone knows that one. 2 Weeks Notice, The Little Rascals, and Celebrity, as well as the series The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Spin City, Sex and the City, Suddenly Susan, The Drew Carey Show, All My Children, The Nanny, and of course his own reality show.
Well, yeah, he's always been an attention whore.
But yeah, so that and Ben Stiller said, he goes, there were so many movies back then that had a silly cameo from Donald Trump. He represented a certain thing. So I agree. There's no point in doing that shit. Once you start going back and changing movies because it has people that are not, the flavor of the month, so to speak, because people don't like Donald Trump now. Well, 20 years from now, they probably won't give that much of a shit. Like, who really despises Ronald Reagan right now? Nobody, because, it's a matter of perspective. He's a hot topic right now, so everyone's like, let's get rid of him in the movies. It's just a silly thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm here. I just don't really have anything to say about that one. Like, yeah, number one, why are you going back and editing a movie? Number two, who really gives a fuck? It's just really Trump. Like,
yep.
He's always been the douchey rich guy. Like, that's always been his role.
That is not fair. He gave Kevin McAllister much needed directions when nobody else would.
Oh boy.
Okay. Speaking of silly stuff, How long have you been on the internet? Were you like an early adopter? So you've been in it back since the '90s. There's people that didn't actually get into the internet until like Facebook and Twitter became a thing. So about 10 years ago. Then there's people that even outstriped were when I started that got back into the like late '80s when it actually truly got started.
I was definitely around with dial-up modems.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you were in it from basically the beginning of the modern internet. Do you remember LimeWire?
Yeah, that was like one of the initial like peer-to-peer things.
Yeah. You seen the meme? Back in our day, we were willing to give our computer internet aids for free music, and that's not really a thing anymore. I know there's still like websites on the dark net or other not so dark places where you can like just get the MP3s and download them, but with the invention of streaming music and making it so accessible for relatively cheap, I don't think it's really a thing anymore. I don't know that many people that actually have like music on file now. Most of them have like a Spotify or an iTunes account or what's the other one, Pandora, and use it that way. I mean, do you have a music collection?
I do have stuff that is downloaded, but like it's all been purchased stuff.
Right. Is that the majority of your music, or do you mostly just stream music? When I say stream, like for instance, I use Spotify, but I downloaded a whole bunch of songs, like 400 of them, and that's what I use on my playlist. I don't use like their radio function to randomly play songs. I downloaded about 400 songs through them and just put it on shuffle. And obviously I could download more songs. I'm just running out of what songs to think of to download. So is that how you listen to music? Do you have like your own personal music collection that you put on shuffle? Do you like normally use the radio function of a streaming service?
No, so with me, like, I don't listen to a ton of music. Like when I do, it's generally stuff that like I own, especially for like working out, right? Like I want to have control over what is in that playlist because I don't want to be in the middle of like some intense workout and then, all of a sudden some fucking, Celine Dion comes on or something.
Right. I can understand that. I listen to music almost constantly when it comes right down to it, at least until I get home from work here. I listen to music when I work out. If on days where it doesn't wake up my wife or bother her because she's like watching something, I'll listen to music when I take a shower. I listen to music on the drive to work. I'm assuming you listen to music while you're driving, right?
Well, yeah, but like I have a pretty short commute, so that I will I will just have it on the radio because generally it'll be during the morning, and when I'm leaving, it'll be like morning radio, and the fact that at least it's going to give me updates on traffic and shit like that.
Right. So I listen to music on the way to work. When I get to work, I put in a Bluetooth earpiece. I believe you've seen pictures of it before. Certainly the OG has mocked me enough about it. But I don't use it to talk on my phone. I use it to listen to music. It's a Bluetooth earpiece in one ear, but it's a stereo one, which is an important distinction because some of them aren't. So you just get a mono signal, which isn't good when you're listening to music. You need a stereo signal. That one does that, and I listen to music low volume, of course, because I need to be able to hear around me in one ear the entire fucking day. Otherwise, it drives me nutty. My work is very busy at points, but at other points, especially in the spring and fall, it's not. And then it's dead fucking quiet. I can't have quiet. I need something. I like to have music in my ear. It helps me get through the day a lot faster. Then, of course, I listen to music in the car on the way home, and then I get here and stop listening to music because I'm doing shit.
Yeah, so it's just more and more, evidence that you have ADHD.
Maybe not. So yeah, that's. I always thought it was funny that some of the kids today don't appreciate how hard it was to build up a good music collection. I didn't like using LimeWire because of two reasons. One, I was full aware that you can get a virus off of it really fucking easy. And the other thing was I had lots of friends who were musicians, and this is right around the time where the entire industry was changing, and I was one of those people that thought musicians should get paid for their fucking money, paid money for their music. So the entire ideal of like downloading shit for free was, to me, seemed kind of wrong. Don't get me wrong, I was poor and I wasn't able to buy a lot of records, but on the other hand, I was into the local music scene, so fuck, you know how many times I got free CDs from bands? Here's our CD. Well, thanks, man, I appreciate that. You know, normally we sell these for $5 at our concerts. Oh, well, I'm glad you gave it to me for free because I sure as fuck wouldn't pay for this. But I didn't say that part, but.
Yeah, see, I was the opposite. I used that age in time to completely hustle everything. So I was just one of the first people to grab like a CD burner, and then it was, you know, like, hey, you can give me a list of virtually, you know, any, generally between like 13 to 16 songs that we're going to fit on a CD. I will find those fuckers for you, burn it for you, and you're going to give me $10.
Oh, you know, I think part of the factor is that back in the day when, well, probably at the time you were talking about, CD burners were not fucking cheap. And I never had the sufficient currency to buy one for my computer. My computer was always dedicated toward playing EverQuest, actually. That was, I love computers, but I didn't get my first one until probably about 1999 or something like that.
Well, see, that was the thing. It was an investment. So if you're spending a couple $100 on a CD burner, that is finding 20 people, and then after your 20th person, you've basically made your money back. Because I mean, the CDs themselves, like, they've always been relatively cheap. So even if you say the profit margin there on $10 is, even if you say they're $1 a piece, you're still making $9 on every one. So it doesn't make doesn't take a whole lot of time to make back your money.
Right, exactly. But I always wanted to dedicate my money toward other things. And that's the other reason why I didn't really download that much from LimeWire. One, because I didn't have a CD burner. And two, I was into local music, so I didn't really want most of the music on there. I had cassettes of like all the big bands that I wanted, like Metallica and Megadeth and things like that. My interest at the time was the local bands going on, and you wouldn't be able to download that shit off of LimeWire if you wanted to. But that doesn't make me virtuous, really, because I would probably steal a video game if I was given the chance, but that was really spotty on LimeWire. You couldn't really get software off of it reliably.
Yeah, see, this is why I went the hustle way, is then I would have the money if I wanted to buy video games. There it was.
Well, I was lucky enough that I bought one video game and then paid $14 a month for the subscription fee. My first computer was for EverQuest. That game fucking hooked me fucking hard. It was Dungeons and Dragons, but it wasn't. But it was Dungeons and Dragons, but it was like online. You played with literally thousands of other people on the server, and I don't know how. I don't really think you want me to describe how EverQuest worked to you, but it was a really good game, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. And it was one of those games where you just bought the game, then you for like $50, then you paid like a $14 a month subscription, which sounded like a ripoff at the time. People were like, oh, I'm not going to pay a subscription to play a game I've already paid for, but because they were using online servers and things like that, it was a different model, and shit, you could play EverQuest forever, without buying a new game. They came out with expansions eventually, but so actually it's probably a pretty good business gimmick for them.
Well, yeah, it was the first round of the MMO. It was that. Yeah. It was Ultima Online, and then later is when the whole World of Warcraft thing happened. Yeah, and I've never been into any of that shit. So
I don't know. It was just, and I realize it's a nerdy thing, but the idea of getting together with 40 people and like going to raid something, like, so you'd all show up in one spot and you're gonna go through this dungeon and try to kill all these things to get to this guy at the end that you needed fucking 40 people to get to and beat. And so you had to get people working all together. I was amazed by it at the time, and lots of back at the time we didn't have a lot of the aids that they do now, like TeamSpeak and other like voice things. You had to type all this shit out. People ask me how I learned to type, and I'll tell them that I took a typing class in high school. But in reality, I learned what I really learned to type running away from fucking sand giants in the oasis of Mar, while at the same time trying to type to somebody going, run, fucking train the zone. So you learn to type really quick that way.
You fucking nerd.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, sir. And I miss that game. I miss that game a whole bunch. Went back and tried to play it because it's still the fuck around, surprisingly enough. Although it's got a fraction of the amount of people playing it anymore, and I just couldn't do it. It was just so archaic compared to World of Warcraft, which I was already fucking tired of anyways. So I couldn't go 2 steps back as much as I wanted to.
Well, so you were never completely addicted to World of Warcraft? I'm actually kind of surprised.
I did No, I wouldn't. I did World of Warcraft for the first round of it, and then I think made it through 2 expansions. So when the 3rd expansion came out, I was pretty much done with it because if through circumstances beyond my control, I wasn't able. When the expansion came out, I wasn't able to play it right away. So when I got into it a couple weeks later, all of my online friends were already 4 or 5 or 6 levels past me, past the point where I could level with them. Because you can only basically group up with people close to your level, and since that was the case, I played solo mostly, which is slow. So they all got farther and farther ahead of me, and eventually I realized I didn't want to try to catch up. So I was done, and that's the last MMO I've really played.
Oh, your friends abandoned you.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? I started with EverQuest when City of Heroes came out. I moved from EverQuest to City of Heroes, and I had no intention of moving to WoW, but all of my friends moved from City of Heroes to WoW, and it turns out a lot of those online games aren't really fun to play with random people, especially if you've always had a group of people that you played with. So I moved to World of Warcraft with them, played for about 3 years until that incident, and then I was like, well, you know what? I don't want to try to catch up with them, and I certainly don't want to make new online friends, so I think I'm done with this entire MMO thing. And that was the end of it.
So then you regressed even further into playing Magic the Gathering.
That's relatively recent. And you know what? Actually, I lied. I forgot that a year or 2 ago, I got back into a game called EVE Online, which is the fucking monster of MMOs. Any other MMO fucking pales in comparison to this game. This is because this MMO is for reals. When I say that, all these other games, if you die, you respawn at a certain point, and then you have to run and go get your gear and pick it back up again. EVE Online is a space game, and if your ship is destroyed, your ship is fucking destroyed. You're out that ship. Oh well. You'll shoot a pod out. If they manage to shoot your pod before you can get away, you'll die, and then you're dead. If you have a clone, you'll bounce over to that clone. If you didn't have a clone ready, guess what? You're gonna have to start a new fucking character. So it takes a really different tone when everything is at least semi-permanent, especially the ship thing, because ships cost a lot of money. It takes a long time to build them up, and losing a ship can be really fucking crippling, especially if you unwisely spent all of your money on just one or some shit like that. There's all kinds of ways it can go wrong for you. Now there are zones where only the NPCs can attack you, but that's a relatively small part of the game. And this game is fucking huge. It's literally thousands and thousands of different solar systems that you can bounce back and forth through gates. And quite a few of them are like no man's zones where the law doesn't fucking apply. So you'll get killed left and fucking right. People set up ambushes. It's a really intense game. You might like it just because of how fucking hardcore it is.
Yeah, it sounds way too nerdy for me, Jay.
Yeah, it ended up being too nerdy for me almost. Fucking, there's lots of different when I say there's different gangs, and they're all really gangs. Like a fucking goon squad controlled like a third of the entire system, and then all these other different they call them corporations in that game. They call it guilds in like World of Warcraft and EverQuest. But these different groups would own different parts of space. So if you were in part of an alliance, you might be safe going around this part of no man's land, which is what I call it when the laws don't apply. Because in I'm sorry, this is getting too geeky. I apologize. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, you're kind of going shower mode there, Jay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I missed the game. It was a really intense game, but it's too frustrating to play.
So you didn't pick up something a little more lighthearted, like you didn't ever get into Hello Kitty's Island Adventure?
No, that would be awesome though. I will say I'm a little embarrassed to admit, but I have a couple friends that have like Nintendo Switches, and they have bought that new Animal Crossing game. And I don't know, it's silly and childish looking, but part of me wants to play it just for the entire collection thing, because apparently, from what I understand, it's just a collection game. All you do is go around and collect different shit to decorate your island. And that sounds boring as fuck, but they seem to take such great joy in it that I almost wish I had a Nintendo Switch just to try it out.
It actually sounds like the type of thing you would probably get into.
Right, I'd prefer a more manly version of it than Animal Crossing, obviously. But I could see, but like I used to like The Sims. You ever play that before?
No, that always seemed way too dumb to me.
Yeah, it was fun up to a point. It got boring after a while, but it was interesting when it first came out. It was interesting to try to build up your house and character to get them to go to the right job so you make enough money to build stuff up. It's like anything else. That after a while, it's like this is kind of pointless, isn't it?
Well, that's just about everything, Jay. It's all kind of pointless in the end, don't you think?
Yeah, that's you are correct. No video games really have any useful function other than wasting your time. And that's one of the reasons why I don't play much of them anymore. I have better ways to waste my time. Magic the Gathering is the only video game that I really play anymore. If I have spare time, I try to play base with it now, just because I'm so bad compared to where I was like 3 or 4 years ago. Because I don't put the time into it anymore.
Well, I mean, are you ever gonna like start a band? Like, do you need to keep your bass skills sharp in case Van Halen calls?
You never know. But I enjoy playing, and it's frustrating when you go to play. And this is one of the few bad things about Rocksmith. It gives you a fucking score at the end of it. It gives you a percentage of notes hit. Yeah, and it's really frustrating to go to a song where you had 100% notes hit, or like a 99.7%, like you missed 1 or 2 notes hit, and go back and play it and get like a 96%. I'm like, fuck, dude, really? That's not good. I mean, 96 isn't horrible, but obviously it means I missed a whole bunch of shit compared to where I used to be. So I have like an actual physical marker of how bad I am compared to how I used to be. And it's always frustrating. You must know that. You went through injuries and things like that when you went back to lifting, and you weren't nearly as strong as you thought you were, or as you used to be, rather. But playing bass is kind of the same way. You don't want to go back and go, wow, I suck now.
Is it possible to suck at bass? Like, isn't there only 3 notes anyway?
Yeah, you go ahead and say that to Les Claypool or heck, even Geddy Lee. Bass can be really simple, obviously, and a lot of songs have a really simple bass line. And most of those songs I'm good at. It's the complex ones that I'm not good at. But yeah, there are levels to it. Some people are virtuosos on bass. Like Les Claypool basically plays guitar with his bass when it comes right down to it most of the time.
Yeah, I'd still say, dude, you're playing a fucking bass.
All right. On that note, I'm going to call it, sir. I do need to do a couple things before I go to bed that don't involve the show for once. So I'd like to thank the OG Army for showing up. I always appreciate you guys. I want to thank my co-host, Big Dalton. I believe he's going to be doing a fight companion after this if you can get someone to call in. Although I don't blame him if he doesn't want to do it solo. We'll see how that goes, I imagine. You got anything, sir?
You know what? I got nothing. We're probably going to give it about a 5-minute break. I will try to pop it up. This one probably won't be saved as something you can download, because more than likely this is going to be like normal PodBean shows where it's just a bunch of silence of me watching the fights and you guys having fun in chat. So, yeah, we'll go with that.
Oh, well, yeah, we might save it anyways. What the fuck not, right? You have control over all that stuff. You've been onto the that side of the PodBean site before, so you know how that shit works.
Nope, I have no idea how any of it works, and that's why we're taking about a 5-minute break, because I have no clue. I also have no clue how I'm going to pull all this together with the YouTube feed. So, yeah, this is going to be an absolute shit show. So anybody that comes back in like 5 minutes when this pops up, be ready for, a complete shit show.
Now you have to record it because I want to listen to it at some point. What else you got, sir?
That's literally all I have, but I will throw in quickly to end this file a healthy and hearty fuck all y'all.
You guys have a good night. I'll see everybody at 6. You get the rest of you. You'll see him in just a moment. Bye bye.
Screw you, hippie!
All right, so at least for the YouTube people out here, we're going to try to figure out PodBean. We have never done this before. So hold on to your balls. This may be interesting.
That's real good work. She's making these ground strikes count. Tell you what, Melo's got to move. Referee's taking a good look. Yeah, she's kind of stopping here. Melo's got hold of her hand. Yeah, there's some good pop on there. Yeah, she's got the wrist control there as well. You see that? So that's making it hard for her to get up or defend. And she's just plugging away like this. You never know. The ref might stop it. We're not devastating shots, but now she's positioning it. So the ground control time is piling up for the favorite Karol Rosa. Melo trying to survive and advance to that third round. And it looks as though she will extend the fight. Round 3 coming up next.
Senta. Just breathe. Água na sua mão. Respira. Breathe. Olha pra mim.
Look at me.
Respira.
Breathe.
Controla.
Control yourself.
Ótimo. Nós perdemos os 2 primeiros rounds.
We
Nós
lost
temos esse round pra
both
trabalhar.
rounds. We have to
Vamos
work
imprimir o
this
ritmo,
round.
botá-la de
You
costas
have to
pro-
impose your
costas pra
pace.
grade.
Put her
Atenção
back
nos
on the
golpes que
fence.
estão vindo cruzados.
Be
Se
careful
sente
with
baixo,
her
teu
crosses.
displicente. Não faça. Faça na certeza.
You
Empurra,
have to
sentiu
kick when you're
confiança.
sure.
A entrada, Vanessa, é pra varar ela no
When you're
meio.
sure that
Faça
you can
essa e
take
briga
her
com ela
down,
na grade.
take her down immediately.
Entendeu? É isso que eu preciso.
That's what I need.
Vai ser lindo, que ela tá morta. Olha aqui, ó.
She's tired.
Tá morta. Se você sair com a guardinha fechadinha
If
atrás
you
do
go
finish,
with
você
your
vai
hands up, you're gonna.
Mas não precisa, ó, mas não, olha aqui, mas não precisa ser no começo.
You
Mas
don't
se
have
você
to
ir
do it at
atrás
the
disso,
beginning. Just go for it.
Round 3 is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack.
All right, I think we have this shit figured out, so I think we are back. We will see how this goes. Let's check the YouTube feed. The YouTube feed is up and running. So here we are on the Fight Companion.
You know, try and do something different here. Unfortunately for her, it does seem that she's a little outmatched, but she's doing the right thing, coming out here with a sense of urgency. You know, she's going to press the fight. She's going to try and move forward. Put Rosa under pressure. Try and get her on the back foot. Of course, easier said than done. Rosa looks sharp. She's mixing things up nicely. Excellent control on the ground. Big elbows. But Melo, you know, she's still trying. Still going for it. You got to respect that. And no denying her heart. Yep, exactly. Oh, there's the knee. That's what the corner called for. It's a beautiful jab. Yeah, Jose's got a pretty good jab, man. And again, continuously getting her head out of harm's way as well. Yeah, just moves off the line of attack every time. And no emotion on the face whatsoever. If you look at it, just completely stoic. Yep. Just like a robot out there. In the best of ways and composed. Yeah,
So for anybody joining, we are on the, I believe, second fight of the evening. We have a female fight in the third round. Imagine that. We have Rosa versus Melo. Unfortunately, I've been taking the first part of this fight to try to figure out this entire getting PodBean up and running, getting YouTube up and running for our simulcast. So I have absolutely no idea who's winning. So let me know in the chat. Let me know in either the YouTube or the PodBean chat. I can kind of see both. So this is an interesting go-round here. Hope everybody's enjoying everything. If everybody needs a fishing spot, you allegedly could ask, and I allegedly may be able to help you out. Also, we do have a slight audio of the fight here because I want something other than my own voice to listen to. So it is out there. I am at 241 of the third round. For anybody that gives a damn, which is probably no one, I am having ESPN Plus issues, which is awesome to have spent $65 on something that's not working. So I will probably be behind some of you, but anybody that decides to join me at this fishing hole, hey, we will be on the same time frame.
Chance of victory here in those windows where they're just slugging, where they're throwing back and forth. She might catch her with a clean shot to the chin and put her down and maybe get the finish. You know, being technical, we saw she's getting outworked, but look at this. It was that one punch before.
Yeah, well, that didn't work. All right, let's get this out there. Throw this on the old Twitter machine. And there we go. All right, so we're at 1:30 left. I have no idea who is winning this fight. I have no idea who I picked in this fight. My assumption it was probably Mello. So she is probably losing. I've literally not heard of either of these fighters. So anybody that has, let me know what the hell is going on. You know, something interesting, and I've always wondered about this one, and we have a barking dog.
Nice job by Hosa there to prevent that underhook from Mello.
As I was saying before, so rudely interrupted by El Doggo. Wondering if anybody's actually done the analysis here to see how many of these female fights have gone the distance. I'm assuming virtually every last one of them. Like, what is the finish rate in the women's division? Anyone?
All right, so Hosa and Mello go the distance. Mello proving to be hard to put away as usual, but looked like a clean decision for Hosa. We'll get the scorecards next.
Wow, that was quite possibly one of the more boring fights I think I've ever watched. I've seen roughly half of it as we were finishing up the podcast proper. But I have no idea who won. So anybody that is actually watching the fight, let me know who won. Mello or the other one, whoever she was. I'm assuming it's the other one. She seems a little bit happier, I guess. Who knows? And actually, while we're doing this,
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision.
go here.
Contest 30-26, 30-26, and 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Carol Hosa.
And the winner was Rosa. So, yeah, that was the other one. I think I got that one wrong. Goddamn.
All right, coming up next, this should be good. A pair of flyweight hopefuls, Howley and Paiva, with a great frame for this division. And following a big knockout his last time out, Paiva spins it forward tonight as he takes
up-and-coming UFC newcomer Zhalgas Zhumagulov. He's got a lot of championship experience and success outside the UFC, and he will try to run his winning streak to 5 in this much-anticipated Big Show debut. And later tonight, the UFC bantamweight title will no longer be vacant. Jose Aldo, Petr Yan under the lights.
I have secured an island, so I'm going to continue to pump fights out.
I actually kind of want to make an announcement, man. I'm retiring tonight, Joe. Triple C's out.
We're talking about Petr Yan versus Jose Aldo.
It's a nice little build up versus Yan versus Aldo here. I wonder, and this kind of goes out to everyone, how long do you think Cejudo remains retired? I don't think anyone is under the guise that this is a true long-term, retirement. You think he waits until fans are back in the arenas, or does he come back even sooner? Does he come back because of the video game and he wants a good rating? Things to think about. And interestingly enough, so this actually goes out to anybody on PodBean that happens to be listening. Are we even getting audio? Because I have no clue right now. I'm assuming yes. Perfect. So at least it's working. So we figured that much out. And actually looks like we are having some YouTube issues. So give me just a second. We're actually going to pull this one down real quick and go back into it. I have some weird connection things going on. So, hey, let's regroup in like 2 minutes. Be right back.
We are on Yaz Island tonight. It's a 9.6 square mile island here in Abu Dhabi. Born back in 2009, right off the coast of Abu Dhabi. And man, has this government proven well equipped to handle a live sporting event and all that comes with it during these unforeseen times. Truly can't say that enough about how they have rolled out the red carpet this week. The UFC 251 prelims on ESPN are presented by Modelo. All right, we will move on now with live preliminary action. This one coming your way in the men's 125-pound division. And the 19th win of Haldian Piva's pro career was the most important one because it kicked off his run to the top of this flyweight division. He will try to keep the momentum going tonight against Zhalgas Zhumagulov. Making his UFC debut tonight, Kazakhstan's Zhalgas Zhumagulov enters the octagon with a 4-fight winning streak and a strength of schedule that should impress. Wins over UFC vets Tyson Nam and Ali Bagautinov have proved he is more than ready to test his game against the best of the best at 125 pounds. And the newcomer will get right down to that business against ranked contender Haldian Piva. Piva has fired off flashes of
There we go. Now we're back. It seems like the issue I was having may have just been on my end. It looks like I still had PodBean running, and it was causing some weird stuff in my own head. So, welcome everybody to the Fight Companion. In case we do save this, we should have some sort of intro here. This is the OtherGround Live. This is Dalton. This is UFC 251 Fight Island. Usman versus Masvidal. We are on the third fight of the prelims here this evening. And I'm not even going to go with the name. It's that Zhumagulov guy who is from Kazakhstan, and he actually looks... Yeah, he actually looks more Asian, but I'm not good at geography, so that may be what everyone from there looks like, and I am a stereotypical asshole. Let's see how he does. Coming in with a 4-fight win streak. This is his UFC debut in Abu Dhabi.
So he is long on championship experience. Started his career 6-0 with 6 finishes. 6 of his last 7 wins have been by decision. No lack of effort, though. I mean, he puts it on you. An outstanding wrestler, very good striker as well. Volume striker on the feet. And the hands are really good. If you saw the Bagautinov fight, a little bit of a slow starter at times, but there's no denying the hands.
And unlike most shows, I will have a little bit of an audio bed behind us here, so we will have some music going. Let me know if this ends up being too loud, too soft, too whatever. There also may be a little bit of audio leaking in from the event itself. So we will, we will play this shit by ear because this will be an absolute train wreck. But for those here for that train wreck, we appreciate you. Especially those that have hopped back into PodBean, those on YouTube. We appreciate you as well. To catch everyone up, we are here at UFC 251 Fight Island. I am having issues with ESPN Plus, so I don't know if anybody else is having those issues as well. But we are currently down at the stream going for a fishing expedition. If anybody else wants to know where the fish are biting, just let me know and we can sync up here. Right now we see Raulian Paiva in the circle, so it gives you an idea of kind of where we are time-wise. Anybody that is properly connecting through ESPN Plus or another means, you may be slightly ahead. If so, don't spoil shit, you sons of bitches. So I think originally when we did our fight picks on Wednesday on the show, I think I went for Zagulov. Unfortunately, seeing his piss poor job trying to grow any sort of beard, I don't know if I trust this guy. This guy has patchier facial hair than Jay. And here we go, tail of the tape. The guy that can't grow a beard at all is 31 years of age. That's sad. And it looks like Paiva had not made weight. He came in at 129 pounds. So he's a super heavy little guy. As Mike Goldberg would say, everything else virtually identical. All right, looks like we're getting a few people trickling in, at least on the PodBean side. So technically, we know this is up and working. Welcome, everyone. We are here at UFC 251 Fight Island. I am probably behind whatever you may be watching. This fight just started. Paiva ranked 14th in the world versus Zamagalov. Goddamn, I'm not going to say that guy's name anymore. He's the guy in blue. Not ranked UFC debut. As said in the tail of the tape, his facial game is absolutely terrible. He really needs to shave off those 13 hairs on his face. Let's see if he's a tough guy or not.
A lot of potential for him at 125 pounds if he can master that cut.
Yeah, definitely the top fighter. 3-inch reach advantage for him.
Anybody catching up on the card as a whole? Started off with a nice knockout of two guys that I have no idea who they are and I can't remember the names, but the blonde guy won. Then we had a female fight, which of course went the distance. And I'm pretty sure I got that one wrong. Let's see how we go here. Looks like Paiavia taking control early with some decent kicks. Couple body kicks here and there. Zamulagov. Yeah, I'm not saying this. The guy in blue looks a little tentative in his UFC debut. I wonder if the giant crowd here on Yas Island has him a bit of the octagon jitters. Does look like a nice setup, though. It doesn't look quite as professional as the Apex does, but looks like those Abu Dhabi people that put up all the money to host this thing did a decent job. And to those that are wondering, our announcers this evening in Abu Dhabi, it looks like we have Michael Bisping and John Anik. My assumption they may be for all the events. I know that we have more fights coming up halfway through this week, I think next weekend, and I think one more. I think there's a total of 4 cards here in the remainder of July. So this will be interesting how this first one goes. I think they're actually back in the larger cage. And it looks like that may be bearing itself in us seeing a little bit less excitement, a little bit more decisions. We'll see how the night goes. Obviously, the only decision we've seen thus far is the women's fight, but that is half the fights. And I don't know if you even put them in a 10-foot cage if either would have been finished. Let's see how this goes. Guy in blue looking a little bit more comfortable here. Paiavia still stalking. Another great body kick. And another. I think at this point, you're probably going to be looking at a head kick at some point by Paiavia. He's doing a great job of consistently landing that right body kick. Guy in blue showing it a little bit here. This thing goes into the later rounds. He's definitely going to slow down a bit.
Pretending to throw a punch, and Jalgaz is reacting to all of them. Swinging that right hand though. There it is. Nice work. But he didn't follow it up. It was a beautiful takedown, you know, but he should have leapt on him, should have tried to punch him as he got back to his feet.
Ivan's done a really nice job attacking the body with the kicks, as has Zhumagulov, as you saw there. 40 seconds now to go in the round.
So apparently it's Zamulagov. I'll assume Anik knows what he's talking about. He's the one getting paid for this, not us.
Yeah, that was a nice body shot by Jalgaz as well, but he's predominantly leading with that lead hook. Lead right hook, and it's, you know, not necessarily the best punch to start a combination with. Certainly when it's over and over, if you just mix it in. Look at that. That takedown.
Oh, takedown by the blue guy. 10 seconds left, though. Paiavia right back to his feet, take him back down again. Probably a little too late. I've got this 10-9 Paiavia.
Stand up. Stand up. Great fight. We won the round. Wait a little. Breathe first. I felt his punch on my body. You got time to recover.
For anybody tuning in, we are between rounds here at Fight Island, UFC 251, Masvidal versus Usman. Welcome to the OtherGround Live. Welcome to the solo fight companion. Because our normal host, Mr. Passive J, goes to sleep before most senior citizens. and is already crawling into bed like a little girl.
UFC Fight Pass invites you into the world of combat sports, the ultimate source, the immersive experience, the always-on network with authentic content, in-depth original programming, and unique access to live events, all in one place. UFC Fight Pass is always in your corner. Step into our world. And what a resource that UFC Fight Pass has become for commentators.
Definitely. I'm logging into there every day preparing for a fight. It's so good.
Numbers pretty close in terms of the significant strikes landed unofficially in round one.
Which is surprising to me because for my money it looked like Piper was landing way more shots and the referee was right. That was not a groin shot. That was clearly to the body. As I was saying towards the end of the second round,
Zhamagulov coming out a little bit more pressing here in the second round. Looked like he's kind of finding his range. Maybe looking for another takedown here. See how this round shakes out. Had a strong finish to the first round, but is undoubtedly down on the scorecard, 10-9.
Zhamagulov has the takedowns. So as I say, the path to victory for Zhalgas is very clear. Take him down.
Oh, big cracking right hand from Zhamagulov. We mentioned he can be a slow starter, so we'll see if there's an uptick in the aggression here early round two. And this has got to feel like a sparring session. 15 minutes for Zhamagulov after all the title fights.
Yeah, it's way better. Not just fighting 15-minute fights as opposed to just fighting them, you know. It's the
Yeah, Zhamagulov definitely picking up the activity here in the second round.
and the more
Throwing some really looping punches.
and the more that can affect your fight.
May have gotten poked in the eye.
An eye poke.
And the ref gives zero shits.
Oh, nice stick and move. Zhamagulov nails the body shot there.
Paivia still doing a good job of landing this right kick to the body. Let's see if he ever does follow this up with a high kick.
You can see the confidence growing for Zhamagulov. Maybe just happy to get that first UFC round out of the way.
Yeah, as I said before, you know, the UFC jitters, it's a cliche thing, but, you know, that first round, he got out of there, he got some good takedowns when he wanted them, and, you know, definitely having a better round so far now.
Joe Silva, our former matchmaker and UFC Hall of Famer, coined that term. Some fighters are dismissive of it, but given this Fight Island backdrop and everything that this fight week has entailed, the travel from Kazakhstan...
Oh, there was the high kick.
Surprised that Zhamagulov started
Missed with it. He's definitely been setting it up all fight. Let's see if we can find a home for that. If so, it may be a short debut for Zhamagulov.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an up-and-coming fighter, you know, the UFC jitters I'm talking about, of course, you know, if some people deal with the pressure very differently. Some people thrive, some people take a little time, you know, and a lot of fighters, certainly coming from Kazakhstan, you know, this is, you know, as big as it gets, you know, and you've got opportunities to change your life here, and then sometimes because it means so much to you, it can hold you back and it can affect your performances. I certainly struggled with it myself at times. It made me overtrain, you know, because it mattered so much.
Do you remember your UFC debut and how you felt?
I remember right before I started seeing a light rig and then going super lightheaded, thinking, oh my god, I'm going to faint. The coach at the time said, Michael, take some deep breaths and remember, everything you've worked for comes down to this moment. And I'm like, you're not helping at all. You're putting more pressure on me.
There's that high kick attempt again by Paivia. He's definitely set it up. He's just not finding a home for it. Looks like he is getting a little bit closer with the timing, but at the same time, Zhamagulov looking much better here in the second than he did the first.
He's unofficially 1 for 5 on his takedown attempts, but landing 59% of his strike attempts. Counterattack from Zhamagulov after Paiva lands to the body.
He's leading with the left hand, going to the right hook now. Certainly coming alive, swinging with more ferocity.
Pretty good head movement from Zhalgas Zhamagulov. Less than a minute now to go in round 2 of a possible 3.
Nice footwork. It's certainly a different round this time. Even though the first round on paper was even, when you look at the numbers, it seemed like Piper was in control, but we're seeing here Zhamagulov.
Zhamagulov starting to pick up the pace a little bit with leg kicks here. something that was definitely missing in the first round. He's definitely looked better in the second. May have taken this round. We're about 20 seconds left. For those that want to sync up with their video, we are at 14, 13, 12 left in the second round. I may be behind you, I may be in front of you, but Paiva just failed on a takedown attempt here, almost kind of a hip throw. And Zhumagulov ending up in full guard at the end of the round. I think probably took that one. We are going into round 3 at a fight that is more than likely all tied up.
Same way, just like you work in the second round.
When you kick his arm, he loses his range. Use your legs more so he can't low kick you. It's a decisive round. He's going to come forward.
Seems like good instruction between rounds by both corners. It seems like everybody is on the same page that this fight is 1-1. Somebody's going to have to come out and take it here in round 3. Will it be UFC newcomer Zhumagulov or number 14 ranked Paiva? Round 3 begins now. Paiva with that another high kick attempt there. This time at least finding a little bit of the top, a little bit of the target. Zhumagulov still doing a good job of defending. Both guys looking a little tentative here. You'd think both would come out trying to take this round, knowing that whoever takes the round is likely taking the fight. Here on the UFC 251 prelims. Yeah, we're starting to pick up a little bit. Few exchanges here and there, a few shots get out. Looks like possibly another slight complaint about an eye poke. Ref having none of it. I don't remember who this ref is, but yeah, there's been 2 eye pokes and it looks like a nut shot that he's been completely ignored. And now that I can see the ref, I have no idea who this dude is. Another good body kick, countered with the left hand.
Nice right hand from Zhumagulov. There it is every time, that lead right hook. His go-to weapon. But it's a good call by the corner of Paiva. The kicks, they're finding the mark every time. And every time they kick, even if they don't find the mark or do damage, they stop Zhumagulov from advancing towards him with his hooks. You know, he's at a reach deficit, so he's got to get on the inside. And if Paiva keeps him with the kicks at bay, out of the pocket, Zhumagulov is having a very tough time. Shot here from
Zhumagulov with the takedown. Paiva right back up. We'll see if this factors in at all. I'd hope not, because he did nothing with it. Another high kick by Paiva. Halfway through this final round, somebody needs to kind of take the center of the octagon here and pick up the pace. Neither is really making too much of an argument of winning this fight here in the decisive third. Paiva keeping busy with those right kicks. Zhumagulov trying to counter. I think if nothing else, if this thing does fall to octagon control, Paiva's at least kind of taking the center of the cage here. Another weak takedown attempt by Zhumagulov. Easily fought off. He doesn't look tired, but he may be getting a little bit winded here. Ooh, solid left from Zumagulov.
Yeah, that's his best shot. And they're talking here.
They break the clinch.
Oh, heavy nut shot. Zumagulov immediately goes into the fetal position. That hurts. That was a loud one. You could hear that sumbitch.
Look at me. Take a deep breath.
Oh, because it's the toes.
Oh, yeah, the toes right to the cup. That does not feel good.
Stops it, but with the toes out straight.
So Zhalgas Zhumagulov will have 5 minutes with which to recover. The veteran referee Leon Roberts keeping a close eye on him.
Definitely not going to help him either, because he was looking up to the clock a few times there, so he might be a little winded, and trying to catch your wind when your nuts have just been hit is not a fun time.
Yeah, stay there.
Yeah, clearly accidental. Sometimes, you throw the kick, your opponent advances,
Back to your corner for me.
and it means he just connects a little low.
Deep breaths. Look at me.
Oh, yeah, he's not doing good. He's still limping from that nut shot.
No. Yeah, sure. Stay there. Go, whoa. Just stay there.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing a doctor can do for that.
That is fair play. You got 300 seconds to show it to you again.
Oh, and of course they have to show it again.
You see it. I mean,
Nothing worse than a slow-mo view of somebody's toes digging into someone's cup. Why do we show this? God damn.
So Zhalgas Zhumagulov trying to run his overall winning streak to 5, but right now just trying to recover.
yeah, that's an old school martial arts thing. They always used to do that. Tap on your heels to try and, alleviate the pain. He's not messing around there. Sometimes I think some people milk it, but he's not milking this one. He's in agony right now. He's trying to mentally block it out. It's like, listen, the fight's almost done. Try and mentally block it out and go back to work.
Okay, yeah. Come on, buddy. Yeah, thank you. In a clean fight. Just keep it clean. Okay? Timekeeper. Time back in. Fight.
Nice job by Leon.
All right, we're back in. 1 minute remaining.
Less than a minute now to go.
Let's see if we finish strong after having this 2 or 3 minute break.
And there are your round by round significant strikes.
Zumagulov with a takedown. Nice roll through by Paiva. Zumagulov maintaining the back here, and Paiva's out. So that's 2 partial takedowns in the round. I don't know how people would score that. I would not score it as really anything positive. Anything where you're getting that takedown and getting no damage from it. I mean, that's really no different than a jab.
Trying to pick the time for the entry. Trying to have a last combination or a takedown to put
Another takedown attempt and defended well.
Thought about a late choke attempt, nothing doing there. He checks the clock. It reads 10 seconds.
10 seconds left. Let's see if anybody can steal it here. Zumagulov for another takedown attempt. Stuffed again. And possibly another knee to the balls.
Matters for Zhalgas Zhumagulov. He goes the distance with Halvin Paiva tonight. The scorecards coming up next from Fight Island.
I don't know what anybody else is thinking that has watched this. I have no idea who won that fight. Obviously, first round went to Paiva. Second round goes to Zumagulov. Third round, I think if you go to Octagon Control, it might go to Paiva. Depends on how these judges view these takedown attempts and these, I guess I would call them partial takedowns. He never really had any sort of control on the ground. I think I might lean Paiva here, but depending on the judges, and you never know what the hell these guys are going to do, this may go either way as we wait for the decision on the third prelim fight here on Fight Island, UFC 251. This is the OtherGround live fight companion, the solo fight companion. So you get to listen to Big Dalton fill time while not actually saying anything. And that's why we have that little bit of music bed in the background, a little bit of play-by-play in the background. We are here for you guys to hang out and enjoy your evening watching the fights in I don't want to say wonderful, in, yeah, it's a place, Abu Dhabi.
8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. Prelims simulcast here on ESPN and Plus at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, absolutely, poor guy. That guy was limping the entire time that fight was over after taking a full, basically, almost like a front kick straight to the nuts, and then right before the end of the fight, taking the knee to the nuts. And Paiva takes it.
All right, so Howley and Paiva gets it done on the judges' scorecards.
We'll see how this translates through the rest of the night. We'll see if failed wrestling isn't necessarily given the points that it sometimes does with some of these judges. I hope so. I'd rather see decisions based on actual, you know, violence and accumulated damage than bad wrestling. So hey, maybe we're in for a good night. To update anyone, we are now at 2 decisions, 1 finish. If we're comparing to the Apex in Vegas, the larger cage may give us slightly less as far as excitement goes. Let's hope not. And as we wait on the upcoming fights here, the update that we will give throughout the evening, obviously we are here on the Fight Companion. I am having issues with ESPN Plus, so it seems like they just stole $65 from me, but I'm not mad. So we are down at our favorite fishing hole. So anyone that allegedly wants to join and troll the waters, let me know, and we can, you know, help you out with getting you to the right location to check these out. Next up on the card, we have Tabura versus Grecian. We got the heavyweights out there, so let's hope for a finish and not 15 minutes of super gassed big guys. Wow, so they went through a bunch of UFC veterans that this Grecian guy has beat, and I have not heard of any of them. I think I watched just about every fight that's out there, and if I can't remember these people, goddamn. Uh-oh, Windows update. We won't be doing that.
Yeah, that's right. He's actually stepping up a weight class as well. Usually fights at light heavyweight, taking this one at heavyweight. Not a small guy though, coming in at 6'3", 220 pounds. So he's not small, but will weigh a little less than his opponent.
Interesting fact there. Grecian coming up from 205 on this short notice fight. I had absolutely no idea that he generally fought at 205. Makes sense. He's only coming in at a little over 220. So we'll see how he fares against a legit heavyweight in Marcin Tybura.
I'm excited to see this man in the UFC. A long time coming, a little long in the tooth, but I mean, look at the experience, as you said.
Oh, yeah.
40 professional fights, that's a lot of fights.
Last man to get him, Magomed Ankalaev, who's got a whole lot of UFC momentum right now. This is a smart cat. He has a degree in engineering, and circumstantially, he was up in the middle of the night when the call came in for the UFC debut. He lives 300 miles from where he trains in Moscow, jumped in the car, and the rest, as they say, is history. Representing the nation of Poland, here is Marcin Tybura, 34 years old, making his 11th UFC appearance here tonight. And a guy who has really worked on his mental game, he's really worked on his grappling, and after a win over Sergey Spivak in February, got him on track. He will try to spin it forward here tonight and extend his winning streak to 2.
Yeah, that's right. This will be his 10th or 11th fight in the UFC, and he's had some success. He's lost a few here and there, but had some massive wins. Beat Andrei Arlovsky, former champion, beat the skyscraper Stefan Struve, as you mentioned. His last appearance in the octagon was a good, solid win over Sergey Spivak. In that one, you know, the striker looked a little more improved, but it was all about the wrestling. He was slipping the jab.
Well, there's a new one I would have never guessed. Looks like Tybura has the highest takedown offense in UFC history for the heavyweights.
You know, the majority of the round, chipping away, good elbows, good ground and pound, and as I said, well-needed victory.
And given all of Tybura's experience, he wasn't so worried about what was a major stylistic change in opponent, right? Went from fighting an undefeated wrestler to a guy who really likes to strike. So we'll see how it goes for Marcin Tybura here tonight. Actually aligned with John Wood at Syndicate and MMA prior to the Sergey Spivak fight. And again, if we get to a better place in the world, he has every intention of going back to Vegas in advance of his next fight.
Yeah, well, John's a good guy to help him with the strategy, because he's going to need a good strategy here, because Marcin, being the bigger guy, the heavier guy, he's not the fastest, right? And this guy, as I said, his opponent, he's very fast, he's very agile, and I think Marcin...
Michael Bisping pointing out the obvious there, that the natural heavyweight is not the fastest guy in the world compared to the natural light heavyweight. That is the kind of analysis that we expect from our high-paid announcers. Taylor, the tape is up. Grecian, 2 years older, weighed in at only 226 pounds, but as Mike Goldberg would say, everything else is virtually identical.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 30 wins, 7 losses, 2 draws. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 226 pounds. Fighting out of Grozny, Czech Republic, Russia, And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 18 wins, 6 losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 252 pounds. Fighting out of Gdynia, Poland, Marcin Tybura. And when the action begins, our referee is Herb Dean.
First assignment.
All right, boys, we got our first Herb Dean appearance of the night. Let's get this heavyweight show on the road. Tybura versus Grecian. And the fight starts now. I have a feeling cardio is going to go definitely in the direction of Grecian. Tybura seems to be carrying, let's just say, a little bit of extra jello on his body.
who's going to wow you with volume necessarily, but very precise on the feet.
A lot of feeling out here. Your general heavyweight contest. Not a lot of action. Body kick by Grecian, caught by Tabora, going for the takedown here. They are on the fence. We'll see if that exercise helps. And nope, Grecian is out. Tabora keeping Grecian up to the cage, definitely using his size here. Let's see if that affects the cardio at all of the 205er. Grecian able to separate, but he needs to get that back off the cage. And there's Tabora again, pushing him right into it. More work on the cage. Not a lot really happening here. Tabora just kind of making Grecian kind of carry that weight. He doesn't do much here. Herb Dean might step in. Grecian reverses. Still up on the cage. Not a lot happening here in round one. Time check for anybody following along. We are at 1:55. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good point by Bisping here, and kind of what we were talking about. Grecian really needs to make sure his back is not against that cage or really even facing that cage. He needs to take the center of the octagon, or this will be the majority of the fight. Tabora just kind of lunging in, taking Grecian against the cage and working for a takedown. Grecian's done a good job here as far as continually working for underhooks, trying to kind of reverse this position, but even though not a lot has happened damage-wise, Tabora probably takes his first round just by kind of controlling the action. Partial takedown here. Grecian against the fence, still trying to work up. 15 seconds left in the round. This round probably goes to Tabora, even though there's not a lot that's really happened. No real damage on either side. We'll see how this continues in round two, as round one is over. All right, we are back with round 2. This is the UFC 251 Fight Companion here at the OtherGround Live. This is the solo Fight Companion because Passive J hates you all and will not stay up long enough to watch fights. In all actuality, he has to be up at like 3 a.m., so we know how that works. But I am here. This is Dalton. These are the fights. We are but a few hours away from Jorge Masvidal versus Kamaru Usman. We are just a few hours away from Petr Yan versus Jose Aldo. We are a few hours away of Alexander Volkanovski versus Max Holloway. This is probably the best top 3 fights on a card that we're going to see the entire year. So I'm glad you've joined us, and if you have not yet, we will be happy to have you as this main card draws closer. UFC 251 Fight Island in Abu Dhabi. Pace picking up a little bit here, seeing a few exchanges. Grecian still really needs to get away from that cage. He needs to be the aggressor and taking the center of the octagon, and there he goes doing exactly that. We'll see if he can keep that center of the cage, find his timing, and possibly take it to Tybura here. Maybe make him expend a little bit more energy as he spent most of the first just leaning on Grecian on the cage. Reminder here that Grecian is a natural 205. Weighed in for this fight right around 220, whereas Tybura is, a solid heavyweight around 250. Definitely carrying a little bit of extra weight there. So this strategy is just leaning on Grecian on the cage. Definitely one that could work. Not necessarily an exciting style to win this fight, but it seems he's doing what's needed. Grecian looking a little bit more active here in the second round, though, so we will see if there are any real takedowns. And was there a low... weird stoppage here. Okay, looks like Herb Dean is resetting them. I have no idea what the break in the action there was for. And back to exactly what we were seeing before. Tybura working for a takedown on the cage that he is probably not going to get. Grecian doing a good job defending here, but he's carrying all that extra weight. Tybura in on a single. Grecian really needs to get off this cage, take the center of the octagon, and get busy. Otherwise, this is going to be a long night with a big man pushing against him. Decent little elbow over the top by Tybura. Sadly, that was probably the strike of the fight so far, which is sad when you are, 147, 146 left in the second round, and the best strike has been a slight over-the-top elbow that didn't even cut Grecian open. This is what we're dealing with. Another nice elbow, able to break. Grecian really needs to just take the center of the octagon here and put some output out there. Him getting laid upon for pretty much the entire fight against the cage. He may be down 2-0 if this continues for the last minute. Not where you want to be. Hey, Team Evil. Glad you could make it. We are here. We were able to pull up a new live stream without messing everything up. So here we are on the solo podcast. So it looks like who we have in here. We have Team Evil. We have Zonian. I'm guessing that's how he pronounces it. I think we've actually talked about this before. Yeah, Team Evil. So Jay made it an official 4 minutes after 7 o'clock. So he really, really pushed himself. I know it's a tough night when you can't go more than 4 minutes past a normal podcast length. I think we're going to have to petition Jay's bosses to start giving him Sundays off and no longer giving him Monday off. So he can actually, do his job on quote unquote his podcast instead of being old Dalton here doing the solo fight companion for multiple hours. Catching everybody up on the fights, we are 2 rounds in here on, I believe, our 4th prelim fight of the evening. Marcin Tybura versus Maxim Grishin. Tybura's probably up 2-0, despite having not really put forth any damage other than an over-the-top elbow. He spent most of this fight leaning on Grishin on the cage. So here we go with round 3. Yeah, Team Evil, you're probably right. Even if he was off on Sunday, he would probably still find a way to weasel out of these. It's okay, though. We're here. We are watching the fights. For anybody that wants to join us, they can absolutely do so. As kind of a reminder of things that we've kind of dropped through the night, my ESPN Plus is not working, so I am down at the local fishing hole. Anyone that wants to join me, we can definitely allegedly help you out with that. Anybody watching through ESPN Plus, or if you're overseas, if you're watching this through BT Sport or whatever the fuck you're doing, you may be slightly ahead. So the time check is 4:19, 18, 17 of round number 3.
Now we can push forward and be the aggressor and start to put Tybura on the back foot. And it all starts with the movement because, as I said before in the first round, he was allowing himself to get backed up against the fence. He's doing it again. He's got to move. Right. Didn't do it. And now here we are. I'm sure his coaches are screaming. I mean, they are, but I just don't understand it. Yeah. I'm not sure how your Chechnyan is.
Well, not great. But, I think it is hard when you're a counter-striker in a fight.
And here we go again. Tybura up against the cage. Grishin trying to get out with it. Kind of threatening a little bit with a Kimura. He lost it. Tybura at least throwing some knees here. You to the face. And Team Evil, normal show wasn't overly super trolly at all. Yeah, so I think if nothing else, it was definitely better than yesterday. We didn't have, the hours straight of somebody sitting there going in and out and in and out and in and out of the chat.
There's that clinch control time coming up on a full round for Marcin Tybura. Yeah, and he's
so absolutely, that's definitely a good thing. It's okay. We all knew that, eventually certain someone would have to kind of burn themselves out on that shit. Really, I think the major troll is really just the one person, so. And the thing is so what we're seeing is literally just somebody logging in, logging out, logging in, logging out, logging in, logging out. So they keep showing up. That's why they can't actually say anything in the chat. It is just their username just keep popping up as, joining the channel. So it is one pathetic little human sitting in a basement somewhere, hitting a button over and over and over and over again, and then going to their profile and changing their name and doing it again and again and again. I mean, there might be some other people that come in and out. Most of the time, our trolls are at least, you know, somewhat creative. Like when we used to have, you know, Jay's dog call in. Like, hey, that's cool. Or something topical. But yeah, just these name trolls. I think it literally is pretty much one person. Tybura with the takedown here has a body triangle on the back of Grecian. Looks like he's trying to kind of roll him over. Grecian is trying to tripod a little bit, but he really has one leg kind of up. He's not going anywhere with this.
I mean, the body triangle's a great way to control your opponent.
Yep, now got him down on the side, working a rear naked. Lost it. Yeah, Tybura's taking this. Hit a little bit of ground and pound. 50 seconds left. Grecian would have to have an absolute Hail Mary to win this fight. I think we know the way that this decision will go. At least he's trying to work for a finish here. We'll see if he gets it. 30 seconds remain. Yeah, it could very well be a 10-8 round. We'll see how the judges work here. I didn't necessarily hear because the volume is relatively low. Do we know, are they on the new unified rules, or what are the rules in Abu Dhabi? Do we have special rules for Fight Island? Yeah, so not a ton of strikes, Team Evil. It's just so much of it is, yeah, so much of this round has just been Tybura just laying on Grecian. Grecian had pretty much no output in the third. So I could definitely see if at least they're on the new unified rules that, yeah, you could make the argument this was a 10-8 just based on Grecian doing nothing.
While you watch UFC 251 tonight, get in on the action with UFC 251 Pick'em, play for free, and challenge friends. Go to ESPN.com.
Anybody else that's watching, what do you think about the venue here? The weird kind of almost airplane hangar-esque venue. I think the Apex in Vegas, despite being in the fucking basement of the UFC headquarters, actually looks like a better venue. This one's pretty bare bones and boring. And there it is, unanimous decision, Marcin Tybura. I think we all knew that one was coming. Won the fight, pretty much just being the bigger guy. Definitely should be noted, Grecian took this fight on short notice and as a natural 205er. I don't think he was necessarily used to having somebody that big just kind of laying on him for the majority of the fight.
Kevin was 9 years old. He said, "Mom, I'm gonna be famous one day."
He was like, Mike, I really need to be able to make more money. What could I do? And I said, well, I've never seen you lose a fight. How about fight?
That dude wouldn't shy away from nobody.
You heard it right there.
Warriors, man. He was like an overnight sensation.
The internet transformed him into something that became a household name. Tyson calls us over, and he's like, hey, man, I'm a big fan of your work.
What's next for Kimbo Slice?
What's next is whoever's next.
I get a phone call, and it's Dana.
We reached out and said, hey, let's give this Ultimate Fighter thing a shot. It was the highest rating we ever...
Nothing to think about except thinking. And just as you have to stop talking to hear what others have to say, you have to stop...
Undefeated at 10-0 and still on the right side of 30. Enter Roman Bogota, born in Kazakhstan.
Hey, ready? I think we actually already are at our... Is this the main event of the prelims? I think it might be. This Roman Bogotov versus Volkan Ozdemir? Is that where we are already? God damn. These are moving right along. Oh, no, this is not. This is versus Leonardo Santos. I had no idea what's going on. All right. Guess I could have checked the card, huh? All right, yeah, so we are in the prelims proper. So this is Leonardo Santos versus Roman Bogotov. After this, we have 2 more bouts, and then we do have the main event of the prelims, which is the Ozdemir fight versus Jiri Prohaska. Yeah, Team Evil, this was me absolutely forgetting who Ozdemir was fighting. So here on the solo fight companion, I'm already losing my goddamn mind to be here with you folks. Listen as I descend into complete psychoticness, if that's a word. Psychosis, I think, technically would be the word. So let's get that right. Oh, you guys got to remember, during fight companions, I don't drink the claws because I'd be pissing every 30 seconds. So instead, we have our bottle of scotch like a goddamn gentleman. Absolutely, Jura 7-wood. Best goddamn scotch around. I don't necessarily know if that's true. That's the best scotch that I found for, you know, under $100 a bottle. I mean, with everything going on in the world today, you know, maybe I should have just, you know, embraced my blackness and went with a bottle of Hennessy. But goddamn, I just cannot take that shit. Oh, goddamn. Leonardo Santos is way older than I thought. This dude is 40 years old. I think I predicted Roman Bogotov in this one, but I don't remember. I'm assuming so, because I think he's from one of the Istans. I think maybe Kyrgyzstan.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, an undefeated mixed martial artist holding a perfect professional record. 10 wins, no losses.
No, he's actually from Russia. He's 10-0.
Weighing in at 155 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Orenburg, Russia, Roman Bogotov. And now introducing his opponent.
Bogotov really needs to shave his head. He has both the extreme widow's peak and the male pattern baldness going. It's just not a good look.
He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Campos, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting the Tough Brazil 2 winner, Leonardo Santos. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard, one of the best in the business, draws the assignment here between Leonardo Santos and Roman Bogotov. Bogatov. The beautiful Miss Oliveira is with us tonight here on Fight Island. Feels good to say that. Leonardo Santos, minus 170, the betting favorite at close, taking on the plus 150 underdog.
Alrighty, prelims have begun. Time check for anybody else that's watching. We are at 450, 49, 48. Tough Brazil 2 winner Santos versus undefeated Bogatov. And Bogatov just fell on his ass after missing a high kick. Wonder if something's going on with the cage there in Abu Dhabi, because they just did say that a lot of people are slipping. Wonder how it is in the air hangar there, because goddamn, the air outside, I think it's probably about 120 degrees there. Bogatov trying to work his way in here. Santos using his link pretty well. Good right hand there.
When he transitioned Santos to MMA in 2006, he was the consensus top lightweight in the jiu-jitsu world and was looking for a new challenge. It's amazing to see him on the feet now relative to his UFC debut back in 2013.
And he looks very polished on the feet as well. When you look at his record and you look at his age, 40 years old, you know, you think, okay, has he missed the window of opportunity? But the thing is, because, yeah, okay, he struggled, he had some injuries, but he hasn't got a lot of miles on the clock.
Right.
You know, only 7 fights, I think, inside the UFC. So, you know, at 40 years old, he's been very healthy, he looks after himself. Oh, eye poke.
Oh, eye poke. Goddamn.
Stay there, quiet, stay there. Leo, come here, come here. Fighter, here. There. Stay away from your corner. Look at me, Leo. Can you see? You can see? Come over here. Away from your corner.
Oh, yeah. No mistaking
Away
that
from
one.
your corner. No cornering. Look at me, Leo. Can you see? You see fine? You sure? You're happy? Stop right there. Doctor, come here. Let's just get it checked. It's okay. Listen.
Mark Goddard didn't get the reaction he was looking for from Leonardo Santos, so he will call in the doctor.
Terrifying.
Oh, great. Our doctor for the evening looks like he has hearing aids and is roughly 113 years old.
I mean, he's fine, he's good, but sometimes doctors can be overzealous. You know,
Here, look at me.
you don't want your opportunity hanging in the balance on somebody.
So hope nothing crazy actually happens, because I don't trust that guy.
Certainly when you're right at the start of the first round of the fight, after you've done so
All right, and we begin back.
in the training camp.
Bogatov looking a little bit more aggressive here after the restart. Tries some spinning shit and gets taken down.
That's why you got to be careful with spinning attacks, because when you do it, there is a moment there where you present the
Team Evil, it might be. He looked about as old enough to kind of fit that profile.
not a lot of sweat. He'll have a tremendous grip. People that are that level of jiu-jitsu that train in the gi for so long, the grip strength of these guys is just absolutely phenomenal. Since he was a
James, go ahead and delete the app. It's okay.
clenched fist, you know? But he let it go there.
Santos made his
I already told you, go ahead and delete the app.
back in 2002 before the full-time transition.
Your countdown, yeah.
But he's been limited.
Have a good one, James.
UFC fights now 8 here tonight. Due
We'll be here when you reinstall.
all of 2017 and 2018.
Also, you can just find us on Spotify or iTunes, which is where the majority of the downloads do come from. James, we'll be here for you when you decide to come back. Have a good one, buddy.
Of the UFC.
You know, Bogatov's doing pretty good at pressuring him, though. He's certainly got Santos on the
Bogatov back up.
Some shots, nothing too significant, but he's getting through on occasion. He's finding the mark. You know, see a little redness on the nose of Santos, but yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Nice job pointing those toes into the midsection by Bogatov. Now another one for good measure.
Yeah, you're right, John. You highlighted it there. If you really use the toes and pierce into the body,
Bogatov's slipping more. I don't know what's going on. It's about his third slip.
Which 3-year-old's been kicking you, Joe? My son. I'll have to send Lucas over.
I'm telling you, Lucas with the lid off. Less than a minute to go here, round one. Spinning attack from Bogatov. Santos appeared to raise the guard in time.
Hey, John, forgive me for saying, but isn't Hunter only 2 years old?
Look at you all over it right there.
Ooh.
That was beautiful.
Decent takedown attempt by Bogatov. Kind of shucked off by Santos. Great entry, though.
Santos just reacted perfectly. Looking for the tie clinch. Got to be careful he doesn't do that. Sometimes
Yeah, I'm sure it is a new cage, Team Evil. And I'm sure the weather there is probably affecting it somehow. Like, I'm sure it's temperature controlled inside of this building, this airplane hangar looking deal. But I think just being out in Abu Dhabi, I'm sure it's doing something with that canvas. That is the end of round one. I think it may go to Santos just based on having a little bit of control on the ground there for a bit. I don't think anybody was really necessarily hurt by much in the striking game. We'll see if the Russian can come out and maybe not fall down so goddamn much. So I don't think that's helping him.
Forget that. Don't kick anymore. Just box. Box. Don't grab him. Don't grab him. Forget jiu-jitsu. The only thing I want is boxing and your knees to his face. That's it. Breathe.
Não quero agarrado agora. Não quero.
All right, next Saturday, flyweight title up for grabs exclusively on ESPN Plus. Figueiredo versus Benavidez 2, the main card at 8 p.m. Eastern, prelim simulcast.
Interesting that they're still promoting Figueiredo versus Benavidez, as Figueiredo has a positive COVID test out there. I think they were going to retest him, but I haven't heard anything about results back. It'd be interesting to see what happens with that main event for next Saturday. I don't know who they would bring in if Figueiredo can't go. Bogatov with a decent shot here up against the cage, see if he can work it. Nah, looks like he's a little stalled out there.
Santos doing the right thing, turning the hips, you separate the legs. Obviously, the wider the base, the harder, the further it is for the hands to get together. And a little Stockton slap, why not?
That's what they call it, the open-handed strikes there from Santos.
They call it something else where I'm from, but I won't say on air.
Yep.
Bogatov still working on this shot here. I think at some point you got to cut bait. He's been eating a few elbows, a few slaps. He does have the single now. See what he can do with it. Nope, kind of abandoned it.
Mark Goddard does not mess around in there.
Just over 3 minutes here to go in round two. Santos has outstruck Bogatov.
Oh, good knee from Santos. A little bit of clinch work here. Good right hand. Another good right hand. Third good right hand. Oh, he's taking damage. Goddard's probably going to step in here. 241, 240 left in the second. Oh, good head kick. Oh, yeah, he's done. Holding on to just an absolute desperation single that he's just holding. And Santos takes the back. Bogotov thinking about a roll. If he survives this, Bogotov's a tough dude. He just keeps taking shots. Good left hammer fists by Santos here. Oh, that one straight to the back of the head. Now some rights. Still has the back, just keeps punishing him. I'm surprised the ref hasn't stepped in at this point. Bogotov reverses the position though.
Absolutely incredible. Roman Bogotov dealing with his welcome to the UFC moment here.
Just no quit in this guy. Now he's on top and he is about to mount Santos. Look at Santos. Look at the body language. He's exhausted. How badly do you want it, Roman Bogotov?
This been calling it out well. Santos looks absolutely spent from trying to finish that fight.
Trying to reach that hand. Trying to get the Dagestani handcuff.
Yeah, I think that's just something in the Russian DNA, Zonyan. These Russian dudes, they just do not give up. Bogotov in the guard of Santos, getting a few shots in here. Nothing to swing the round. This is obviously Santos's round, but Bogotov doing a great job of surviving that flurry, looking like he was about to lose that fight and staying in it.
Going to be very interesting to watch these two fighters on their respective stools if we hit this third round. And now Bogotov throwing off at Santos's way. Big left hand.
And John Anik talking about his own personal perversions, about how he wants to see these guys on their stools.
Ice, bring ice. Remember what you're here for.
That is the most Russian corner I've ever seen. Head coach comes in, slaps Bogotov, and starts yelling in Russian. I am now a fan.
Take 2 deep breaths.
Well, the great thing about vodka, Team Evil, is you could put it in the standard water bottle and nobody would know the difference. Roman may have gotten a shot of his special juice. We'll see how he comes out in the third after taking a ton of punishment in the second and keep going.
From Santos. That looked like the beginning of the end, to be honest. Solid right hand there. Follows it up with another and another. And again. And that wasn't the end of it. Punched himself out in the end. Both guys exhausted coming into this one, John.
Yeah, Bogotov hands on knees. Santos very deliberate getting off the stool. See how it goes in this third and final round. We'll see how much Santos and Bogotov have left. Nice jab
Solid
there.
job, yeah.
Bogotov right in on another shot. Is he going to be able to... Can't see if he has his hands locked. Got a little bit of a double. Santos counters with the whizzer.
There it is. He wanted a rest. You got 5 minutes, bud.
And Santos takes a shot to the nuts and falls like he got shot from a fucking missile.
Bogotov, this little respite ain't gonna hurt him anyhow.
Well, exactly. Sometimes it's like, you know, all right. Suits me just fine. Let's take a look.
This is making me want to wear a cup when I come back here Wednesday night, just in case. We've had a lot of these tonight.
Yeah, why stand?
Yeah, this didn't look like nearly as bad of a shot as the last fight, but damn, Santos looks like he's dying right now.
Remember the worst groin strike you've ever absorbed? To be honest, I don't recall really taking a bad one. I was very lucky like that, and I was also lucky in sparring because a lot of the time I wouldn't. Well, in fact, I never wore one in sparring. Really? Yeah, they're very uncomfortable to wear. In fact, when I lost my title to George St. Pierre, my cup broke. I was dangling around in my shorts. That's the only reason I lost.
Nice, Team Evil. Yeah, you gotta hit that wizard.
Seriously, they are essential. And, you know, when you
Prevent that takedown.
like that, it's bad. Yeah, he's in agony right now.
So you don't always get 5 minutes for every foul in mixed martial arts, but you do get a full 5 for the groin strike.
It's okay. Jay still didn't know what a wizard was. I think in our last fight companion that he actually stayed up for. So you're at least ahead of the game partially.
And I guess it's a technicality, but I pointed out nonetheless, a lot of referees will give you ample time for the eye.
Yeah. No, but you're right, though. You are correct, John, in what you said.
Okay. You still got some time. Put your legs up. Bend your legs up.
Doctor trying to help Leonardo Santos navigate this situation.
Yeah, as I said earlier, when the other one happened.
Goddamn, Santos is still on the ground. I don't know how much he's I would never say a guy's faking it, but he was absolutely gassed before this.
Because that never helped me when I was younger. And you see here, the trained medic, and no offense to martial art coaches or senseis out there in the
And there's Old Man River checking on him.
you know, so far 2.5 minutes. But yeah, if the medic isn't tapping on the heels.
Yeah, Zoni, he's definitely suffering. Getting hit in the nuts is absolutely terrible. I just wonder if part of him here is taking this as, you know, taking the full 5 minutes to maybe get a little bit of wind back as well. Which, of course, getting your wind after getting hit in the nuts, not exactly easy to do. Other thing here you have to factor in, Bogatov was looking a little worn down as well. I mean, he's getting a nice break here. He's just standing off to the side, and his nuts aren't hurting.
Anticlimactic conclusion to this one. Good to see Santos back to his feet. And wise to take his time. We always say it on broadcast. A lot of these fighters want to turn around quickly and not take the allotted 5 minutes.
Hey, listen, you got to take advantage of what you can. It's all fair and love in war at the end of the day. Yes, he was tired, and you know, I'm not saying he is, but if one was to assume maybe he's milking it a little bit, well, he did just get illegally struck in the groin, and it's very painful. The pain was evident. He was hurt. So listen, be smart, play the game.
Let's go. Thanks, doctor.
All right, with about 60 seconds to go in the window, Santos is ready to resume.
Come in. We're going to start neutral, okay? We're going to start neutral as a result of the foul, okay? Let's keep it nice and clean, gents. Ready? Let's go.
All right.
Here we go. 4:30 left in the third. Nice little break for both guys here. See what we see as far as output goes.
Bogatov to the body.
Bogatov in on the shot again. Switches to the single. Trying to suck it in. He should have the takedown here if he can finish this. He just needs to run that thing. Yep, now he has the body lock. He lost it.
0 for 8 unofficially now for Bogatov on the takedowns.
Santos looking really calm and composed, though.
So the takedown defense of Santos figured to be tested tonight. It is certainly held up.
Try and drag him off the fence.
Bogatov in on that single again. Lost it again. Santos with some solid takedown defense here. Bogatov's gotten deep in on that single several times. Bogatov's been able to fight it off each.
Not much resistance here from Santos. In the clinch, under 3 minutes here to go.
Santos appears to be looking at his corner a lot for instruction.
Yeah, Santos is definitely gassed. He's still doing a good job of fighting this off. Bogatov getting closer and closer to actually having a double here. He does have his hands locked. Great hips by Santos.
To stay up right there.
Yeah, really good work.
Oh, no.
No. Come on.
Really? So apparently Santos just got hit in the nuts again. I don't necessarily know if I saw it.
Listen, stand up, look at me. Come here to your interpreter. You can hear it on the cup. Interpreter, stand up, please. Stand up.
There was the knee.
That knee looked like it hit him in the stomach.
Okay, we're verging on a point deduction.
That one
can't be too erratic. He has to watch. My friend, it was on the cup, clear as day. We have to be careful and mindful of what we're doing.
A stern warning from Mark Goddard.
May see a point off here.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this one. Didn't look to me like it hit the cup.
Do you understand me? Listen, not up for discussion.
I think Bogatov thinks he took a point.
Irrelevant of what goes on.
But he is not going to take a point here.
Yeah, well, he's very lucky because Mark Goddard could have taken a point there. I mean, listen, he did it once already. He took a full 5 minutes, and then it happened again. As you said, with the language barrier, he may already think he took the point, which may give Bogatov a real sense of urgency to get the finish. It may work in his favor.
It looked like one of his English-speaking cornermen tried to alert him to the fact that a point wasn't taken, but we're back underway, and now less than half a round to go.
Another try with some spinning shit in deep on a single again. Can he finally get it? 2:14 left here in the third.
The length of Santos is
Yeah, that had to be super glancing. And you could tell by the way that Santos reacted as well. Like that first one, you could tell. Yeah, he definitely got hit in the nuts. This second one, I hate to say it, but it looks like he was completely milking that second one.
But you said it coming in, John. Relentless was the word you used, and as we see, he is non-stop with these takedown attempts.
Bogatov really trying to suck in those hips, finish that double.
Secured one now, 1 for 11 for Bogatov as we come up on 90 seconds to go in this third and final round.
The most unusual takedown you'll ever see, though. He was kind of giving up his back into him as Santos was on the ground. An unusual position. He's still trying to get it.
I don't know what Bogatov's doing here. You can't keep fighting for that single or that double with a minute left in a fight that you're probably down 2 rounds.
That's what he needs to do. See,
And an illegal knee to the face.
Mark Goddard not happy at all there.
Time. What are you doing? Stay away. Leo, come to me, my friend. Turn around. Doc, come in.
And this fight's probably over. Regardless, he's probably going to take a point from Bogatov, which means he has no way of winning the fight. That was definitely a need to a guy that had a knee down.
Powerful knee as well. It was a good strike if it wasn't illegal.
Stay away. Stay away.
Well, there's going to be some sort of deduction here, I can assure you.
I would almost guarantee it, John.
This goes back to the rules overall, though. Like, why do we outlaw those knees? Like, I missed that in Pride. The knees to a downed opponent. It really kind of, it dissuades the wrestlers that just dive in on fucking, you know, on singles and just fucking lay there after the sprawl. Like, there should be some sort of, you know, something there to punish you for taking a bad takedown defense or takedown, and that defense should be knees on the ground.
In terms of the no nonsense.
2 points.
2 points.
Wow.
2-point deduction.
Wow, that's huge.
Okay, Bogatov absolutely can't win this fight without a finish here. I don't think I've ever seen a 2-point deduction.
He thought it was a blatantly illegal knee strike to a grounded opponent.
seconds for a finish.
Bogatov came in with some nice strikes there. Looked like he was trying to end the fight. Then he dives in for a fucking single again. Like a single with a minute left isn't going to do you anything.
Seems like Bogatov knows as well. He's not looking for the takedowns now. He's got to get a finish. Santos. Beautiful.
Throwing some decent rights over the top. Where was this all fight?
A little worse for wear on the feet. Looks exhausted. He's just got to see
15 seconds. Yeah, this is over.
Santos just trying to survive. Nice knee from Leo. Good uppercut.
There it goes. I don't know, Team Evil. Like, if you think about it, though, like, what actually looks more brutal? Like, they allow elbows on the ground and obviously on the feet where you see some of the worst cuts ever and people just bleeding like a goddamn stuck pig. Whereas knees on the ground, yeah, they have the potential to be pretty brutal, but you also have to be in a terrible position where you're going to start eating knees on the ground. All it would do is change the behavior by your wrestlers, that they have to be much more selective in the shots they take. Yeah, and I think optically, like, if anything looks terrible, like, there's a few things that would look terrible. I'd say still don't allow soccer kicks, because those can look fucking terrible, especially in a cage. But yeah, like, the worst thing that you can see in fights nowadays are like the really bad, those glancing elbows that just slice people open and you're just, you know, in a pool of blood. At least with the knees on the ground, you're not necessarily going to see that. And if nothing else, it's going to, you know, force people to actually be selective in the techniques they use and not just dive into something that right now really doesn't have a lot of negative things that can happen to you, as a, you know, other than somebody being slick enough to take your back from it. Otherwise, generally, it's just a sprawl, and then people work back to their feet. And, of course, Santos is about to take this decision. You can't lose 2 points in the third and have any hopes of winning.
Judges score this contest 29-26 for the winner by unanimous decision, Leonardo Santos.
Yeah, all three, 29-26.
But Leonardo Santos extends his winning streak to 6, and remarkably, he is still perfect in the octagon at 7-0-1.
Another decision in the large cage, though. Was this the right decision to bring back the large cage for Fight Island? We've only had one finish tonight, and when we were in the Apex, I mean, generally those fights were, I hate to say it, a bit more exciting.
A fan favorite with 5 UFC wins already under his belt, the versatile Makwan Amirkhani has put some respect on his name, with wins over the likes of Andy Ogle, Jason Knight, and Chris Fishgold. Tonight he'll try to light up the octagon once more against Scotland native Danny Henry. Henry refuses to back down from a fight, and he'll be chasing Amirkhani down with the same aggressive style that saw him turn back.
Jesus, Henry needs to fucking shave his head, too.
UFC bouts. It sets the stage for this pivotal war of attrition in the featherweight division. Coming up next,
I'm with you, Team Evil. I prefer the smaller cage after really seeing quite a few events, you know, back with the smaller cage. Just seems to lend itself to more action, less decisions. I think that's what all of us are looking for, at least from, you know, the fan perspective. And hell, that's what the UFC should then care about, because that's what's going to lead us to spending $65 on a goddamn pay-per-view when fucking ESPN Plus isn't working. So I'm forced to go down to the local fishing spot. Assholes.
Listen, when this guy's on form, he's a lot of fun to watch. His best performance so far inside the octagon, without a doubt, against Hakeem Dawodu. Came in here 39 seconds, all it took him in.
I completely agree about smaller cage is definitely something that we need for the smaller weight classes. I even say for the larger weight classes, keep those heavyweights closer together, and you have less of that just kind of plodding around, feeling each other out for half the round to cover up any sort of cardio issues. Oh, hey, looks like Danny Henry did at least buzz his hair down. Because in his highlights there, yeah, that guy definitely doesn't need to grow his hair out with as much as is not there anymore. And as we deal with the walkouts here, we are about halfway through the prelims here at UFC 251 Fight Island. This is the OtherGround live fight companion. This is the solo fight companion. So we are here through the main events of the evening. We are live on both YouTube and PodBean. If you are on PodBean, you can call in at any point. And I may or may not notice it because this is my first time using this godforsaken app as far as the production side. On YouTube, feel free to say anything in the chat. Same thing as our OG army here in the PodBean chat, which is also shown on YouTube. Hey, we're glad you're here. It is Saturday night. You guys are watching fights. You're listening to Big Dalton drone on about nothing. You know, best thing about UFC this year is the Reebok fucking sponsorship is going away. Like, I say this during the walkouts for one reason. How many times have you seen fighters come out and not be able to work the goddamn zipper on these Reebok hoodies? Like, how piss poor of a product must that be that, like, 1 in 4 fighters can't get the goddamn zipper to work trying to unzip their hoodie? Come on, Reebok, do better. Team Evil, I don't think the unis are necessarily going away. They're just looking for a different partner. I think there was some threads on the underground talking it might end up being Venom that wins the sponsorship. I know there are some other companies that are in on it. But yeah, they'll definitely do another sponsorship deal for that. Because obviously the UFC wants to control all of this shit and have people look as dull as possible. They'll probably look a little bit different because I think these were technically designed by Reebok. But yeah, it'll be very, very similar in the fact that there's only going to be so many options you can choose as a fighter. And still no putting of, you know, your personal sponsors unless it's like a UFC sponsor, like you see some of the guys with Monster or whatever else.
And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 15 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Turku, Finland, by way of Kurdistan, Mach 1, Mr. Finland, Amir Khani!
Good old Mr. Finland, Amir Khani. Great nickname there.
Leon Roberts has been a busy man early tonight. Red De La Cruz getting us started for round 1 of a possible 3 in the UFC featherweight division. Danny Henry had a neck injury that forced him out of the fight last September. He returns to the proving ground tonight. This fight clock is brought to you by the UFC.
All right, here we go, everybody. First round, Amir Khani versus Henry. Clock check for me is at 48, 47, 46 in the first round.
Looking for the head kick there. You can see by the way he switched his stance, he was going to throw the left high kick. Excellent boxing.
And because, of course, we were just talking about it, goddamn, this cage looks gigantic for these smaller guys.
Pretty impressive stable of training partners, Stevie Ray and Mark Ewan, who was actually Stevie Ray's main sparring partner for the fight against Michael Johnson. So confidence was just buzzing through that Zoom meeting from Danny Henry when we sat down with him on Thursday.
Yeah, and he said he trained with a lot of bigger opponents for this one. A lot of guys that were 80 kilo plus, so almost middleweights. And you know, that is key against someone like Marquand that's going to look for the takedown, as we said. You know, going up against bigger guys, stronger guys, but guys that are also technical as well. That will pay dividends in the fight.
Henry brought in a lot of good wrestlers, has a lot of good judo players with which to work as well. And as we said, while some of you were in commercial break, it has truly been a custom-made fight camp for Danny Henry. He's never had as much attention.
Still feeling out here. Not a lot being thrown. Henry's thrown a couple decent shots. Nothing's really landed. Decent inside leg kick there. Halfway through the first round, not a lot going on here. Flying knee by Amirkhani. Definitely the most significant thing that's happened thus far. Amirkhani working for that takedown, and he gets it. And he's got a hook in. He might have that guillotine. It's an arm in, but he has pretty good leverage here. Yep, works into an anaconda. If he can kind of break where Henry is pushing off that leg, he might finish this. That's getting tight. Yep, he's out. Henry went to sleep. Good point there. Very classy by Amirkhani after they raise those legs. Try to get that blood moving again for Henry. But that was slick. Initially took the back, worked into that arm in guillotine, converted to an anaconda, finished it nice and slick. This is probably the best performance we've seen here tonight outside of that first knockout. And Henry just goes limp.
Submissions, they work and they put you to sleep. You can see the pressure there. The arm is limp. That is all she wrote. All right, don't look now, but Pakwan Amirkhani right back in business in this UFC featherweight division.
All right, so we have 2 finishes thus far. Going into are we close to no, I think we have 2 fights left on the prelims here. Absolutely slick anaconda. Let's check the schedule. What do we have left? Yeah, we have two fights left here in the prelims. We have Dos Santos versus Salikov, and then Volkan versus Prohaska. The next fight, as we talked about on the fight companion leading up where we made the picks, the battle of the traditional martial art nicknames. We'll have Capoeira versus the King of Kung Fu.
The UFC 251 prelims on ESPN are presented by Modelo. All right, to make this one official, back inside the octagon to Bruce Buffer.
And Buffer about to make the announcement here. Just a piece of kind of housekeeping to anybody that is listening. Once we do get to the main card, we will take just a minute or two break as PodBean does turn into a fucking pumpkin after 3 hours. and we don't want that to happen during the main card. So once we get there, we will shut down for just a minute. We will pop back up for Fight Companion Part 2, the sequel, and we'll hop right back into things.
Wrestled him down to the floor, got one hook in, then he switched to the modified guillotine there, and then from there transitioned to the anaconda, pardon me, almost said Doris. Got it there, and then a tremendous squeeze, and it looked like Danny Henry was trying to defend, trying to do everything he could, but unfortunately, the squeeze was too great. The referee recognized it.
Part 2, the sequel,
that he went limp, and that was it.
Episode 2.
All right, we are now joined by Mr. Finland, Makwan Amir Khan.
Part Dose.
Here tonight, we'll get the man a bottle of water. Makwan, congratulations. Looked like it was going to be a competitive fight on paper, but you got him out of there quickly. I'd imagine
John Anik looking like a pedophile with the porn mustache. Not a good look there, John.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this was something where I was...
Amir Khani proving that he's not a great interview.
Everything went terribly wrong in my last fight, and I got a new opportunity to show that I belong here, and this is what I'm about.
Well, you more than belong here. We're going to take a look at the finish. You became one of just 3 fighters in UFC history to have 2 wins now by Anaconda.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Dose Team Evil. He just popped in a few seconds ago for literally a few seconds.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty slick with this move. John Kavanagh, my coach.
I think he kind of is part of that whole group, this whole like bubbles thing or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it. Don't really care. We're here regardless, so anybody that wants to join us in the OG Army and following this podcast, we absolutely appreciate everyone that does pop in, contributes in the chat, calls in, watches on YouTube, whatever the hell you guys want to do. You are the reason that I am sitting here with a bottle of fucking scotch watching fights on a Saturday night while Passive J has his thumb in his mouth, sleeping away like a little baby.
His name is Zaleski dos Santos. He's tasted the UFC welterweight rankings in the past, and he is back within striking distance now. 8 wins in his last 9. We'll see how he manages striking distance tonight, though, against the also streaking King of Kung Fu, Muslim Salikov, a decorated kickboxer who will try to find the knockout stroke tonight against the Brazilian Dos Santos. Right back to Abu Dhabi for more prelims after this.
All right, commercial break. Hooray. Well, if we're here for commercial break, everyone, thank you for listening. If you are listening after the fact, either here on PodBean, iTunes, Spotify, if you are found us on YouTube, be sure on your individual platform to, click that like button or give us a rating or whatever the hell it is on your platform. On YouTube, it is drop a subscription and a like. On PodBean, it is follow this sumbitch. We appreciate it.
Well, we have got to acknowledge all the hard work, all the man-hours it took to get Fight Island up and running in time to host what will amount to a month's worth of UFC live events in a span of just 2 weeks. This crew has really executed. It's a remarkable scene here on Yaz Island for what can only be described as a most historical event for the mixed martial arts leader. And it all starts with UFC 251 here tonight. All right, no time to waste. Back to the live action. This one could be hot here at 170 pounds. And after putting together some of the division's most spectacular highlights over the last few years, Elizeo Zaleski dos Santos and Muslim Salikov finally meet in a bout that is destined to deliver. Well, the fist and feet will be flying tonight, courtesy of Elizeo Zaleski dos Santos.
Alrighty, we are back for the next fight. Here comes Capoeira versus the King of Kung Fu. Should be a fun one.
Brazil's Capoeira has used flying knees, spinning wheel kicks, and chokes to finish his opponents, and every fight has been appointment viewing. That said, Salikov refuses to be outdone, and the UFC highlights are starting to mount up. Knockouts of Ricky Rainey and Nordine Taleb, part of an active 3-fight winning streak that he hopes to extend tonight. Coming up next, Elizeo Capoeira Zaleski dos Santos versus Muslim King of Kung Fu Salikov. He is the only non-Chinese fighter to win Wushu Sanda's King Cup. Wushu Sanda essentially kickboxing with takedowns. It took Muslim Salikov a little bit to get on track in the UFC, but once he did, the highlight reel knockouts that were a staple of his regional career have showed up in the big show.
Yeah, absolutely. Knockouts, submissions, and as you said, the Wushu background. In fact, this man had 199 kickboxing fights, which is incredible, vast experience. He went a record of 185, 13 and 1. Wow. 5 times Wushu world champion. I mean, it's fair to say the King of Kung Fu knows what he's doing on the feet. And then when you combine that technique and that experience with the power that this man has, we see it there, 12 knockouts. He really is a problem for anybody in this division.
And if you like spinning stuff, this is the guy for you. When he came into the UFC in 2017, he entered with 4 consecutive knockouts stemming from some sort of spinning kick. Won an Olympic Sanda tournament back in Beijing at the Olympic Games in 2008. Normally has Mark Henry and Ricardo Almeida in his corner. They will not be here tonight, but you got to think that this matchup is one that is very appetizing for Muslim Salikov.
Yeah, and hailing from Dagestan, obviously this week he paid tribute to the late Abdul Nurmagomedov. He called him the father of mixed martial arts in Dagestan, so obviously a heavy heart walking into this one. And our condolences on behalf of the entire UFC, but yeah, you're absolutely right though. This man is a threat to everybody, big power, excellent spinning attacks, and knows what he's doing on the ground as well. Certainly in for a fun matchup here.
He turned pro back in 2011. He comes in tonight with 3 consecutive UFC wins, the last of which came last October against Laureano Starobili. He is technical, he is physical, he fights to finish, throws everything hard. And tonight, Elizeo Zaleski dos Santos trying to work his way back into the rankings. 14 career wins by knockout. And this guy has put on a show more often than not in his UFC starts.
Yeah, this man, again, you know, everything we just said about Muslim pretty much applies to this guy, and it's the perfect matchup. The King of Kung Fu taking on the Capoeira master, you know. Elizeo's walking into this one, 10 first-round finishes, 14 KOs, and anytime I think of this guy, I just think of that brutal spinning wheel kick knockout of Sean Strickland, which was just brutal to watch. And, you know, when he's on form, I don't think this guy is just a spinning Capoeira master either. He's got solid, well-rounded skills, knows what he's doing on the ground, jiu-jitsu black belt as well, and still to this day, still trains Capoeira once a week. That was his foundation. That was what was his roots. You know, and he wants to keep that stuff sharp.
Started Capoeira at 9 years old, first mixed martial arts contest at 20. And he has been involved in 3 fight of the nights already in the UFC. He had a 7-fight winning streak not all that long ago, sort of an outlier performance against Li Jingliang, but got back into the win column in Brasilia in March. And now he spins it forward tonight as a +125 underdog tonight against the King of Kung Fu. right, here we go with a prelim that jumped off the fight card for a lot of the avid fans out there. It will be contested at welterweight between the 33-year-old Brazilian Eliseo Zaleski dos Santos and the 36-year-old Dagestani Muslim Salikov, both fighters 5'11" tall.
Alrighty, here we go. The co-main event of the prelims, if that is somehow a thing. What promises to be hopefully a pretty fun fight. You've got a lot of spinny shit from Capoeira and the King of Kung Fu. So hopefully we see some sort of crazy ass knockout. Or we're just going to see guys dance around for 15 minutes. Let's hope for the former and not the latter.
Fighting out of Minas, Dagestan, Russia, Muslim King of Kung Fu, Salikov. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 22 wins, 6 losses. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Francisco Beltrão, Parada, Brazil, Eliseu Capoeira Zaleski dos Santos. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Second of 3 assignments tonight for one of the best in the business, Herb Dean. The beautiful Camilo Oliveira is here on Fight Island, Yaz Island, Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates.
Ready, let's fight.
And here we go. Clock check. 4:56, 5-4. Let's go.
The expectation is that some pain is going to be doled out on both sides in this one. 2 outstanding strikers.
Oh, yeah. You could just see that Salikov, you could just see that man generates a lot of power. Very, very thick upper body. I think he's got the power advantage. Probably speed goes to Dos Santos. And the striking technique is probably equal.
Both these guys finding some range, both throwing a couple leg kicks here and there.
A lot of experience in mixed martial arts.
You can definitely tell just watching this fight that something explosive is coming. We'll see from who, and we'll see how effective that is.
That's why both guys are taking the time right now. They've got respect for one another. They both know, that what each other are capable of. So therefore, take a look, take your time, see what they're doing, see what they're offering. Nice feint. Santos trying to get a reaction out of Salikov.
Yeah, both really trying to get a gauge of the other. Good kick to the body there by Salikov. And a receipt from Dos Santos.
Inside leg kick there as Salikov touches Dos Santos. Yeah, Salikov countering nicely there.
Yeah, a lot of impact. In every shot he throws, he's throwing it with nasty intent. Wants to hurt every time.
Career knockouts between these two fighters.
Nice punching charge there from Dos Santos. Found the mark with the right hand. There it is, the first spin of the night.
Plenty more where that came.
Now Salikov just missed with a nice spinning heel kick. That thing connects. The night's over.
Lot of mutual respect for the power coming back their way on both sides. Nice job by Salikov there. Touches the inside of that lead leg and then retreats.
Yeah, just glided out the way of danger. But not too far, close enough. Beautiful spinning back kick.
And just punctuates that heel into the side.
Salikov being the only one thus far to throw anything spinny. Had a spinning heel kick and then a spinning body kick. Body kick connected slightly. There's the spin from Dos Santos. Also misses.
Japanese terminology for that one. I'm sure there is, though.
Another spinning back kick from Salikov.
Years and years of technique to perfect these strategies.
And the thing with Salikov, you can't really see him loading up on that. With a lot of fighters, you can see when they're going to spin. This guy's pretty slick.
UFC Fight Pass invites you into the world of combat sports, the ultimate source, the immersive experience, the always-on network with authentic content, in-depth original programming, and unique access.
Salikov looking a little bit more on point here as far as finding his range. Dos Santos seems to still be working towards that. Salikov definitely seems to be the stronger of the two. Dos Santos goes in for a takedown, misses. Little bit of a clinch here.
Dos Santos having that black belt in jiu-jitsu, you know, you might as well use it. You know, even though he can compete with Salikov on the feet, there's no point, you know, sometimes take the easiest route.
30 seconds left in the first. Nothing super eventful in the first round, but it looks like Salikov may have taken it, being a little bit more busy, catching with a little bit more of his shots. But we will see how the judges find it. Oh, at the end of the round, great flurry by Dos Santos. He may be stealing this. 6 seconds left. Dos Santos trying to finish it if he can. And end of the round. Dos Santos stole that in the last 15 seconds. 1-0 Dos Santos.
No artificial flavors or dyes. Body Armor, the official sports drink of UFC.
Just breathe. Very good.
You can definitely tell Dos Santos slightly faster of the two. Whereas Salikov is definitely the stronger of the two. You can see that at the end of the round with that flurry.
You see his hooks. You don't have to trade hooks with him. Just play close distance.
Salikov definitely needs to get to that point where, you know, he's definitely respecting the speed of Dos Santos and not getting into that bad position like he got in the end of the round.
Let's work your movement.
So it all goes down tonight. Kamaru Usman versus Jorge Masvidal for welterweight supremacy, plus the rematch for the featherweight title between Volkanovski and Holloway. And that's not all. Jose Aldo and Petr Yan throw down for the vacant bantamweight belt. 3 title fights from Abu Dhabi tonight. You can purchase UFC 251 right now for ESPN Plus. Good time to get it out of the way. ESPNplus.com/EPV. All right, round 2 here. It's Dos Santos in black, Salikov in red.
And here we go again.
From both guys, but a big finish for Dos Santos. That right hand found the mark. Salikov tried to get the takedown. Well, he did get the takedown, but he ended up underneath. Oh, there it is again. Beautiful, sharp 1-2.
Dos Santos really starting to open up over the last couple minutes here.
Dos Santos definitely more dangerous when he's putting combinations together, throwing 3 or 4 strikes. Salikov just looking for that one home run. Ooh, great left straight.
What you want to do, though, if you're Dos Santos, that's the name of the game for everybody. Mix it up. Don't just throw kicks or single shots. Put together combinations with the legs and the feet. Keep your opponents getting...
Team Evil, I have absolutely no idea. It does show 4, shows 3. Oh, I think technically I actually count 2. So I count as the podcast itself and myself.
Various parts of the body, different limbs. You don't know where the shots are coming from.
Which is due to the way I have to do this to be able to still show the chat on YouTube. I have to still be in the PodBean app and then also this web app to actually run the thing. Good old solo fight companion where I have to be both hosts at the same time. No big deal. Ooh, great right by Dos Santos. Salikov with the takedown. And right back up.
The round 1 transition, what happened? You know, dropped him, Salikov got the takedown. Elijah took advantage of the situation. See what happens. Oh, he's got to be careful with that. Could have pulled
Dos Santos almost pulling guard. I don't think he necessarily meant to. I think he was going for more of a hip toss there, but that looked odd. Both of them against the cage now, though. Interestingly enough, you have two primarily strikers, and it's turning into a wrestling match. Nothing else. Dos Santos does have a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Not sure what Salikov has as far as grappling credentials. Now back to the center.
Head over to UFCstore.com to get all of your Fight Island apparel and support your favorite UFC 251 fighters as well. Shop official event tees, walkouts, and fighter tee designs. Start shopping now at UFCstore.com. Might even be an old Michael Bisping fight kit there at UFCstore.com.
Hey, I just want one of those Fight Island t-shirts. I mean, I've been hinting all week.
I mean,
but
what's it going to take, right? Mario Lopez has one.
Really? Okay, I quit.
I got a mask that says Fight Island.
I got nothing. Swinging that wild right hand there.
Wonder if Dos Santos might be getting a little tired. He seems to be winging a little bit more as far as kind of the Hail Mary type of shot. Maybe that grappling against the cage took a little bit more out of him than we have thought. Kind of a lazy spin there from him as well.
I can visualize the matchmakers salivating when they put this one together, given the respective backgrounds and styles of both guys.
I think with these guys, this definitely would have been a much more exciting fight in the small cage. These guys are using that space. I don't want to say too much, but a little too much. Salikov with a pretty rough uppercut there. Dos Santos not really showing anything though. Think of nothing else, this second round, this one's a little bit more difficult unless Dos Santos makes another flurry like he did in the first. We may be all tied up going into the third round. We may be 2 rounds to Dos Santos. Salikov really needs to turn it up in this last 20 seconds just to leave no doubt. You don't want to go into the third down too.
Spoken like a man who has a Hall of Fame jacket at home in California. We come down the stretch here in round 2. Evenly matched through 10 minutes. The final 5 are yours next.
There we go, going to another third. We may be going for another decision despite these guys really coming in and expecting fireworks. I think this may be the theme of the evening, that we want the small cage back.
He's just hoping for the knockout, man. He doesn't have anything left. Just put a lot of fakes. You're winning by points, 2 rounds.
You won both rounds. He's gonna move forward. That's what he has to do. Don't expose yourself. Get comfortable with your movement.
Lembra que ele perdeu os 2 rounds. Ele vai vir uma.
Hello, Zara. Welcome.
UFC. Michael, I saw you react to the corner there. Dos Santos' corner thinks he's up 2-0.
Yeah, well, so does the corner of Muslim.
Yeah, we absolutely need to see more of that smaller cage. You can see a lot of that in this fight. These guys are definitely using that space. Being a little bit hesitant, knowing both could knock the other out at any point. Let's see if there's a little bit more action here in the third, knowing that that second round could have went either way. So you're either looking 2 rounds to 0 Dos Santos or tied all up going into the third. Both should be hunting for that finish. Yeah, Zara, so this is the OtherGround Live Fight Companion. We are generally here from 6 to 7 Eastern every single day of the week, every week of the year, for a live variety show, just kind of talking about the world and everything in it. However, when there is a UFC pay-per-view, we do hop on here and we do kind of watch along with the listeners, both here on YouTube and on YouTube, and give our thoughts about the fights and everything around them. Unfortunately, this is a solo fight companion tonight, so as opposed to having multiple hosts, you have me. I am Big Dalton. This is the OtherGround Live. This is the Fight Island edition of the Fight Companion. Time check for anybody that is watching along. I am at 3:25, 24, 23. Creeping up on halfway through this final round. Neither guy seems to be putting it all out there. We'll see if the output increases as this round goes along. This was projected to be one of the sleeper fights on the card as far as, I would say, a violence level and entertainment. We'll see if they get there. Decent 1-2 there from Dos Santos. Still not a lot of damage absorbed by either guy. Couple good lefts there by Salikov. Yeah, nobody really going for broke.
It's very high level stuff. You know, it's beautiful counter. Dos Santos immediately fires back. That's what you got to do. That sends a message to your opponent.
Definitely a chess match between these two. You don't see anyone going too far out of their comfort zone, knowing that the other can take him out at any moment. See if we see any kind of last-ditch spinny shit here in the last 2 minutes.
UFC appearance for Zaleski Dos Santos. 8-2 is the UFC mark thus far. On the other side, Salikov 3-1, but a winner of his last 3 here on the greatest proving ground in the sport. Beautiful short right there from Salikov, clips Dos Santos.
Oh, that was a big one. Nice counter right.
That is a quick right hand on Ruslan Salikov. 90 seconds now to go. Unofficially, Dos Santos has outstruck Salikov, albeit slightly 46-39 in the significant...
Decent overhand right by Dos Santos here. These guys really need to pick it up.
Bigger shots as well with more impact. Certainly attracting more attention from the judges. Salikov's trying, he's swinging. I'd like to see some more basics. A minute ago he did like a nice standard right hand left hook, you know. Spinning attacks are great, you know, but you know, you can't have that as the entirety of your game. Of course he's throwing good shots, but you know, more basics, but you know, let's have a little bit more of it.
All right, boys, we're down to 30 seconds. See if anybody actually wants to win this fight. Looking a little lackluster right now. Good spinning attempt by Salikov. Doesn't really connect. Well, that was a fight. I think Dos Santos ends up taking this, just being a little bit more active and at least having for sure won the first round. Wouldn't be surprised if this is 29-28. Could definitely be 30-27. Don't really know about rounds 2 and 3, but not a ton happened. Kind of disappointing for two guys that came in as being kind of high-level entertaining strikers. Seems they kind of canceled each other out. I wouldn't necessarily say clear winner. Dos Santos definitely took the first, so he has that round. The last 2 rounds, if you look at the numbers, I think Dos Santos had a little bit more volume, but didn't necessarily land anything super flush. But same thing with Salikov. Like, it was just... I hate to say it, it was just a fight. Yeah, when you take 2 spinny fighters and you put them in the big cage like this, yeah, a lot of times you do get something that's just not as entertaining as it should be.
All right, now look at the post-fight stats brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Slight advantage in terms of the significant head strikes for Dos Santos.
Yeah, going over the fight stats right now. Yeah, it's relatively close. Looks like Dos Santos had a little bit more volume. 5 more significant head strikes, had 1 less body strike, and 3 more leg kicks. So it's not anything that's like, by the math, is anything, you know, super telling either way. Especially given that Dos Santos had probably the most output of the fight in that last 20 seconds of the first round.
Lucas Pisaki scores it 30-27. Salikov. David Lethaby scores it 29-28. Zaleski. And Clemens Werner scores it 29-28 for the winner by split decision. Muslim King of Kung Fu, Salikov.
So, split decision. Salikov took it. Said those last 2 rounds could have went either way. Like, neither really did enough to really say they won a fight today. But yeah, I guess that was the thing.
Tremendous action, a lot of martial arts technique on display. These were the bigger moments for Dos Santos in the first round. Landed that huge right hand, looked like close to a finish. There it is, there followed it up with another one. Left kick lands and then a right hand from Salikov. You know, both guys trying everything they can.
No, the guy that finished the first hard was Dos Santos. Salikov, yeah, again in the second and third, like. So I think when he landed, he seemed to be landing harder than Dos Santos. The thing is neither one of them really put anything together besides the end of that first round where Dos Santos, you know, almost finished the fight. So yeah, absolutely stole the last 2, but like it wasn't anything where, you know, you could legit see him steal the round. It was more of a, hey, I guess I have to, you know, judge this round for somebody. So I guess they went him.
Against a former world title challenger, that man Volkan Oezdemir, he has systematically rounded out his game and believes 2 more wins will have him on the cusp of a second.
Yeah, it was kind of point fighting, not even really point fighting. It's like those guys wanted to land something impressive and just neither could really ever find the mark. Interesting, however, I mean, it's 9:33 right now. We are going into the main event of the prelims. Looks like their timing has been a little bit off on this event. It's not like we've had a lot of finishes to kick this into an early finish of the prelims. So here we are, commercial break number dos. So we will take this point to remind everyone. Let's start with the YouTube side. Everybody here on the OtherGround Live on YouTube, we appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in either now or catching this later. We are the OtherGround Live. This is the solo fight companion where you have to listen to Big Dalton talk for 5 hours or 6 hours straight. Glad you're here. Be sure to hit that subscription button. Be sure to hit that thumbs up. And we will be with you every goddamn day of the year at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the OtherGround Live. We will also be here for every UFC pay-per-view on a fight companion, sometime with multiple hosts, sometimes with just me. For those on the PodBean, we love you guys, especially the OG Army. Be sure to follow us here, catch us at the same time, and you can actually call in and join the show on that app. So thank you. Right now on YouTube, we have 3 active viewers. Nothing much going on in the chat. I'm assuming just some people kind of catching in some background noise, checking out, you know, what's going on with the fights. Hopefully we can help them through the evening. Let them know what's going on. If anything crazy happens, that's what we're here for. So if nothing else, we have been live on the PodBean a little bit over 2 hours on this session. For YouTube, we're a little bit over 3 hours. Happy to say we are up over 50 people that have joined us across platforms. It's a fun night.
He was actually offered a spot on our UFC roster a couple of years ago, but the Czech Republic native turned it down. He said he didn't feel like he was ready to compete with the very best in the division. Now, fast forward a few years later, he's now amassed 23 first-round finishes in his 26 career victories, and now he believes he can go toe-to-toe with the very best. Well, tonight he does just that against Volkan Oezdemir, and when I asked him how he thought this fight would go down, he actually said to me, well, I don't want to talk about it, I just want to show it.
All right, Megan, thank you. And he wants to show the world about martial arts. I mean, this guy is as thoughtful as it gets. Intellectually kind of puts us to sleep, right? But talks about wanting to show people like how to breathe in a mixed martial arts contest. There is a
You're damn right, Team Evil. I will do some. Min. Slide, don't you always have a house full of people? Isn't that just life? Well, Jerry Prohaska here. He looks pretty pumped up to be fighting over on Fight Island. Let's see how he does in the main event of the prelims here. You can't hear any. Team Evil, how are we doing as far as audio goes? I have no idea. I'm assuming we're doing halfway well because Team Evil seems to be going back and forth with me. Yes, it sounds like it probably is your connection, Sly. And this also proves that I probably have a better internet connection than Jay. So all of the issues during the normal live show, you can blame on him and not me. All right, Sly, we'll see you in a minute.
Did get a championship opportunity, perhaps prematurely, January of 2018 against our colleague Daniel Cormier, but
Funny part is I have like multiple uploads going because obviously we're streaming live on PodBean, live on YouTube. I am watching the fights, so I am straining this internet connection just about as much as you possibly can. And we are all systems go versus our normal show. Well, that is true, but PJ also is, you know, roughly 78 years old, so we have to give him a little bit of credit that he understands what a computer is.
there have been a lot of individual areas of focus for Volkan Oezdemir since that aforementioned title shot, focusing on just becoming more athletic in there, letting his skills take over, but cardio as well, right? Focusing on extending himself over 15 minutes so he can use...
I think you forgot the punctuation there, Team Evil. I think you were trying to say just looks 7'8".
This is a dangerous fight in some ways because yearly he has a lot to gain, right? But he's not known to the fans, and if Oezdemir gets beat, it's not a good look.
All right, let's get to the tail of the tape.
There you go. Now both statements look correct. He looks roughly 78 years old at 7'8", 143 pounds soaking wet. Passive J.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first.
His dad at least looked roughly normal proportions for a human being. So it's odd the genetic lottery that that Passive J only matched about 2 numbers to. Yeah, apparently her half of the genome there wasn't kind to poor Jay.
6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Freiburg, Switzerland, presenting the number 7 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, Volkan No Time Uzdomir. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard back in there for
It's a good point. Yeah, Marfan was probably from dad's side. Missing pec was from mom. The blindness in the eye was actually just because he was too lazy to look with 2 eyes as a child. It's okay though. He is the world famous OG born and bred Passive J from the state of Detroit. Absolutely. He's absolutely a good dude. I will talk shit all day long about him, but we definitely have Jay's back. Unless he does something really stupid, then, you know.
And I said last night when I saw him in the gym and he was shadow boxing, I mean, when you're up close to this man, you're like, man, his arms are so long. And it's such an advantage in a fight like this.
He's a philosophical, thoughtful fighter. You can see some sort of bizarre mannerisms from Prochazka in the octagon.
Sly, you still having issues with the audio?
Mind games, trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do, but I like it. Look at this.
Jab. That got Uzdomir's attention.
Praska's looking good out here. Looks like he may have been jacked up for a good reason.
I called him Bruce Lee in the fighting meetings. I'm like, because he was very philosophical. Look at that. He eats one and he's tall.
He's kind of crazy. Like, I like this guy.
Beautiful jab from Prochazka. Uzdemir continuously trying to find a home for that patented left hook.
There's definitely some gamesmanship. Pardon me.
Ah, that's some crazy shit, Sly. Can't hear anything. Can't hear everything. That is absolutely weird.
His face is, you know, it's marked up. It's a little red around there. Uzdomir's found the target. But he's a very unusual man to watch.
Great strength of schedule for Prochazka coming in. Wins over CB Dalloway, Fabio Maldonado.
Oh, Praska just got clipped.
And he's at 2.
Oh. Still a little wobbly.
Sometimes stop smiling. Now it's not time for games. Now it's not time for this because Uzdemir, no time is what it's called because he puts people to sleep fast.
Yeah, there absolutely could be. What is there complete silence? Did you guys hear any of the background stuff that's going on? It's like, do you hear, like, I have a little bit of a music bed. Interesting. You heard my dog. Oh, yeah. So this is probably the issue. I think people on YouTube are probably hearing way better. So, like, I have a little bit of, like, a music bed behind this. I have the, I also have the, whatchamacallit. Goddamn, now I sound retarded. The fight commentary a little bit there. So let me try something for you guys. I don't know how well this will work, but give me just a moment. All right, give me just a second here. Let me know if you guys can hear anything background-ish now. Hey, Sly.
And as Megan said, he was offered a UFC contract a while ago and he turned it down. And I thought that was so smart because he didn't want to blow his chance.
Sly, you there?
When I get to the UFC, I want to take over. I want to be the champion.
Can anyone hear Sly?
Well, some people, should I say. If you do, you get a little overzealous. They rush it.
You can hear Sly. I can't hear Sly. That makes no sense.
And there have been a lot of past examples of that. Jimmy Manuwa. Ooh, whoa! Israel Adesanya, guys who want to be able to compete at the elite level as soon as they get here. They don't just want to take part, so to speak.
Yeah, that's super weird because I can't hear Sly, of all things.
When you're in the UFC, I mean, this is a great fight. It's a lot of action. But both guys are finding the target and tremendous output.
Oh, 205 pounders.
It's non-stop.
Both guys landing jabs a moment ago. Just missing on the uppercut.
I mean, it's crazy. 133 strikes thrown so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I cannot hear Sly.
Listen, I like to keep my mathematical prowess to a minimum, but it's there.
It's also odd you guys can't hear anything except for my microphone.
Minutes just ripped off of that clock. We'll see what these fighters can produce for an encore in round 2. It's yours next.
Let me hold on. I think that might only help on YouTube. Do that. Let's go to Mixer. Hold on, guys. I'm working on some things.
Right hook over the top, kind of the forearm connected. That was just a little bit there because they never stopped from start to finish, just swinging combinations.
Cílej, vrať se, zůstáváš tam. Rychlost. Musíš být zrychlý, jo? Půrou.
All right, can you hear some of the background stuff now? Like there should be a low background music. You should be able to hear a little bit of the commentary. So that works. So I think that I just had the output a little bit too low for you guys here. The problem is that shouldn't have anything to do with the call-in. So there's still the call-in issue of why I couldn't hear Sly.
All right, here we go. Round 2 of the featured prelim. Yuri Prochazka and Volkan Oezdemir seem like both corners pretty satisfied with the first 5.
See the switching of stances.
All right, let's try this again. I still cannot hear Sly, so can you guys hear Sly?
But both men not really looking to kick very much. Both do the talking with the fists.
Well, son of a... Yeah, I don't know what it is about this site and the call-in part. Let me see, are there any... No, that's just connect or disconnect. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting any sound. Let's see. Loud. Yes. Damn it, I just missed a knockout. Son of a bitch.
Volkan Oezdemir is still removed from consciousness. The Czech Republic's Yuri Prochazka lives up to the hype and then some tonight.
All right, let's Oh, you missed this. And
Killer. And man, as you said, that is the way to make your UFC debut.
I wonder. All right, guys, bear with me. Gonna mess with some settings. Give me just a moment.
Here it is, the head kick that started it. You watch, look at the reaction. He was very wobbly on his feet there. He's probably not thinking straight. Thought about a flying knee. Looked for an elbow, lays back, jab, big right hand. I mean, that was it. I mean, you saw the reaction on the chin, and down he goes. Fortunately, Mark Goddard got in there quick, because another punch could have been deadly. But here it is, the jab, right hook on the button. That was it. And that is all that was needed. Okay.
How good is that? That Bisping camera's here all night, and the coaches in the corner of Yuri Prochazka. You gotta like that effort.
All right, so here's this. All right, so how do we sound for the background now? Can't hear much. Okay. There isn't a whole lot happening. All right, let's go back to this. Do that. We'll do that. How about now? Really, the only thing you should be able to hear is like the little bit of background music. There's nothing really going on the show. Good volume on the music. Okay. So hopefully the fights will be a good sound as well when they get back to it. Either way, so one thing we did miss as we were trying to figure out the technical issues with this goddamn thing, Jiri Prochazka knocked out Volkan Ozdemir, and it was kind of gangster.
By P3, the official protein snack of the UFC. And by Body Armor Sports Drink, superior hydration with no artificial flavors.
So the music is almost as loud as me? That's not good.
Moment for Jiri Prochazka, Bruce Buffer to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard's called a stop to this contest at 49 seconds of round
So,
number 2.
am I super quiet or is it super loud?
Jiri Denisa Prochazka.
Anakin Buffer allowed. Okay, got it.
Couldn't have drawn it up much better
So,
than that. The featured prelim goes to Jiri Prochazka. His last 9 wins have been by knockout or TKO, and the winning streak, Michael, 11 for Jiri.
I mean, that was absolutely sensational.
Let's do that.
Nobody has done that to Volkan Ozdemir. He has been beaten.
Let's do that.
Daniel Cormier choked him out, but no.
Gotta love live tech support. That's definitely what we're doing. Good? Good. All right. I still don't know what the hell is going on with the call-ins, but yeah, I could hear absolutely nothing. It's okay. We're going to have to take our break here in a couple minutes anyway. So right when we hit 10 o'clock, we will take just a minute or two break and bring this back up. Hopefully when we bring it back up, it is working a little bit better. We will find out, though. Oh, great right hook. Took him down. Missed that the first time around.
And of course, there is now a new UFC light heavyweight contender. His name is Jiri Prochazka. Congratulations on a huge effort here tonight. I can just feel your fan base starting to swell right now.
All right, let's try again.
Thank you. I feel amazing. But,
I still can't hear Sly. And I have no earthly idea why.
So the fight was sort of crazy as long as it lasted. We're going to mix in some replays here, but was this the type of fight that you were expecting against Volkan tonight?
Yeah, a little bit. I think I expect more wrestling. More wrestling from him, but that was...
This is so weird. Yeah, and the funny thing is, obviously I can hear things out of like other browser windows and things like that. I have no idea what this PodBean live thing, how this thing works. Let me try something. I want to see if I can hear anything. Prepare for some stupid audio effects. Okay, that's weird because I can hear the stupid cheering.
Take a title, and that's all. That's my mission. That's my mission here to not just the title, but my performance.
And I can't. Why can I not hear Sly?
I was from in some moves very mistakes. So
yeah, this is super odd. I have no idea why it's happening the way it's happening. Hopefully it fixes itself when we reboot here in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll apologize to the fact that apparently everybody can hear Sly but me, so I'm probably talking over him.
If we had fans to light up here in Abu Dhabi, here's your main card at UFC 251. Coming up in a matter some of the betting odds here as well. Kamaru Usman has sort of held in that range as the favorite. He takes on Jorge Masvidal.
Is it the music? I don't think it should be the music. Here, let me get rid of that.
Belt will not be vacant in a matter of hours. It'll be Petr Yan taking on the King of Rio, Jose Aldo.
Yeah, so the music's gone. But yeah, I couldn't hear anything from a call. I can hear other audio from like this interface, I guess, because I tried that stupid cheering thing and that worked.
Give him the 3-piece with the soda and just glide out of there, you know.
Something shifted in Jorge Masvidal over the last 2 years, what he calls the resurrection, and he said he's going to start baptizing people.
Yeah, I'm assuming Sly could hear me. I couldn't hear him.
We don't need no more Ben Askren.
Yeah, let's give it one more try once we reboot.
Bust this guy in the face and get paid for it.
And yeah, we'll see what's going on. That is so goddamn odd why that's not working. I wonder. Huh.
This is for the baddest motherfucker in the game. This is one of those fights that started to build a life of its own.
That, not that.
I think it's a no-brainer. We fight for that title.
Mute tab.
Body of work speaks
Huh.
for itself.
I'm gonna blame this on PodBean. That's what I'm gonna goddamn do. But since we're actually at a point here where they're kind of just amping up the pay-per-view anyhow, we will go ahead and take just a couple-minute break now. We will be back in just a couple of minutes, as we don't want to get cut off halfway through the main card when Podbean turns to a pumpkin at 3 minutes. So, everyone, we will be back. We will continue to be live on YouTube, and I will see you all in just a minute.
So that night, Tito Ortiz and Jens Pulver actually successfully defended and retained their titles, and Dave Mene walked away the undisputed middleweight champion. Now, at UFC 217 back in November of 2017, it was a very different scenario. In fact, all three belts changed hands, shocking fans around the world and making it such a memorable night of fights. Now, we have no idea how tonight's 3 title fights will play out, but we do know that all 6 of the competitors are ready to put everything on the line in order to have that gold belt around their waist and have the right to call themselves a UFC champion. John?
All right, Megan, nicely done. Thank you very much. And I can tell you, Kamaru Usman and Jorge Masvidal are in the building.
Yeah, I don't know if the belts are going to change hands, but these fights are going to deliver. And this, at the top of the bill, Kamaru Usman versus Jorge Masvidal. Masvidal stepping up on 6 days' notice. For my money, the most exciting fighter in the game. Last year, knocked out Darren Till. Devastated Ben Askren and then beat the living hell out of Nate Diaz. Stepping up, taking on Kamaru Usman, the man that is so big and powerful. Incredible wrestling, knockout power in the right hands. Put Colby Covington down and out. I mean, this fight is incredible.
Well, earlier tonight, the co-headliners made their way to the Flash Forum. There is the newly minted UFC featherweight champion, Alexander Volkanovski.
And here's a man that's really, filling the shoes of a champion now. He went out there, shocked the world-beating Max Holloway, did it in style, chipped away with leg kicks, solid punches as well. And if you ask Max Holloway, he's annoyed. He feels that he won the fight, and he's coming for revenge tonight.
Max Holloway had to beat Jose Aldo twice to begin his title reign. Volkanovski trying to make it 2 straight over maybe the greatest featherweight of all time tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Max Holloway, one of the greatest featherweights to ever step in there. Feels that, he's not getting the respect that he deserves. He's on a mission tonight.
Also making their way to the forum, there is the talented Russian boxer Petr Yan, the father of 2 boys, trying to make good on his first UFC championship opportunity tonight, and it comes against that man who needs no introduction. His future is in the UFC Hall of Fame, but his present is here and now, trying to become a 2-division UFC champion. Kamaru Usman making his way here a few moments ago. With that, we appreciate you all watching the prelims. For Michael Bisping and Megan O'Leary, I'm John Anik. Coming up next here on ESPN, it is Sports Center, but we hope to see many of you for UFC 251, Usman versus Masvidal, right now on pay-per-view.
find the dogged, never-say-die will of a champion. Before he ruled the welterweight division, Kamaru Usman haunted it.
Oh! Marais is down and out! Get ready, I'm a problem.
Kamaru Usman, when he was on his rise towards the title, everyone was avoiding him.
Oh!
All right, everyone, we are back. We are live for part 2 of the Fight Companion for UFC 251 Fight Island. Welcome back. We are getting everything set up for the YouTube. And I believe we are at least somewhat back. Yes, I believe we are back on the YouTubes. Hopefully on the PodBean we will be back and fine as well. Only moments will tell us.
A brash UFC original who backs down to no man. Usman, I can't stand him.
All right, looks like we got Sly back. We got Team Evil back. We figured it out. We were able to get at least into part 2. We will see how things work this time around. But we are here for the main card. Nice little intro by Ron Perlman here. Fight Island. Talking about the fights. Let's fucking go.
He relinquished last December when he encountered an unconquerable force from down under. An Australian with all the power. Rip into the body, dropped him. That's it.
And are we good? Can you guys still hear just a little bit of the commentary in the background? Little background noise. Never hurt anyone? Good. Is it at a good level? Is it overpowering us at all?
As one of the UFC's most revered warriors looks to conquer his new division against a Russian juggernaut.
Perfect. Good. Almost a goddamn professional at this. I tell you what. Good. Yeah, definitely want to keep it faint because I don't want to, get kicked off YouTube or anything like that for any sort of copyright issues. Just want to give a little bit of something there in case anybody, catches anything in the background that, something they wanted to hear. Plus, this way, I can at least hear a little bit of the commentary as well.
Dateline Abu Dhabi, UAE. The wait for live action from UFC Fight Island officially ends here, and you want to talk about blowing it out for just the 6th time in UFC history.
And here it was quite perfect. Yeah, I think that's what we're shooting for. After like 20 hours of fights, like we might actually get this to be a well-oiled machine. Or we just need to get Jay to actually stay up like a goddamn man.
Launching on August 14th. Pre-order now on PS4 or Xbox One to get boxing superstars Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury for free. Closed captioning for tonight's telecast is brought to you by...
Yeah, we'll definitely have to MacGyver it. I have some pretty nice stuff sitting around as far as the stuff I'm using, but yeah, this PodBean app is definitely held together with duct tape.
And with all of that noise, we thank you so much for being with us tonight for UFC 251. I'm John Anik. So Kamaru Usman is the welterweight champ. He has run
duct tape, rubber bands, some old Elmer's paste.
To 12-0, yet for one reason or another, he remains underappreciated. His opponent, not so much. This is a man who has truly captivated the masses in a special way over the last 12 months. He is Jorge Masvidal. He is game bred. And tonight, 17-plus years into his pro career, he vies to complete his mission and leave the island as the undisputed best in the world. With that, we bring in the former...
Here we go, bitches. Things are about to get started. First fight of the main card should be, what, Amanda Ribas versus Paige Van Sant? Should be a goddamn barn burner.
but now finally finding his stride. I mean, the year that he had last year, knocking out Darren Till, Ben Askren, destroying Nate Diaz, and then now stepping up on short notice to take on a monster like Kamaru Usman, a man that seems almost unbeatable. I mean, this is just incredible, John.
All right, so let's get into it. Kamaru Usman's won 15 in a row. He has been
That whole UFC game thing, that's just...
Yeah, absolutely. And this man just...
Like, I hate to say it because I'm going to be a dumbass that, you know, gets it anyway. But, like, I wish people would just stop EA from being EA. Like, they just fuck everything up anymore. Like, I hate to say it, but, like, probably one of the best MMA games was the EA MMA game they had years and years ago. The one that had, like, Fedor in it, when they had, what, Strikeforce and some other companies. Yeah, absolutely, they're too big. They're too big, and they're too dependent on fucking microtransactions. They've gone from a game company to a gambling company. So just to level set, we're all going for Masvidal in the main event, right? Nobody wants to see Usman win, despite the fact that we all probably think he is. Yeah, loot boxes are shit.
And he sort of felt like he was going to have to beat Max Holloway twice to begin the Volkanovski era. He'll try to complete that two-part series here tonight, man.
Yeah, well, anytime you fight
Nothing else, we should have two pretty exciting fights, because if you think Piotr Jan versus Aldo, I don't think that can be boring. It could definitely be Aldo getting knocked out in a minute and a half. But then same thing with Holloway versus Volkanovski. Like, that's going to be an exciting fight. Again, it could end in a round, but it's going to be exciting. So we should be in for a fun night.
That really pisses off Max Holloway. He feels that he won that fight and he wants to come back.
Yeah, Jan should absolutely win. But, like, I think we could all say that, like, it would be awesome to watch Aldo come back and beat him and take the title again.
He's an animal, incredibly strong, great wrestling, and he hits like a truck.
Well, here was the scene at the forum here yesterday. There seems to be some heat and friction on this second meeting that absolutely did not accompany their first meeting back in December. So an interesting backdrop, to say the least, to this co-headliner tonight. And that is not all. Of course, the first title fight you will see, Piotr Jan trying to break through against the King of Rio, Jose Aldo.
Yeah, I could see being, you know, somewhat overall, though. Being, you know, he's been around as long as he has. He's definitely past his prime, but you never know, right? Like, if we see old school Aldo coming out there chopping leg kicks and working the clinch, like, it would be fun to watch. But yeah, Jan's at the early part of his prime. Especially after the way he completely destroyed Faber. Not that Faber is anything outstanding at this point of his career either, but yeah, Jan has been super entertaining to watch.
Title fights, is that what we got?
Can't wait, buddy. Let's do it.
What else is coming up? The rest of the card is presented by EA Sports UFC 4.
Are you talking Jan bigger than Aldo or Aldo bigger than Jan? I think technically Aldo's probably bigger, being that he had rough cuts in the, you know, in the weight class above where he's fighting now. I think overall Aldo's probably the slightly bigger guy.
She won the UFC strawweight title in May of 2019 by becoming the first woman to knock out Rose Namajunas. Tonight, Thug Rose is back, and for the first time since that fateful night in Rio.
And good lord, Jessica Andrade definitely looks like she has taken all of the horse meat available in Brazil.
These locker room shots are brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. Amanda Ribas was one of the UFC's top newcomers in 2019, and she continued the momentum back in March to run her UFC record to 3-0. Tonight, the American Top Team product is staring at her highest profile opportunity to date as she makes her pay-per-view debut against the returning fan favorite, Paige Van Zandt. Injuries have gotten in the way of her title aspirations, but when she is healthy and she is on, She has shown definite finishing instincts in all areas of the game. And tonight, PVZ is back for the first time in 18 months.
Let's go to work.
Gotta love how they always try to hype up Van Zant. Like, there wasn't much to say there, and he still kind of tries to word salad it with the, at times, she has shown that she has been in a fight and stuff.
But for championship fights at all UFC main events,
Well, yeah, Zonian, she's definitely hot, but like, yeah.
winner gets 10 points. His or her opponent 9 or fewer, and scoring is based on effective striking and grappling, followed by aggression, and then octagon.
Yeah, Anik's not great as far as selling a fight, but I think really the only thing that he truly excels at is talking about the betting lines, because he's a degenerate gambler.
Old one, so just one hand down instead of two is all you need to be considered grounded. Also, instant replay can only be used for a fight-ending situation. Tonight's UFC 251 pay-per-view broadcast is presented in high definition by Hudson Shipping Lines, shipping innovation. All right, without further delay, so excited to have you with us tonight. Let us get to the main card opener live here from Yaz Island. Well, much has been made and rightfully so.
Yeah, he can absolutely. Well, he's not really solid color. He's almost more of a play-by-play guy. Which is weird, because it's not like he's necessarily that well versed in what's actually going on. But yeah, he's something. John Anik's a guy. He's on the show.
To heighten the enthusiasm for the fans and the two combatants.
I'm looking to show the world who I am, you know.
So technically, Bisping should be the color guy.
To the best of my ability, I want to show off.
So it should be more of Anik just pointing out, like, here's the guy, you know, throwing this and this and this, and color should be more talking about the fighters. And yes, they can go a little bit into more technically why they're doing what they're doing, but like the actual call of, like, you know, left hand by Van Zant. Technically, that should be Anik.
I am in the main card, and a lot of persons want to see my fight. So I'm like, hey, yes, you will see the best fight of the night.
Back in the octagon for the first time in more than a year. Paige Van Zant wants to make up for lost time by defeating.
What's the over-under on if Van Zant goes out and just breaks her arm like she did like 3 times looking for this fight?
Show that when she is healthy and she is on, she is a serious force.
There's nothing better than beating somebody who is extremely talented, and I'm excited to test myself against her.
Getting to Fight Island, healthy and ready to compete, was a huge weight off the shoulders of Paige Van Zant. After breaking her arm 3 times and having as many surgeries over an 18-month period, it's been an uphill battle for Van Zant.
God damn it, just checked. So for people that haven't been around here since the beginning, I spent $65 on this goddamn thing on ESPN Plus, and ESPN Plus won't work for me. I hate you, ESPN, and I hope you hear this.
Not afraid to let those emotions go as Paige Van Zant hits the inspection zone here tonight. She also said, as you see, her husband Austin Vanderford in her.
All right, Sly Dog is live. Can you guys hear Sly Dog? Because again, I can't fucking hear Sly Dog, and this is stupid.
I mean, can you imagine if you're a professional fighter and your significant other also trains and fights? It's got to be
Son of a whore.
I was talking to Austin in the gym last night, and he said, you know, we were talking about the matchup. Of course, Amanda, she is a great grappler, excellent judo, black belt in jiu-jitsu, and he talks about.
I hear you both. Hold on 1 second. Let me see something. Is Sly Dog still talking? I legit cannot hear anything. Awesome.
UFC appearance overall for Paige Van Zant, first since a win over Rachel.
Well, good thing I don't host the show normally, because apparently this PodBean app doesn't fucking like me. I wonder if it's just this browser. So like, I'm on Firefox. I don't know what normally Jay uses, whether it's Chrome or nobody uses Internet Explorer or Edge or whatever it's called, but goddamn.
Amanda Hebus has won 4 in a row. She's 3-0 in the UFC. She's moving up to flyweight tonight for a one-off against Paige Van Zandt.
If I mute, unmute, it doesn't do anything. Well, son of a whore. Apparently Sly is here, probably talking over each other because I can't hear him. Is he killing me? Goddamn.
I feel that she overlooked the striking because in every fight that I've seen of Amanda Hebus, it's the striking.
Oh, of all things, I tell you what.
By submission. Okay, shut up, Michael. You're getting hot there. But still, the striking, she's non-stop, throws a lot of spinning kicks, good straight shots, fights at a relentless pace, and this woman has all the makings of a future star.
Tonight's fighter descriptions are brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You can save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate now by
that won't work.
.com. Amanda Hebus trained in Brazil exclusively for this fight, given the current climate in the world, but has trained her striking with Anderson Franca, wrestling with Steve Mocco, and her head coach.
Son of a whore. Yeah, I cannot hear anything that Sly is saying.
From here, he just arrived to town, but the confidence, the energy, so much to like about Amanda Hebus.
And there is absolutely no setting or anything that I can change on it.
Is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Both women 26 years of age. Paige Van Zandt, the slightly taller party.
A while back. That's not.
Sides in the red corner with Amanda Hebus. All right, now to get this main card started proper.
Oh, wow, that doesn't work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from UFC Fight Island on Yas Island, Abu Dhabi for UFC 251, Usman versus Masvidal. Brought to you by EA Sports, UFC 4, launching on August 14th.
Oh, yeah, Sly. No, that was accidentally me. I clicked the wrong thing. I was looking for any settings on you that I could do to somehow make it to where I could hear you. And yeah, nothing worked. So it blocked you for like 30 seconds and unblocked you right away. So yeah, you're absolutely not blocked, but I also absolutely cannot hear you.
At 126 pounds, fighting out of Portland, Oregon, by way of Reno, Nevada, USA, 12-gauge Paige Van Zandt. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 9 wins, 1 loss. She stands 5 feet 3 inches tall, weigh in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Argentina, Minister Rice, Brazil, Amanda Hebus. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Rich Mitchell.
Rich Mitchell, our referee for this one, the pay-per-view opener. The beautiful Camila Oliveira getting us started for round 1 here in the UFC flyweight division. Amanda Hebus, a prohibitive -900 betting favorite tonight. Paige Van Zandt comes back at +600.
Ready? Ready. Let's go.
All right, tonight's fight clock is
All right, here we go.
Savings for those who serve.
Time check, at least for me, I am at 52, 51, 50. So 450 of the first. I have no idea where Sly is because I can't hear him, even though you can.
When she was walking out, she did look kind of emotional. You know, and it is very emotional. You go through a fight camp. You know, she's been away from the octagon for a while, and she's got a very tough opponent in front of her. Right now, Hebus just.
Well, yeah, it's funny. I can see, like, if I pull up the PodBean app where I have to be to get some of the YouTube stuff, like, I can see where he's talking, and I can see the audio coming out. I just can't hear anything out of the actual, like, browser-based application that you have to use to run this podcast. Super weird.
Oh, look at that. High amplitude takedown early for Hebus. We'll see what she can do with it.
Hebus with the takedown already. Might be a short night for Paige Van Zandt.
Of course, as we said, the extensive judo Somebody's cut. It's Paige.
Well, if you know Paige Van Zandt, you know she don't mind getting bloody, but not a good sign here early.
Nah, she's trying to use her toes to walk away over the fence, and she can reverse the position. Well, not reverse it, reverse her head and escape. Trying to get one hook in there, but the problem is for Amanda, Paige actually has the underhook there around the back, and if she can pull the head out, she could actually end up taking the back. But as you can see, Amanda has a real tight grip there, or a tight squeeze. The arms aren't together, but still got it nice and tight.
And I'm not sure if it's Van Zandt who's bleeding. It looks like some blood is trickling out of the left nostril of Hebos, but we'll get a better look here shortly in theory.
Look at that, steps over. I mean, that was beautiful work. Watch out for the arm bar. It's locked in almost.
Yep. Armbar. This may be over very, very quickly.
Stakes early on.
The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Hebos still trying to.
Yep, there it is.
Maybe belly down here.
Hey, there's no
Is she going to get it? Yep.
Night at the office, and her star just continues to shine, Michael.
Well, that didn't last long. Hebos wins. Paige Van Zandt on the last fight of her contract. Probably leaving the UFC. Probably going to make a lot of money somewhere else, despite being a kind of a mid-tier fighter.
All right, let's take a look at it. This fight replay is brought to you.
Yeah, Zonian. Van Zandt got locked up in an armbar. Fight over.
Gets the head and arm throw. Throws it down. Gets the scarf hold. Paige is trying to escape. Tries to escape there. Tries to come out the back door.
And yeah, Team Evil, Invicta is definitely still a thing. It's just, you know, it's Invicta. If Jay was here, he could probably tell you all about it. Or if I could hear him, Sly could probably tell you all about it.
Wait for it. Here's the finish. She tried to jump over, but you can only take so much, John. And that was that. Man.
So an unbelievable result for Amanda Hebos, now 10-1.
I wonder.
Her streak is 5, a perfect 4-0 in the octagon thus far. And you got to think she's got a big one in front of her now. The official decision is brought to you by Manscaped.com. Experience the Lawnmower 3.0 electric trimmer at Manscaped.com now. All right, to make this one official now is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Rich Mitchell's called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 21 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to an armbar, Amanda Hebos.
All right, so Amanda Hebos got a lot of respect from Las Vegas and seemed to earn every bit of it, Michael.
Yeah, listen, coming in here, I mean, we knew her star was high, her capabilities through the roof. Very, very well-rounded, excellent striking, a great team, huge amount of conditioning and skill in that body, that little frame, and she wasted no time. She got a hold of Paige Van Zandt, did a hip throw, tossed her on her backside, and man, I mean, just continues to get better and better. I mean, let's take a look at some of the handiwork. Here it is. Gets a head and arm hip throw, throws it down, gets the scarf hold, lands a couple of shots there. Paige tries to enter through the back door, but she counters perfectly here. She steps over, tries to get the arm bar, the belly.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the whole Sly thing, as far as me not being able to hear a goddamn thing he's saying. Let's see.
Belly down again, and then that was that. The arm can only bend so much. Forced to tap. John, over to you with a very impressive Amanda Hebos.
All right, Michael, thank you very much, and we are joined by Amanda Hebos. It has been so amazing for us to get to know you and just to feel your infectious energy. I know you're emotional right now, but 4-0 in the UFC, you got to be pretty happy with the way things went tonight.
I thank you. Salam alaikum to everyone. I was trying to learn some words in Arabian. I want to say thank you to the UFC to give me the opportunity to fight here, to do my work. And I thank you. I think this fight, I can prove for myself, for the world. Doesn't matter whatever you are, doesn't matter who you are. What's really matter is what we want to do with your life. I was training in my city, small city, and nobody was
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you know something crazy? I can
What?
hear Sly Dog.
Ryan,
how's it going, brother?
Man, you missed at least 20 minutes of me, praising you, telling all these guys how appreciative I am of you taking time out of your night to do all this for us, for everything for the past couple of months. Just the email you sent me with the diet information, all the stuff that you've done. So, with that being said, thank you, brother.
Oh, absolutely, man. Have you tried some of the stuff in the diet that I sent?
The only thing I did was I'm in the process of purchasing the cranberry juice because I read about that because I saw it in that diet. I never heard of that before. That real cranberry juice, not the fake kind.
Yeah, just so you know, it tastes absolutely fucking horrendous. So, you ready for it?
I'll be fine. There's nothing I can't stomach.
Yeah, so I think I figured out what's going on. Apparently, I think it's Firefox just doesn't like this app, so I just converted over to Chrome real quick. And I think we're good.
Yeah, nice. Most likely, when Jay got this going back then, it was quarantine. We were all just sitting at home, so he probably had more time to dink with it than you.
Right, yeah, I had never even logged into PodBean as the podcast until, we went live God, what was it, 3.5 hours ago? So, yeah, I think we're good now. So at least by the time we do the next one of these, we should be a relatively well-oiled machine.
So now that you're at the helm and you have the admin tools, you need to look around and make recommendations to Jay on what control you have.
Well, yeah, so the first thing I did is I added myself as an admin. So at least if nothing else, if we have crazy stuff happening in the chat, I can try to get rid of it going forward. The problem is we still have this issue where people, even if they're banned, they can keep logging in and out and it'll keep cycling their name in the chat. So we need to figure that out. But other than that, I think we should be good. And at least me paying more attention to the chat with Jay, which I can give him that. I have 2 eyes. He only has 1. So it probably is easier for me to look at a couple things at the same time.
Yeah, probably. And you might be a little bit more sober during them. I think he needs to loosen up. So he smokes the wax and you're just easy. I don't think you give a shit.
Oh yeah, I've lived my life of the kind of the way of thinking that giving a fuck is way too much effort. So I'm all in.
So how are you doing? How are you doing since the wreck? Are you mending?
Yeah, so mostly most of the bruising and stuff is pretty much gone. It was never terrible. My spine was more kind of the scary part, but even with that, I've gotten to the point where at least I can sleep, 4, maybe 5 hours at a time, which is, it's a pretty good night of sleep for most people. So I think I'm almost back to normal. I still haven't been able to really lift or anything, so hopefully that'll be something possibly next week.
All right, nice. Yeah, a couple of us called it, that something must have happened, because you just went, MIA.
Yeah, that was an absolute son of a bitch. And so I'm a person that doesn't like to be tied to my cell phone anyway. But if you get in a wreck and you break your cell phone, it is amazing how detached from the world you are until that next day when you can go replace it. It just shows you how tied we are to simple things like that anymore.
For me personally, it feels like...
Yeah, I get it. How many messages did you have from Jay? Did he blow your phone up?
Not a ton. There was probably 4 or 5 or something through Facebook Messenger. That's generally the way he'll contact me. I had the same thing from several people though, because we're gonna get together with a few folks later that evening for we're just gonna grill some food while fireworks and shit was going on. So yeah, when I went and replaced the phone and got it booted back up, yeah, it was my phone was buzzing for 2 or 3 minutes straight.
The fight week when I fought his teammate Yoel, and Jorge is such a professional. He's such a
So how you been, Sly?
And even after the shoot, he said,
Had friends over today for the first time since all this, so good.
Good food? I didn't see a random thread of you showing off food again.
Well, that's because it wasn't worth showing off. It was mac and cheese, fried rice, hamburgers, bratwurst, salad, potato or Doritos.
Hey, you always at least in the last one that you put out there, you also had the bowls of chips, which was kind of funny in contrast to everything else.
That is because I think that's something that all of you take for granted. Those are very popular with, I think, probably a lot of people that didn't grow up in the United States. That you don't get a lot of junk food like that in other places, so it tastes good as shit.
Well, did I see Flamin' Hot Cheetos in there?
Yes, that's because I love those things.
Those things are fucking amazing.
Even though, okay, the other day I went to a family event and this guy Johnny, well, that's his American name. He found the dude took those Flamin' Hot Cheetos and was telling us you shouldn't eat these kids, and he did some experiment with them where he set the fuckers on fire with something, and he showed us how flammable they were.
So, interestingly enough,
apparently,
yeah, so that's actually a survival technique. And it's not necessarily just for Cheetos, but it's also for like any sort of corn chip. So if you take like a bag of Fritos, you can light a Frito on fire and it's going to burn for quite a while. And all it really is just the way that it soaks in some of the oil that it's fried in. So it's almost kind of like...
He crushed up orange Tic Tacs, put them on top of those Flamin' Hot Cheetos, and then set the thing on fire. And this thing looked like a fucking torch on a plate, though. And I'm just like, yeah, I might die because I eat those things, but...
you'll be fine. There's much worse things that you could be shoveling in your mouth than some wonderful Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
But that diet was overwhelming, the amount of information. I've never seen anything like it, just so you know. I mean, too much. I'm so overwhelmed, I can't even come up with questions.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, so that was entirely put together by a bodybuilder and powerlifter named Stan Efferding. And the great thing about him is, like, anything that he's putting in there, he'll reference. So at least you can see kind of, you know, the background of exactly why he's saying what he says. So, yeah, I did some of the stuff he had in there for quite a while. Like, was relatively lean. I should probably get back on it wholesale. But for the most part, when I train people anymore, that's where I take a lot of the ideas that I put forward for other people's diets, because like it was just so well thought out.
Oh yeah, understatement. Yeah, it was a lot of information.
Yeah, so as you work through it, and if you take things like, obviously let me know how that cranberry juice goes, but if you take other things out of there, let me know how it goes, especially. So like if you follow him on Instagram, there are a lot of people that have, gotten on that diet, and he's had folks that like were diabetic that aren't diabetic anymore. So especially if that's something you're working through, if it's something you can reverse, like that would be great for you long term.
Yeah, my diabetes is so bad right now that if I needed a surgery, they wouldn't do it.
Ooh, that's not good.
I don't look bad, but I got horrible sugar. You know that if you know what the A1C is, mine's a 9.7.
It's kind of crazy. It's not like you're not like 300 pounds walking around. Like you're a pretty in shape guy. I wonder if a lot of it for you is just either, genetic or runs in the family. I don't know what's causing it. Have you had like a full blood work done where it's specifically for like all of your nutritional levels?
No, but didn't you post something? I missed a show, but I went back and I saw a screenshot that was posted on one of those threads where you could pay for that to happen.
Yeah, so it ends up
privately.
Yep. I can find that again, and I can send that if you're interested in that. But yeah, it's something you should probably do. Well, especially if you have something where you're dealing with like diabetes, like this is something you may want to do like every 6 months. It's not necessarily cheap. Usually the cheapest there's a site that you can go to that'll like list different places that can do it. The cheapest is generally like right around like $300 for what you really want to see as a report. But it'll break everything down. You'll see that you may need like more potassium, or you need vitamin D3 or other things like that. It'll tell you your testosterone numbers. It'll give you pretty much everything you could possibly ever want.
I would 100% do that. I need this site. And Team Evil, I only ate 2 chicken skewers, all solid chicken, and about a cup and a half of rice. I didn't eat any of the bullshit today. Generally, I eat really clean, but if I do cheat, I like hot Cheetos, and that one particular day I was eating them.
I'm with you. Like, one of my favorite, really one of my favorite cheat things I can do is, so I do this kind of like macaroni bake, where it's a bunch of just like different pasta. You can do elbow macaroni, or you can do, you know, penne or whatever you want to do with it. Take a bunch of that, you grill up some chicken beforehand, put in a few different types of cheeses, and then you take a bag of flaming hot Cheetos, you crush it up and you put it on top, and then you bake it. Maybe drizzle a little butter over that too, and then you get kind of this nice kind of golden brown crispy flaming hot Cheeto crust over this like super rich macaroni and cheese and chicken kind of main part. God damn, it's good. Terrible for you, but it's good.
So anyway, one thing you mentioned earlier, having to jump through all the hoops and the bullshit to watch, you know, MMA, I can't do that. I used to pay for these, but I can't just take my remote and click and pay and buy a fucking event. I can't put in codes, email addresses, and click around and do all this stuff. So I went from a person that bought events to a person that looks at live streams now.
I think a lot of people are in that same boat. Like, in order to do it correctly and watch it on a TV, you need something that's gonna be able to pull ESPN Plus and like stream it to your TV. And it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass for me, and I'm sitting here on a computer. Like, I should be able to just log in and go. And no, like, I already paid for it tonight, so I wasted $65. And every time I go to ESPN right now and I go into ESPN Plus, I just get an error that the content cannot be delayed or cannot be displayed right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where my live stream is. I gotta refresh it.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much on the exact same one you are. I saw you pasted in there.
You're 10 seconds ahead of me, though.
I think it's because I'm on number 2. So I think the link you did was just /watch/MMA. I'm on /MMA-2. Maybe that is? I don't know.
Yeah, we need to be on the same one, because I was also commentating a little bit, but you were ahead of me.
Huh.
So then I was saying to the guys, what's the point? You know, you called the arm bar. I was, you know, 10, 15 seconds away from it.
Yeah, so I had to refresh after the Van Zandt fight, 'cause it died for me for a second too. So we'll see when this one starts, like where we're at as far as time wise. But hey, this should be a fun fight. Rose coming back versus the completely jacked and I think on all of the steroids, Jessica Andrade.
There we go. You're right. This is a better stream than the one I had.
Yeah, this is kind of my standard site. Like if I have to, you know, go down to the fishing hole, like this is absolutely where I go. So who you got in this one, Sly?
I'm still trying to get to the fight. Who's fighting?
This is the Jessica Andrade versus Rose Namajunas.
Honestly, that would be a good J question. I don't watch much women's.
So with this one, they fought before. Was when Rose was champ. So Andrade won. Rose was kind of winning the fight. Then Andrade like just dropped her on her head and ended up winning that way. So yeah, it should be interesting. Obviously, Andrade is way stronger. Like, she has bigger biceps than Jay. Not that that's saying a lot, but she does.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, if nothing else, Jay is at least getting some results. So he has a little bit of bicep. It's kind of crazy how his arm works, though. It's like he has the peak of the bicep, but there's no tendon that actually goes down to his elbow or connects to his shoulder.
Okay, damn, come on, damn it.
Yeah, the work we have to do just to watch fights. It's crazy.
This is less work than trying to pay for it.
I
This
know.
was working great.
Yeah, I can't believe that they went to the way that they did with having to go to all these different places to watch fights and have different subscriptions, and then you also have to pay a pay-per-view, and it's just... I don't think it's necessarily good for the sport when you have to have people jump through that many hoops, or just go out and, you know, find alternative ways of watching. Yeah, in Team Evil, a lot of people have that, where they have torn a bicep and then they have kind of that weird peak. But, like, as we know with Jay, he's never had enough muscle to tear in the past anyway. He just kind of has that weird physiology where his biceps just kind of a weird thing. And it's also, he doesn't appear to have a tricep.
Okay, I'm going to try this. I still have no picture here. I need a second. I'm on an iPad.
That might... Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes these sites don't cooperate that well with tablets. You still have probably a good minute here, because Buffer's just introducing Namajunas.
I'm going to go back to another site that I know that works. Let's see if that'll work.
A Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 20 wins, 7 losses. She stands 5 feet 1 1/2 inches tall, weighing in at 115 pounds. Fighting out of Niterói, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting the former UFC strawweight champion and the #1 ranked strawweight contender in the world, Jessica Batistuta.
Yeah, and the other place you can go, and it might be the...
I think I got it.
Got it? Perfect.
Yeah, you're ahead of me. Hear that?
Yes. So yeah, I'm probably 10 seconds in front of you. And unfortunately, it doesn't give me a pause. I can either stop it or start it.
It's fine. I'm not, you know, on top of MMA like I used to be. All the old stuff, I was very current. I was solid. You know, I lost interest by the year.
Yeah, see, I've always been obviously a big fan, being that, you know, I used to train a lot of this stuff and actually done some of it. But yeah, there was a while there as well that I couldn't get into it the same way, where I think maybe it is that just they're oversaturating. Like, I can't watch 2 or 3 fight cards a week with 2 of the fight cards being people I've never heard of. Like, it's just, it's hard to do.
Still entertaining, still like it, but I don't know. I liked style versus style back in the day, and
But yeah, there's definitely something to those early UFCs. Like, I remember when I initially got into the UFC, it was probably, I think it was like UFC 5 or somewhere right in there. But what really got me into it is they showed, it was a New Year's Eve, and on pay-per-view it was like $10 or something. But what they showed all day on New Year's Eve was literally the first like 4 UFCs, like just on repeat, and then I think at midnight they debuted the 5th. And that just got me into the entire thing, and from then I was hooked. How far do you go back?
I was pretty young. I was into martial arts, or tried as much as I could to be into them. And I saw UFC 6 first. I saw it on a VHS tape that somebody had, and I was blown away. Like, seriously blown away. And then I became obsessed. Followed it, you know, for 10 years. Yeah, Team Evil. I think SEG definitely owned it then.
Yeah, SEG definitely had it at that point. It was much, much later. They still had to go through like the dark period before Zuffa got it. But yeah, it was such a fun time because like it was so new that like you had no idea what was gonna happen. Like I think there was a point in time where like I thought, you know, Tank Abbott was the baddest dude walking the planet, and that was fun.
I saw some event where John Lober got his teeth kicked out, and there was like a tooth that flew across the ring. It wasn't a UFC; it was some other event I remember. And then when I was like, man, this shit is real.
Yeah, that was the craziest part. I think the part that like really sunk in, and I think it's the part that a lot of people point to, but in that early UFC, when Emmanuel Yarbrough got destroyed by, that was what, Keith Hackney, right?
Yes. Yeah. I always thought maybe the cage saved him when it collapsed and they restarted it. It's possible he could have got a hold of Keith and ended it then, but then again, I haven't seen that in so many years. I find if I rewatch something from way back then with what I know now, I see it different.
Oh yeah, you absolutely see it different. It's crazy watching those early ones, and like you watch what Hoist was doing when he won the first few UFCs. Like he wasn't doing anything complicated. It was all like blue belt level stuff, but like nobody had seen it. It was just so crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What are you on? I'm on 130.
I am on 104. So yeah, I'm like 20 seconds at this point.
Well, I know nothing. I know it doesn't end in 20 seconds.
Oh no, I'm gonna build in a buffer of about 10 seconds if anything crazy happens. So been a decent fight. Like they're definitely feeling each other out. No one's really taking too much charge here. Rose is looking good for, you know, having been, you know, off for a while. It's amazing how... Yep, go ahead.
I said I had some training. I did 2 fights in Mexico. And that was it. I got out.
How'd you do in the 2 fights?
With 2 wins. They were in the same night. They were setting me up. You know, guy number 3 was going to, you know, knock me the fuck out. It was basically a small guy, but it was shady.
Yeah, so me, I did, I think I had, it was either 16 or 17. It was all, so they technically were amateur fights because there was no, like, athletic commission that was overseeing them, but I was getting paid, so I don't know if I should really call them amateur or professional. It was roughly like 500. And then I had one technically pro fight. That was the one where I just got my ass handed to me, and that sucked.
Yeah, you're a big dude.
Yes, well, so for part of those, I was cutting down to 205. And then I had a few heavyweight fights. The last fight, I was actually cutting down to 205. The guy backed out, and then I had to fight it heavy. So I weighed probably 220, somewhere right in there. Because I found out a couple days before, and I just stopped the cut. But yeah, it was it was interesting. It was one of those things that I walked in as probably, I was pretty much still a white belt level in jiu-jitsu. I had a bunch of wrestling, and I could, you know, somewhat box, but it was so early in the game that like, it was still kind of at that level that you didn't have everyone that was great at everything.
Yeah, I don't know either of these fighters.
So Rose Namajunas has been around for a bit. She's always had a ton of potential. Trains with her, I don't know if they're married or not, but her fiance or boyfriend or husband or whatever she is, Pat Barry.
I've heard of that.
So he's a great kickboxer. Had some fights in the UFC, obviously. Was halfway decent, but yeah, so she's been up there. She's been champion. She lost the championship to Andrade, and then Andrade lost to that Weili Zhang.
Did you think she's ever going to be right again from the way those two beat the fuck out of each other?
Which one?
Weili Zhang.
Oh, I don't know. Like that last fight with Joanna was a great and fun fight. Like I don't necessarily know if Zhang is like a long-term champion though. It'll be interesting. Like the winner of this fight is probably going to fight her, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know somebody obsessed with her. Like, fucking obsessed.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he has a thing for Asians.
Ah, gotcha. I hadn't even really heard of her until she, like, got the title shot. She kind of came from nowhere for me, but that's probably just the fact I wasn't necessarily paying attention. So I wonder if this ends up going 3 rounds. Like every other women's fight, it seems.
Yeah, leave it to the Emirates to be able to host something like this in their country.
Well, yeah, so the rumors are about this. They actually paid the UFC for this and not the other way around.
They tend to be crafty with business. You know, there might be a lot more to it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something, because the way that they set it up, like, it's super interesting. They basically built an entire hotel just for these people to stay at. It looks like a beautiful hotel, too. Put this place together, which almost looks kind of like an airplane hangar, so it doesn't look super impressive, but being able to do it in such a short time is something else. I think they said, like, this past week or in the prior weeks, they've done like 8,000 corona tests there.
Yeah, it's great in concept. It's safe and everybody, you know. Without that, how can you really effectively train and mentally, like, not be scared and everything?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like what they're planning to do, or they're actually kind of starting to do with some of the other sports, where like the NBA is down at Disney, where they're pretty much in a bubble. Like all the teams live in these separate hotels, and like people can't leave, and yeah, it's all sorts of. It's crazy, like the environment we're in with everything to bring some of the sport back.
Yeah, you know, hats off to Dana White.
Yeah, a lot of people want to talk shit about Dana about many things, but he was the first out of the gate to get this stuff done with what they've done in Vegas, and then now what they're doing here for the international fighters. Like, he was on the ball.
Yeah, there's just not enough to occupy and entertain these days with all this going on.
Yeah, and it's especially bad when you start thinking, like, a lot of our entertainment's going to even go downhill more. Because, like, TV shows weren't taping, movies weren't being made. Like, we're kind of getting down towards the end of stuff that was already in the box. Like, you know, this fall going into winter, it's probably going to be boring as shit outside of the sports that can come back.
All right, I'm outside. The first mosquito bite I get, I'm out.
Are the bugs bad up there?
I spray my property, so hopefully I don't get ate up, but we'll see.
You won both rounds, but it could have gone her way too.
Fuck. There's too many damn bugs.
She's not understanding anything. She's gonna fall, and you're gonna fall on top of her. We'll go into the single leg puller onto her, and you can take her down.
Has it been super hot there? I think everybody's kind of catching a heat wave, so.
Yeah, it's been nice. 90s.
Yeah, I think we almost hit 90 today. I think we were just under, and I think that's about where we'll be tomorrow. Luckily enough, I'm probably 20 minutes from the shore. So at least if nothing else, it keeps it a little bit cooler generally going into summer.
Yeah, you got that comfortable breeze then that probably goes off the ocean. Right now, I'm not too far from where Jay lives. I'm not in California.
Yeah, California is something else.
Oh.
Love the weather, but I just don't know if I could ever live there.
Yeah, I like Southern. I don't think I could do, some of the other areas. The traffic is so bad in LA, you can't even get anywhere.
Yeah, that traffic. So I had to go out there years and years ago. So like I think it was actually literally my first trip to California. And I was out there for work, and somebody I was working with screwed with me and told me like how to get back to my hotel after the day. And they put me on the 405 at like 4:30 in the afternoon. I did not get back to my hotel until like 7 o'clock, even though it was just a few miles. That was the worst day ever. I wanted to kill that guy.
Yep. Broke here today, poured here. What's broke here today mean?
Broke here today.
Yes, it rained. Oh,
the heat wave's over. Okay.
Western New York. Yeah, it's hot at the eastern where all of us have been.
Yeah, Tenor was saying that the other day when he checked in, that he was burning up out there camping as well.
Well, I enjoy it, but very little rain. There was a little bit, I think, yesterday. No rain today here.
Yeah, I think some of it's working up. Like, the East Coast got hit with a little bit of rain past few days or a few days ago. Yeah, otherwise it has been relatively dry. I'll still take the heat over the cold any day, even though I'm built for the cold.
Yeah, me too. I spent the cold winter months, on the farm. A lot of it, sleeping with it freezing cold. So I can do it, I can handle it, but I prefer hot.
Yeah, I prefer hot, even though I'm just predisposed for cold, right? So like pretty much my entire family going back is Norwegian, so pretty much built for the cold there. Grew up in Iowa, so obviously cold there. But I still hate it. Can't stand it.
Nice takedown there. Yeah, you're a hunter. You're definitely a Viking.
Yeah, I'm pretty much, yeah. If you go back, I pretty much am a Viking. Where are you at time-wise? I just hit 150.
212, 211, 210.
It's not too bad. We're about 30 seconds, I think.
So this is featherweight women's?
Yeah, these are the 115 pounders?
Yeah, no wonder they got so much damn stamina and cardio.
Rose looking a little beat up, though.
She knows she's behind on the scorecard. She's trying to get the finish in round 3. She's come close a couple of times. The clock is running down. She's got 1 minute. Yeah, you may be right. Despite what her
Sadly, I don't know who is winning. So I didn't pay attention to the first round at all, and only about half of the second.
Yeah, same here.
And good point from Team Evil. Like, yeah, this is also the big cage. So you have 115-pound women in there. Like, yeah, that's a little bit too much real estate.
Let's see who's in here. If I can, if that kind of shows it.
Andrade just turns the tables immediately. Oh, heavy jab. That's why jabs are money. People don't jab enough.
There's a couple people I recognize, I think. In the chat, who do you guys got winning this?
Yeah, anybody watching, who do you have winning?
Namajunas just misses. Oh, what an outstanding showcase for these two athletes and the strawweight division, deepest division in women's MMA, and a standing ovation from the UFC president Dana White as Andrade and
I'm guessing by looking at Rose's face, she probably lost. That left eye's kind of swelling up. May have broken her nose. Rose 2-0 according to the underground. Okay. Maybe not.
Where do we start? So much action. I mean, there's a heavy leg kick that started the action.
Yeah, she's got a mouse under the eye.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, we all knew Andrade would be the more powerful of the two, but. Yeah, just kind of going through the replays now. It looks like for the most part they're showing replays where Rose was winning, so maybe. Well, I guess if Team Evil said Rose 2-0 according to the underground, I mean these replays kind of support that. Looks like Rose was taking it early, and then Andrade may have just came in heavy in the third.
I was distracted reading something.
Yeah, so they just popped up the stats on mine, so you'll be seeing this in a second. Yeah, it looks like Rose probably did take the first 2 rounds, unless there was some extra grappling in there that I didn't see. But who knows? You can never trust the judges, so we'll see what they have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Anders Olsen scores it 29-28, Namajunas. Mark Collette scores it 29-28, Andrade. And Vito Paolini scores it 29-28 for the winner.
What's the headgear supposed to be?
I don't know. Maybe she's... yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe she's Native American, but she's from Brazil, so like maybe she is... Maybe her lineage is one of the Southern American tribes.
It could be. I didn't see anything like that when I was down there.
It's one place I've always thought about going, but I don't necessarily trust going to, is Brazil. It kind of seems like the Wild West a little bit.
Yeah, it has a really bad reputation, but I found all the people there to be like very tender-hearted.
Yeah, it seems like kind of a dichotomy, right? Like it seems like the good people there are just awesome, down-to-earth, wonderful people, and the bad people there are just really bad.
Yeah, I went down there. Yeah, hang on. All right, I got a mute. I'll be back in a minute.
No worries. I will be here as I have been here since roughly 7 o'clock. We are just past 11 o'clock here. We are 4 hours in to the Fight Companion. Anybody joining us, this is the OtherGround Live Fight Companion. Was a solo Fight Companion. Now we have Sly Dog. So welcome everybody here on PodBean and anybody listening on YouTube. We are glad you are here. We are here for every UFC pay-per-view, talking through the action. And as we just witnessed, Rose Namajunas over Jessica Andrade, split decision. She's looking a little rough. Pretty bad mouse under the left eye. maybe a broken nose or maybe just a cut on the nose. Hard to tell. But good to see Rose back and doing well.
You left no stone unturned in terms of your preparation, and you made a lot of adjustments. Did you feel like the preparation led to the desired result tonight, and that the adjustments that you guys tried to make sort of played out that way in the fight?
Oh, yeah.
And yes, looking back in the chat, that's what I was trying to figure out, the word for it. This is the problem with getting kicked in the head for many years, is sometimes the word doesn't pop up that you're thinking of. Yes, Andrade is of indigenous descent in Brazil.
You've got fans all over the globe. You are the epitome of a true martial artist. You are also a former champion who the current champion, Zhang Weili, has mentioned a number of times. How soon might we see you return, and do you think you've done enough tonight to earn another crack at the belt that you once owned?
I was hoping to get in there pretty soon before the end of the year, but, you know, we'll see how my nose is doing, and then we'll go from there.
Well, the UFC is better when you are in it and active. Congratulations on a big win on the road tonight. Safe trip home, and we look forward to the next one.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, there she is. Thug
wait, can I say
yes,
more?
Yes,
Okay, I'm auctioning my fight kit for Susie. She's battling cancer, so if anybody wants to help out with that, you know, just we love you, Susie.
We all love Susie Freeton, our makeup artist, and you're making me emotional with that gesture tonight, Rose. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the flip side.
Thank you.
Thug Rose Namajunas exacts her revenge against Jessica Andrade tonight. All right, what's coming up next? Brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports.
All right, boys, here we go. First of basically 3 main events. This shit should be fun. Starting out with Jose Aldo and Piotr Yan. Not Yan.
We go backstage now, and there he is, the uber-talented Russian boxer Piotr Yan. So far, so perfect in the UFC, 6-0. And along the way, he has showcased a bevy of finishing instincts. Tonight, he will try to deal with all the pressure that comes with his first UFC title fight. While it'll be UFC title
Still don't know how we get Piotr out of PETR, but, you know, whatever. Although, yes, I understand. It is completely different looking in the Russian alphabet, and it makes sense as Piotr. Kind of like Fedor as Fyodor. But still, damn it.
You are inverted. The world is not. Don't worry about things falling as much as rising.
Tenet, only in theaters Wednesday, August 12th. Rated PG-13.
All right, boys, you just missed a rousing commercial for the movie Tenet. Who's all going to watch it? In theaters, August 12th. The preview showed nothing about what the movie was about. Who's going? I'll buy the milk duds. Yeah, Team Evil, Tenet. T-E-N-E-T, apparently. August 12th. Christopher Nolan movie, so like it could be good, I guess. So this is the problem, guys. That preview didn't really show anything as far as a premise. It was like it almost showed like a crashing plane or something, a plane driving into like a building, not like flying into a building, like looks like it already landed and was taxiing or something, and it like went in. I have no idea what the hell was happening in the movie, but apparently it's a thing on August 12th. They paid UFC.
I feel like I'm getting overlooked in this division. Yeah, I feel like these big names aren't paying me no mind yet. And
Pattinson, Patel, Michael. I have no idea who any of those people are.
sign that contract, then you got to deal with me, and these guys aren't ready.
But it sounds like it might not be like a big box office type movie there, Team Evil.
I'm all in, focused on one thing in mind, and that's a UFC title belt by any means necessary.
Spy. Okay.
Or what he does. I'm just trying to be the best Calvin Kattar every time I step in there. And if I can do that,
I mean, even though the preview was absolute garbage because it didn't show anything, I might still have to goddamn watch the movie because there's pretty much no movies right now. I won't go to a theater to watch it, mind you, but I may catch it when I have another means of watching it.
So, do you think this is the end of the movie theaters now from this?
I think some of them will probably go out of business, but I don't think it'll be the end of it by any means. I think the only way it becomes the end of it is if they do like the full release where when it's going to theaters, you could also buy it at home for like $20. Interestingly enough, it was something like 160 Walmarts across the country are converting their parking lots into drive-in theaters, like for the summer and fall. So maybe that'll be a thing that'll kind of keep things, you know, moving along. But yeah, I don't know what to think about movies anymore.
Good news. Title fights the rest of the way. These fighter rankings presented by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, launching on August 14th. Pre-order now on PS4 or Xbox.
Tenet is an organization tasked with preventing World War III. So basically, you're just standard stop at the end of the world movie. Team Evil.
Number 3 in the world, Jose Aldo, number 5. One of those men, in all likelihood, without a draw, will be walking out the undisputed UFC bantamweight champion. Now, Petr Yan is held steady as a betting favorite all week over Jose Aldo. He's actually been favored in all of his UFC fights thus far, and this is the best.
Wow, interesting. Aldo's only a plus 200 underdog. I would have thought the betting line might have been a little bit further towards Yan.
Well, seemingly destined to become a champion, Russia's Petr Yan has all the tools to rule the division, but to wear the crown, he must first defeat a legend and Brazilian icon Jose Aldo. One way or another, at the end of this one, the bantamweight title will no longer be vacant.
I don't bet anymore, but you know, I've had some losses, but the one time I really, you know, cashed out big was the McGregor-Aldo fight.
Oh, you took McGregor?
Yes, I took him, and he was a plus 360. So it paid over 3-1, and the only reason I did it was because I made that exact same flight that he did from Rio de Janeiro I flew from there to San Diego. He flew from Rio de Janeiro to Vegas, which was the same. A couple of his fighters had a tournament that day, so he flew for that fight, and basically had, I think, 10 hours until he had to fight McGregor. And I did that flight, and I'm like, there is no flipping way at this level of competition that this guy can fly like that and fight the same day.
Yeah,
that was what tipped my thinking into this is a good money bet. You know, so I put 1,200 on it.
I think the best bet I had, I bet on John Jones' first couple of fights in the UFC. And the only reason I had done that is, like, so when he was doing the whole, like, junior college thing and wrestling, like, I had friends that went to that school because obviously it was a whole JUCO in Iowa. So at least I knew, like, his athletic background. And yeah, he had some pretty good odds his first couple fights too. He was like a plus 300 or 400, I think, in his first fight.
So yeah, same thing. I knew he'd be smaller, and you know, when I knew he was making that, I mean, how do you're at one of those jiu-jitsu tournaments all day long, then you catch a flight, then you go fight McGregor on the same day? How?
Yeah, that's way too much. I can hardly fly across the country and not want to be in bed for a day.
Yeah, that's like a 10-hour flight.
Speaking of Aldo, let's see how he looks here tonight. Down a weight class. Obviously kind of past his prime. Who knows? It's still Jose Aldo.
Is Z Youngin an OG'er?
Yep, looks like it.
Okay. Long time OG'er.
Yeah, that beats me. I think I started lurking like probably maybe 2006, 2007. Finally joined in, I think, the beginning of 11. It's crazy that there are people that had already been there for a decade at that point. Well, and even longer, obviously. That the 111 join date isn't necessarily as long as it was.
Team Evil. I was on Moosel's. I was, you know, really young, like a teenager. I think. Yeah, Team Evil's got to be, you know. Yes, Team Evil. The issue was I was getting blazed because of my grammar and everything. Then it wasn't my you know, talking. I was literate enough, but my English, you know, and they really messed with me.
Just think, though, your English then was probably still better than Jay trying to pronounce words today.
Maybe some of it, yeah. Oh, he said how? They would say faggot on there because that word faggot didn't actually start on the OG. And I was asking my family, what does faggot mean? And we were all trying to figure it out. We couldn't find it in a dictionary or anything. Faygot. And one relative said, I think it means faraja, which means gay person, you know, homosexual. So I finally figured out that it was, you know, an insult, and it was like slang. I've been here a long time, Zyoungin. If I'm even saying your name right. Zungin?
I think I was going with Zonian. Zonian? Like Arizonian? Zonian? Zodian. Okay, so I was totally off all night on that one.
3 syllables. I think, oh well. They taught English in Catholic school in, you know, in Iraq. They did a lot of English over there.
Still amazes me just how many people across the world speak English and actually speak English pretty well. And like 95% of like the native, you know, Americans don't know past like 5 words of any other language. It's kind of a weird dynamic.
Well, English is the international language of business, pretty much, so...
Alrighty. Three title fights in a row. This should be fun.
Yeah, here's the meat and potatoes.
Good old Piotr Jan. I swear, every time I say his name, I'll either mispronounce his first or last name slightly. And I don't know why.
I'm going to guess 25 years to that question. That's a guess.
Well, think of it this way. So if you've been, somewhat speaking English for 25 years and you speak as well as you do now, it's amazing. You speak 1,000 times better than Mackenzie Dern, who was born here.
Yeah, what's up with that?
That one is absolutely crazy to me. The hilarious one was when she wanted to have a translator with her. It's like, come on, girl. Like, you grew up in the U.S. Like, you don't need a translator.
I don't get the motive. Is that just, attention?
I think probably a lot of it is. Like, I mean, yes, she probably hangs around like a lot of Brazilians, so she probably would have a little bit of like the Brazilian accent, but to act like she doesn't understand or can't think of words, like that's I think that just is kind of an attention whoring kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, if I go someplace, south or even if I go like further north or something for a few weeks, I'll pick up a little bit of their accent, but it's not like I forget the English language.
Yeah, my wife can speak a ton of languages. It's crazy. But if I say something to her like, this legit happened. We were watching a movie, Shawshank Redemption, and the guy was like, I gotta go pinch a loaf. She didn't even know what that meant. All of those little things like that, she doesn't get all the slangs at all in English.
Well, and we have some super weird colloquialisms like that.
I have to teach her all of, those things. We went to a comedy club one time, and she hasn't been around too many neurotic people. So the table next to us has got a bunch of drunk young guys, good old boys, and it's like the warm-up comedian's up there, and he's telling his jokes, and then these guys next door are yelling, hey, you fluffer, calling the guy a fluffer because he's not the main event, but he's warming up for him.
Right.
They're blazing the comedian, calling him a fluffer, so she yelled it. Yeah, fluffers, and she thought she was giving him a compliment, like you're fluffy. And I waited and I let her keep doing it, and she was absolutely mortified when we got home, and I told her what that meant, what she was yelling.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this is an adventure. Sometimes. He still looks like Aldo, but
well, it's crazy that, I mean, at his age and as much as he struggled to make the weight, he goes down a weight class. And apparently he said like the weight cut is actually easier at this lower weight than it was at the higher weight, which I don't logically know how that works, but I'm assuming he just kind of changed his body to not carry as much muscle.
Oh, my stream is freezing up. Oh well. This one's all you, boss.
Well, I'm at 405. I've definitely noticed if you're still on the buff stream ones, that they will just periodically freeze. And then if you just completely exit out and go back in, generally they work again. But also, I'm on a browser, so I can just quickly close a tab and repaste it.
I'm on allwrestling.org now, a different one.
Ooh, Aldo just got tagged. Looks like he's okay, hopefully. Yeah, I just dropped in the chat the one that I'm at. Yeah, it seems to be working pretty well. Again, it might not work as well on the tablet, so I don't know. Don't necessarily know the comparison. Ooh, an old school leg kick from Aldo that put Jan on his ass. popped right back up, but
Going back to the well with that body shot. Man, the speed of both these guys. Scheduled for 5-minute rounds to decide this vacant championship.
Okay, I'm back in business.
there we go. What time are you at?
2:57, 56, 55.
Yeah, so you're right at 20 seconds. So I'll give a little bit of a buffer if something crazy happens. But yeah, this is Aldo's kind of holding his own so far.
Both guys with a healthy respect for the power that potentially could be coming back their way. I was just going to say, some more kicks from Aldo might not be a bad idea. Of course, the one kick he did throw, he went low with the calf gate, took him clean off his feet.
I'm using my smartphone with these texts on here and the PodBean app. And in my lap, I have an iPad. So I'd have to type all that in. So
Yeah, as long as you have one that's up and working, like that's really all that matters, right?
I'm good now.
Jan with a little flurry, partially lands to the body. Coming up on 90 seconds here to go round one. You know, Aldo was saying he's happy because Piotr is just, you know, he's a striker. He's not going to come in and look to grapple him. He's not going to look to wrestle and take him down. So therefore,
The only bad thing about doing these fight companions on these fights is like once we get to the main events, I feel, and I think this is just the fighter in me, is I find myself like holding my breath half the round.
look at that. That was a heavy kick. It's a great point, though, right? Can keep that weight on the lead leg without fear that Jan's going to shoot.
I'm probably sitting here looking like Chuck Liddell when they always used to show him watching fights where he looked coked out of his gourd.
Yeah.
It's a good point, Team Evil. He probably was. I probably just looked like it.
You don't see too often, but he's a high-level black belt, excellent wrestling. And he welcomes Piotr Jan into his guard here. Yeah, Jan defended very well, though. Turn the tables. Piotr got a little cheeky one in there.
It was interesting watching Aldo actually try a takedown. Oh, this is 10 seconds left on my stream.
I got 25 left.
So you should be seeing a really good body shot here any second. Aldo looked hurt from that body shot, but so Team Evil, Aldo pretty much did have the takedown. He just kind of rolled almost out of it and ended up with well, he just ended up on his back. Jan ended up going into his guard. Rained a little bit of ground and pound. One shot was just like directly right to the gut, and it kind of froze Aldo up. But he made it through the round, so we'll see. Luckily, with a body shot like that, it's not necessarily going to carry over to another round. It'll affect his cardio a little bit, but it's not like getting hit in the head where you get hit enough in the head, you're going to drop in a later round.
Yeah, that was smart to go for the body in that situation.
Yeah, it was open, and that was a great shot to the body. Like, Jan is a bad dude.
Second round, James, you ready? All right, so here we go with the start of round two. A strong conclusion to round one for the favorite, Piotr Jan. And if body language tells you anything, the look on Aldo's face was a slight look of concern, and on the flip side, you have Piotr Jan jumping up and down, very happy with the way that round ended, and looking to continue round two in a similar fashion. A strong conclusion to round one for the favorite, Piotr Jan.
Even they look small in that octagon. That thing is huge. Is it like oversized for this event?
No, it's just back to the big one. The problem is like the last, several events have been at the Apex, so it's been the smaller cage. It also doesn't help. Like these guys are what? This is the 135 belt.
Yeah.
So they're not big guys anyway. But yeah, the cage looks gigantic compared to the smaller one. We've been talking about it a lot, but I would almost prefer just exclusively going to that smaller cage.
Such a nice job keeping that non-lead hand and that guard high defensively. Inside leg kick for Jose. Jan's doing such a good job of staying composed in there. He's standing almost in the pocket.
Wish Aldo would throw some more leg kicks. Like that used to be his bread and butter. Just he seems to get away from it now. I think I've only seen 2 or 3, and we're in the halfway through the second round almost.
He's not fazed by the greatness of Jose Aldo. So sometimes when you're a good fighter that's only had 15 fights, you watch Jose Aldo.
Especially in a championship fight like this, 5 rounds. If you can tear up those legs, really puts you in a good position come 4 and 5. Oh, there was another one.
Sometimes you'll even see Jan blindly throw that right hand just so he can stay sound defensively. Under 3 minutes here to go in round 2. And Aldo really starting to beat up those legs of Jan. That's going to start to affect Jan as this fight goes on. You see that he immediately switched stance.
Well, I was just talking about leg kicks, and since then, Aldo's thrown like 4. So, hey, seems like Jose Aldo's listening to me. I'll take all credit in the world for that.
That was a nice strategy from Aldo, though, to go for the takedown, to mix things up. You don't really see that from him too much. Obviously, you know, he has great grappling credentials. Kind of caught Jan off guard, but Jan defended it perfectly, did the right thing, turned it.
Yeah, it's hard to comment much when I'm trying to focus on it and watch it.
I know, right? Like, and
I don't know.
to anybody that has never actually fought, like, you end up watching these things different. Like, you'll find yourself like you'll be having head movement watching a fight, and you find yourself like not breathing as much. Like, it's just a weird thing. I'm sure you kind of have somewhat the same thing there, Sly, as far as when you're watching this, it kind of puts you in a different place than someone that hasn't done any of it.
Yeah, I've never, you know, commentated or done anything like this before. In the other fight passes we did, I was just mostly listening, and if I didn't talk about the actual fights. I talked about things related to it.
Especially like this, when you get those like these fights that you really wanted to watch, it's hard to say much during it. Like, it shows you just how hard of a job like Anik and Bisping and those guys have. Like, these guys that have been in there, you know, dozens and dozens of times, having to sit here and verbalize everything that's going on. It's crazy. And Team Evil, obviously, the team that keeps yelling when their fighter lands is Aldo's. Like, that's the Brazilian thing. Is the hey or the yay every time something connects.
No, I gotta refresh again. I just froze.
I've been pretty lucky thus far. I've only had a probably 3 or 4 times I've needed to refresh, and it was nice enough to always freeze between rounds or between fights for me. So it's been a lucky night.
Yeah, I think it's because I went to a spot further, so I have less signal here.
Ah, gotcha.
Fucker.
This is just an incredible fight. I mean, look at them. They're not really utilizing too much footwork. It's like a Thai boxing fight. It is. They're standing in front of one another and just trading power strikes.
And end of the second. Aldo may have taken the second. Like, he was landing quite well with those leg kicks and looked decent standing.
Before mine cut out, I would have given him the second round, based on points.
Yeah, so I think we probably have a 1-1 fight so far going into the third. Surprising, Aldo's looked great so far outside of, you know, in the first where Jan really hurt him with that body shot.
Be right back.
We will be here. And Team Evil, you can never close Pornhub. Like, who's gonna do that?
When he moves out, you got a circle. It's 1-1.
Minimize, maybe, yeah. Or just make it a really small window.
All right, so the Aldo corner seems pretty convicted in thinking it's 1-1, Michael.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think they're thinking Jan got the first, Aldo got the second. You know, round one was close. I'm assuming the fact that Jan ended up on top, they think that Jan got it. And that's a good way to be. Err on the side of caution, you know. Don't be overly optimistic. Assume that you're down, if anything, to send an urgent message that you need to, you know, do more.
Team Evil, that's actually a life hack. So if you're into midget porn, you can actually just watch normal porn and make the window smaller. Don't ask me why I know this.
I'm back. Looks. I almost have this shit fixed here.
Yeah, so I'm right at 409.
Jan's starting to open up a little bit a minute into round 3.
Yeah, Jan's looked pretty good this round so far.
And you're right, a lot of this fight has been contested on a napkin.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're just standing right in front of each other, trading kicks, trading heavy blows, power shots, trying to knock each other out or hurt each other with every single shot that they throw.
I'm at 338. Where are you at?
332. So we're almost at the same point at this point. Good body shots.
Short uppercut from Aldo and an inside leg kick from Jan.
Yeah, that's much better. The stream.
Ooh, Aldo looking good again. This is definitely the kind of fight that Aldo needed, though. A guy that's just going to stand there with him.
Jan resets, goes orthodox here, loads up on a right hand. Aldo evades. Tactical fight thus far.
Yeah, Aldo's looking really good in this round.
I'm surprised how good he's looked this fight. Like I think we all expected it to be kind of, you know, a shell of the former Aldo, but he's looked great.
Their lead feet are almost touching. They're standing just outside of the pocket, but pretty much striking range the whole time.
Yeah, these guys are pretty much just standing in a phone booth and going.
Really good work. They're standing right there, and they're making each other miss. I mean, this is high-level stuff. Excellent head movement, defense, offense. Standing right there, and they're making each other miss. I mean, this is high-level stuff. Excellent head movement, defense, offense.
Nice stick with that lead right from Jan.
Look at the back of Aldo. Yeah, I mean, look at the definition. My word, any bodybuilder would be proud. Look at the back of Aldo.
Looked like Aldo rolled pretty well with that left hand offering from Jan. Less than 2 minutes now to go here in the third. Alexander Volkanovski, Max Holloway waiting in the wings.
Yeah, real nice straight left there again.
Ooh, another good digging body shot.
Really taking an advantage in this round. Both having solid shots, doing great work, finding success on occasion here and there.
Jan pouring it on a little bit.
Not hard to see why the promotion moved to put this fight together. Body strikes, both guys.
Yeah, look at that. 25-24, though it seems, I don't know, Aldo seems to get my attention more. I think because he screams when he fires them, but as we said, so even. Oh, nice jab.
Yeah, that jab out of the southpaw.
Juicer, you're probably actually hearing a little bit of both feeds, possibly. It's like I have the commentary up a little bit to where you might be able to hear it, and then you also may hear it a couple seconds later with Sly.
Oh, I should turn mine down so it's not a mess here.
Well, yours, yours doesn't kick in too much. Like I just hear it every once in a while.
Got a little lazy with that one, Aldo.
Now this is really just a pick 'em round. I don't even know who to. I don't know if I could give this to either guy.
Yeah, I missed the beginning of the round, so.
Aldo was looking pretty good, but yeah, it was nothing to where he came out and just it was absolutely destroying Jan or anything like that. Like if I was judging this, I would give this round a 10-10. But I think I'm one of the few judges that actually gives 10-10s. So.
Yeah, it's the same as a 9-9.
Well, except you have to give a 10-10. Yeah. So a 9-9 only is a thing if somebody lost a point. Funny thing is, a lot of judges don't even know. Well, I won't say a lot of them at this level, but like back when I used to judge and I talked to other people that were judges, some judges didn't even know that you could give a 10-10 in a 10-point must. Yeah, sometimes in Iowa there, Team Evil. I judged fights some other places too. I judged a few in Colorado when I had moved out there. Did a little bit of reffing in Iowa as well. So I did some reffing, did some judging, obviously did some fighting, did some cornering.
There was a lot of small MMA fights in Iowa. I remember that back in the day.
Oh, there was a while there that we had probably like 6 or 7 different like organizations going at once. Pretty much every weekend there was 2 or 3 places that were having fights somewhere in the state. But a lot of that came from, and this is where I actually kind of got my start. There was this bar in Des Moines, Iowa that had after both the Fight Club movie came out and then also after like some of the first UFCs, they decided to have Fight Club night every Friday or Saturday night. What they did is they just brought in a boxing ring and you could go and you can sign up to either box, do like full-on UFC, like mixed martial arts, or you can do submission wrestling. What you do is you just go in, they would, check your ID to see if you were 18. Most of the time they didn't even really check that. And then they would just look at you and look at the other people that signed up and, match you up to someone that was relatively the same size.
That's exactly what I did in Mexico. No physical, no nothing, didn't get paid. It was amateur fights just like that. I did 2 in the same night, and then what I believe was happening is they matched me up, for 2 wins. I was looking really big then. I was younger and lifting then, and most likely the third guy was going to come out and frickin' mop the floor with me. Get me all confident, and plus the third guy was little. 230, no, I was probably then about 220.
Yeah, we had something very, very similar at that Fight Club. Is there was a guy that we called Tyson. And the reason we called him Tyson, he was just this big, just ripped black dude. And he went out and he just destroyed people for like 2 or 3 weeks in a row. And then the same type of thing happened. Is they put him in there with Josh Neer. And Neer just kicked the shit out of him. So they pretty much built him up against other dudes that kind of, were relatively his size. And then there was the ringer just kind of waiting. It was glorious. That's probably what would have happened to you too. They probably had that guy sitting back that was the ringer that would have been that third fight that everybody made their money on.
Yeah, all of this was at a strip club too.
That sounds about right. Like that's where that stuff was, like strip clubs and bars and like parking lots outside of strip clubs. It used to really be the Wild West with that stuff.
This was before, all of us were grooming. You know, I'm Middle Eastern. I'm hairy as fuck if I let it grow out. So I was like super man sweater at the time. And I got lots of cheers from the women that were there because the Hispanic women like the hairy chest. At least in Mexico.
Maybe I should have fought in Mexico then.
Yeah, just like, you know, in Southeast Asia, they like chest hair. The same in Mexico too. Now I'm smooth.
I did that like once, and I was like, nah, that's too much work to maintain.
Agreed. It sucks.
Only way I would ever do that is if I went and I just got it all lasered, where you don't have to deal with it possibly ever again. But if you do, very, very few and far between.
It's expensive, and you got to keep going back. I've had 8 lasers.
Yeah.
You know, for my wife to get rid of all of hers, I think it took 18.
Oh, Jesus.
You wouldn't believe the amount of money, you know, it cost. But now she's completely hairless.
So good for you then. 18 sets. Yeah, that's a lot.
18 full body ones. Yes, completely. But you know, you got to understand, Team Evil. Middle Eastern women are hairy. You know, it's just they're very attractive, but they all got to do something about the hair. Oh no, she's got hair in her head. It's just nowhere. You know, there's none anywhere else. No legs, no armpits, arms, everything else. And I had to go to a white person because none of the Middle Eastern hair places will do men because they just don't feel comfortable doing it. I had this white girl, she got right up into my balls and ass crack, and just like it was nothing. Oh my God, that hurt.
Yeah, I could imagine. That does not sound fun in the
It took
slightest.
care of about half of it, so now I'm like you guys now. But before then, it was just a problem. It was uncomfortable. All right, enough of that.
So back to the fight. Peter Yan definitely took that round. He actually came pretty close to maybe getting close to a finish there. Looks like Aldo might be fading a little bit, which could make sense. I mean, he's older and he is cutting down to a pretty low weight class, but we'll see. Championship rounds.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. You know, he could finish it.
Yeah, 5th round. Like it's probably 3-1. Yan, maybe. Could be 2-2. I don't know.
Oof.
Oh God. This is probably it. Aldo's gonna have to pull something super slick on the ground.
I'm on 434, 433. Where are you?
425. Yeah, Aldo's not in a good place, pretty much being in crucifix right there. He's really got to find a way out.
Yeah, this is going to get stopped soon, I think.
Well, he got that arm out of the crucifix, so that was kind of slick in itself. But I think Aldo needs a finish at this point, because he's not winning this round. And he's got to be super careful, because if this ends up at a 10-8, he definitely has no chance of winning. Oh.
Yeah, Jan had some reserves, and Aldo really didn't for the end of this.
Yeah.
This last round.
Looks like Aldo's busted open at this point. And there's still roughly 3 minutes left. Yeah, I think this will end up getting stopped here.
What's up, Homelander?
Aldo's got to fight back here. This fight's going to be stopped.
Hey, Homelander.
I've only seen probably half this fight, but it's gone how I expected.
Yeah, where are you at in the fight?
235.
Oh, you're right on where I am.
Sure, I'm good. You
Yeah,
probably
I'm
have the
5
same link
seconds
as
behind.
me.
And Sly's just about 10 seconds behind. So we're pretty much all roughly at the same place. But
I'm only 5 seconds off from you guys now. I'm on a different link now. It's better. Aldo did better than I thought he would on the earlier rounds.
He did.
But
What are you guys thinking? 49-46? That's what I see so far.
Yeah, it's either going to be 40. Yeah, probably 49-46. Like Jan, clear cut, has taken the last 2 rounds. This might be a 10-8, so it might even be a wider margin.
I was pretty bad early on in this fight. I couldn't remember if the second round
I'm with
was
the
as
juicer.
decisive as I thought.
Why are they even letting this go?
There, it's just got stopped.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck.
He ain't even defending.
No, he wasn't, but I mean, I don't know. How much time was left? I'm sorry, I'm really off.
They were still well over a minute. They're like,
look at him. He's still down.
Was there a minute?
Yeah, they should have stopped that.
Okay, yeah.
But it's cool. I like it when they don't, but it's good to watch.
Well, Jan's one of those dudes that when he's fucking throwing that, it looks like pity pat, ground and pound, but that hurts. I'm sure some people out there can attest. It looks like just he's, going through the motions, whipping that fist around, but that hurts. And he was doing that for what, a minute and a half? So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that stoppage.
Yeah, I think it was a good stoppage, especially just the way that things were going. Like, Aldo wasn't coming back to win that fight anyway, so just get him out.
I'm one of those conspiracy theorists that think somebody like Aldo, he's like 5 years older than he actually is on paper.
He very well could be.
Like a lot of people, like Mike Tyson. Most people believe that Mike Tyson, when they said he was 14 in that footage, that he was 19. Man, I'm not going to say that that's the craziest conspiracy type shit that's been out there.
He's still a legend.
Sure. Jan's a fucking badass. That guy is a fucking machine. He's what, like 5'7", 135 when he weighs in. He's probably 160, 162 right now.
Probably pretty close,
yeah. That guy can beat up like 99% of people that we interact with on a daily basis. Did you ever see the footage of him being interviewed by what's he go by? The fucking goofball.
The Schmo guy?
Yeah, Schmo, the Schmo dude. And Schmo tried to interview him, and he said something in Russian, and the translator communicated it, and Schmo was like, "Don't break Schmo's arm. No, really. Please, don't break Schmo's arm." He said something to the effect that he was going to break his arm if he didn't get out of his face. It's pretty funny.
Nice. Yeah, Jan is a bad dude.
Yeah.
Although there's some fun fights coming up for him. Like, Aldo wasn't necessarily the best fight they could have made.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So who do you think's next? Do you think it's going to be Sterling, Moraes?
I think it's going to be Moraes. I mean, Moraes deserves it.
Yeah, I think he absolutely deserves it.
Everyone's kind of riding Sterling, and I'm not the most, I'm not up to speed on his record, but I'm pretty sure that he's lost 2 out of his last 5. It wasn't that long ago that he was looking like kind of a gatekeeper type.
Yeah, I want to.
Could be wrong.
It sounds right.
Empty McCruha?
Let's see.
I'm not sure about that. I'm going off the dome here, so I could be completely wrong.
Oh, so Sterling has won his last 5, and then he lost to Moraes. Then he won 2 before that, and then he had lost 2 in a row.
Wow.
I did not know he's on a win streak like that.
I didn't either. Well, then he deserves it, but those 2 that he lost in a row, weren't those pretty decisive?
They were both split decisions. It was Brian Caraway and Sun Sao.
Guess I've fallen for the fucking bait of whatever marketing's going on. No, then he deserves it. I'm not. Is anybody else getting a horrible echo?
Well, it's not
on
really
ESPN Plus from Anik. It's fucking annoying. It's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
I heard it earlier on. Now I have it low enough that I can barely hear it.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So it is kind of it's an interesting argument for Sterling or Moraes, because Sterling's most recent loss was to Moraes, who KO'd him. And Moraes, his last loss was to Cejudo, who abandoned the belt.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Whoever you choose, put him in there, and then have the other one that's left fight Garbrandt.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, I've heard people's opinions that I respect say that Sterling deserved a shot, and I just said, no, he didn't. But I guess I'm remembering. So when Moraes stopped him, that must have been, what, 2016, 2017?
I just closed it. Let me pull it back up. That sounds right from what I was looking at.
When it comes to some things, I'm really shitty about years. And I don't have a computer in front of me.
Yeah, 2017. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Huh.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't know Sterling was as active as he was, because he fought after that loss. He fought twice in 18, twice in 19, and already once this year.
Wow.
So it's the main event next.
Then. I think we're the co-main next, aren't we?
Yep, co-main is next. Holloway and Volkanovski.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, who the fuck knows how that's going to go?
Hey, I
picked Volkanovski in the first fight, and I think that he's got a really good chance this time. But the only person I've seen beat the shit out of Holloway is Poirier. And that was at 155, if I remember right. So, yeah, should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be. If nothing else, it should be a fun fight. Like those guys, if nothing else, and most of that fight, they're gonna be standing right in the center.
So I didn't even look in here. Who's in here? I hear Sly and Dalton. Somebody else?
That's it.
As far as on and on the phone, in the chat, obviously we have like Team Evil's there. Juicer's been in and out as far as chatting. Zonian is around.
All right. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to offend anybody, you know.
No, I think we definitely don't have a PC crowd, so I think you're. I think you're fine.
Cool.
All right, so Henry Cejudo, the former champ, is chiming in.
Zo.
Cejudo's going to do a fucking interview, really?
Who's going to do an interview? What?
I don't know. The feed that I got, I thought I heard Anik say that that Cejudo was going to do an interview. Hang on,
I
let me
wasn't.
turn my shit up in my one ear.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying. I know they popped up a tweet from him, like congratulating Jan. So who knows? So what do you think about Cejudo being retired? Do you think it's just a ploy to get more money, or to hold off and tell their fans where he can get paid more?
I think he's absolutely trying to get more money, which I don't blame him at all. I think they're very underpaid, but you know, I really don't know what to think of the shit in this, you know, with COVID and stuff, like with Masvidal pulling that shit. it's just kind of apparently Masvidal got what he wanted, or what he claimed, like 99% of what he wanted. So good for him. I hope Henry gets paid. I don't really see that happening, but maybe circumstances will occur that allows him to get paid. But no, it seems like a weak ass fucking Punk move to me. But
yeah, so I wonder how much of
I'm
it
not
is.
I'm not a fucking gold medalist, two-weight UFC division champion, so I'm not going to criticize the guy too much. But it seems like a pretty obvious ploy. He's I don't know if he's had a birthday, but he was 32 when he pulled that shit, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Well, so
he
part of
fights
it's
2 more times, and maybe he gets, worst case scenario, $400,000. That's fucking $750,000 to $800,000 to $800,000. And I'm not the one getting punched in the head in there, so I'm not going to criticize the guy. But he's going to pass that up in the next year of his life. Almost $1 million. And
Yeah.
It just seems, yeah.
So I wonder how much of it has to do with just the way that some of these people are doing it. So like they're running the promo right now for Stipe versus Cormier, and I think it was Cormier on. He was either on Helwani or actually I think it might have been Pat McAfee. But he was talking about how he kind of changed his contract. So part of it may just be because he is kind of like the company guy. But his thoughts behind the whole thing was, yes, guys absolutely deserve to get paid more. But if you're trying to get paid more, making all these public statements and shit like that is actually hurting your cause. Because apparently he went in and after he lost the title, went in and basically renegotiated and saying, like, hey, I'm not going to fight unless I'm making that same amount of money I was making as champion. And apparently he got what he wanted.
You're going to get kicked off in a minute.
You're going to get kicked off, Sly?
We're at our 2-hour limit. I got a message that popped up on my screen.
You got a message on there? So we have 3 hours. I wonder if it's
3. Yeah.
So it's 3 for the show. Sly, I wonder if you can only be like a call-in guest for 2 hours at a time. So if you have to drop, just drop and call right back in. And I think you're fine.
Let's watch and see if it knocks me off. It'll be a good test.
Yeah, that's weird. I never knew that was the thing. I know the 3-hour thing is a thing, but we're only 2 hours and 2 minutes in.
As far as Cormier goes, I was a pretty big fan of his for a while, but, to be blunt, he seems like a pretty hardcore UFC company man at this point, and has been since he got that really good contract renegotiation. I think, was it going into the second Bones fight, or maybe it was the Stipe fight at heavyweight, the first one? I think he got another renegotiation going into the first heavyweight championship fight with Stipe. And, to the dude's credit, he fucking delivered, knocked him out in the first round, so he deserves it. But he seems like the kind of guy that's going to benefit by saying things that, favor the UFC as opposed to the complaining fighters.
Right.
And just show my bias.
Well, and I don't necessarily think it's a bias. Like, I think everyone can see he absolutely is a company guy. Like, and probably where he comes off when he says things like that, like, I don't necessarily know if he kind of realizes that there are other people out there that don't have that relationship. So yeah, for him, just going, not in public, doing it in private and getting your contract updated for what you want is something that can happen. Versus with other guys that, like, if they tried that, UFC would be like, no, fuck you.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't blame the guy. It's what you work for. But I've watched at least maybe up to 8 or 9 months ago, before the COVID shit happened, I used to watch all those I Am the Bay videos on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those, Dalton?
I've seen, I think, one, actually. So not many of them.
They're really entertaining, and it gets you a pretty good look, especially the early ones before, that commercialization happens and they're putting on an act, even for a shitty camera in front of them, because they know it's going to get a lot of views on YouTube. But the early videos with Cormier and Habib are pretty fucking funny. They really did seem to have a not, I wouldn't say father-son, but like an older brother, younger brother relationship.
Right.
They were pretty funny, and Cormier seemed pretty cool. But the last ever since he lost the title to Stipe, that must have been 2 years ago now. Yeah, because he beat Lewis after he beat Stipe, and then he lost a year and a half, whatever. He seems kind of like he is struggling to just, grasp whatever dollars he can. I'm not going to criticize the guy, obviously, because he could beat me into death, in 45 seconds. And I'm not a professional UFC champion, certainly not a heavyweight champion, but he kind of seems like a dick at this point.
Yeah, I think he's doing what he can. Well, I think he knows that, especially going into this, right? Like, he knows this is his last fight. So I think he's trying to get every last penny he can get from that. And then I wonder if we don't see kind of like the older kind of DC after that, when we just see him as an analyst and just see him as a wrestling coach.
Definitely. And that's the thing about the UFC, too, is they change your perception however they want based off their editing of embedded series, and whatever the fucking first one is that they call it now, the whatever one's, an hour long before they released embedded.
Oh, the countdown.
For a fight going into it.
Yeah,
countdown. Which those are a joke. When you watch those nowadays, it's like fucking 2-year-old footage going into a fight. So it's, it's just like, why bother watching it? Just watch the embeds when they come out. Anybody else wondered why Max Holloway has let his hair grow out like that? Dalton, we joked about Cody Garbrandt growing his hair out because he's trying to hide his receding hairline.
Yep.
I don't think anyone's wondered why Max has shaved his head for the last 5 years. The dude has a horrible receding hairline, and I have COVID hair right now myself. But is that why his hair looks like that? He just couldn't get a haircut, and then he decided, I'm going to let it grow out and try to fool people into thinking I have a decent hairline. Because that hair looks terrible.
It looks terrible, and like, I don't know why, but it makes him, and he might actually sound more punchy now, but like with the hair, he seems half retarded to me.
But but that's his thing. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't sound any more retarded than he did fucking 3 years ago or whatever it was when he missed weight that one time. But yeah, it makes him look dumber. I don't know why. I can't handle my hair being that long, and I have a full head of hair without a receding hairline. Why doesn't he just shave his head?
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I wonder if he's trying to kind of play up the COVID thing, maybe. Because there was the whole thing, like, in Hawaii, like, they're still completely shut down. Like, they're not even, like, it's supposed to be illegal to train.
Where I'm at in the Midwest, I was with my father earlier today, and he wanted to get fast food, and we tried to go to a Burger King. I'm not going to dox myself, but we're at a place where 2 days ago, everything was open, and we tried to go to a fast food restaurant at lunch today, and it was closed. The lobby was closed. You could walk in and order, but there was nobody in there, and you couldn't sit down and eat. You had to carry your food out. And then we went to like 3 other places, and they were all the same. So I'm not sure what's going on with the COVID thing right now, but where I am, the governor has not declared or changed any laws, but the corporations, the fast food restaurants, have gone ahead and decided to change that without being told to. And that must have happened yesterday, because my father said he was there Thursday, late morning, and that he could go in and sit down and eat. So I'm not sure what's going on with all that. I even got on my phone and checked Google after we left to make sure that the governor hadn't changed the laws, and he hasn't. It's still, far advanced, but all the fast food places apparently took it upon themselves to shut their lobbies down. So I expect that shit to get worse in the next 2 to 3 days across the country.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably will, because, I mean, we just hit, like, we've had, I think this was the first week where deaths have increased in the past however long.
What I read. Yeah, my buddy lives in South Florida, and at least what he was told, he doesn't he doesn't really believe the numbers that he's told. But supposedly, was it Thursday? They hit a record high death count, not the infection rate, but the death count. I believe Thursday was a record for COVID.
I didn't think it. Well, at least not like total for the U.S. There's a lot of states that are hitting records.
No, I'm sorry. I mean for the state of Florida. I think Florida.
Yeah, Florida, Texas, and there's a couple other states have been kind of routinely beating their records with the deaths. Basically, what they're seeing is basically what New York saw. They just have their own little pockets. Like Florida, the high population areas are doing kind of shitty right now. Same thing with Texas. And I mean, the rest of the country is going to hit it at some point too. I think every like major population area is probably going to get a run where they, destroy their records, and it kind of moves through.
Homelander.
Yeah.
What did you order at Burger King?
Fuck you, Sly. What does it matter what I ordered that they couldn't bring my food? You fucking dickhead.
You must not know. You've never read the stories about me and Burger King.
I've read a little bit about that shit on the fucking OG. And you motherfuckers, I don't know where you motherfuckers live, but Burger King is dog shit. I go there because that's where my dad thinks fucking cheeseburgers are still good from like 1991 when I was like fucking 11 years old. And he fucking drugged me there after fucking baseball practice or AAU basketball camp or whatever. Have to go there. It's flame broiled. Yeah, you mean this fucking dog shit patty that's been microwaved to heat up? But they say it's... I've heard... well, Sly, I've got family in Canada. Mm-hmm. And I have heard from them that Burger King is actually good in Canada. I've never had it, so I can't, testify to that. So I'm also not going to say you're full of shit. But Burger King is terrible.
Well,
have you had it in Michigan?
Do you remember the food I posted for Father's Day?
Yeah, it was awesome, except for those things that looked like dog turds.
Okay, I think those were Iraqi style kebab. They were meat. They're
don't probably use fucking awesome, dude. I'm just being a dick.
Yeah. Anyway, no, it's fine. It's just so that you know that why they look like that and they look different. As Iraqis, they call it tikka when it's chunks of like steak, but if it's actual ground up, it's Iraqi kebab. But anyway, I ate Burger King. I didn't eat any of that fucking food because it was Father's Day and I was eating what the hell was good to me. So that's what I had that day was Burger King. It was a cheat day.
You're
man. You're gonna come out. You're gonna. Yeah, you're gonna
complete ingrate. You're an ingrate, Sly.
You're gonna sit here and tell me you went to Burger King and expect me not to ask you what you order. The best answer.
Burger. You could have eaten fucking homemade food, and you ate Burger King. Jesus Christ. Goddamn, man.
I don't get a Whopper and onion rings very often.
That's a voice of a guy that's happily married and has a good wife right there. Yeah. Give him a divorce and a year and a half, and he'll be eating Burger King going, why am I eating this fucking slop? Swiping his fucking... Jesus Christ.
It's like those people.
I said those things looked like dog shit because, like, to be perfectly honest, they kind of do. And I think I put in that post like they look like dog shit, but I bet they're tasty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
don't worry.
Awesome.
I'm not sensitive at all, but.
Yeah. Well, Sly, Burger King is fucking horrible. Have you ever ordered it in the Midwest outside of Michigan?
Yeah, I've ordered it. I think everywhere I've been.
Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Southern Illinois.
It's been a long time since I've been to any of just two of those states. I've been to Michigan and Ohio recently.
You just fly in and you're a baller, and then fly out and go back to Southern California.
Man,
fucking.
When I have to. I have a friend from Kentucky, and he's now in Virginia. So I used to go to Kentucky years ago, and now I go to Virginia to see him.
Sure.
So,
does he live on the tip of Virginia? Man,
no,
Max
he's
looks like
in
shit.
Virginia Beach.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I'm not a baller. He's actually a baller.
I think compared to normal people, you're kind of a baller there, Sly.
Shoot, you guys, you know, there was a time in my life all I owned was a shirt and a pair of pants. Didn't even own shoes.
Yeah. Dalton, I think I let slip a couple times around Sly on whatever, where I've been at in life. I've been a poor motherfucker, rich motherfucker, poor motherfucker, rich motherfucker, and in between since I've been an adult. So
both of us.
I think I've followed kind of the same thing. I've been poor as shit, and then I got pretty well off, and then relatively poor as shit, going around fighting, and then now now I'm upper middle class, like a gentleman.
Yeah.
My poor wife is, stuck with me. She thinks she's
being
impoverished.
She's doing just fine, bro, for sure, and you know that. I've been upper to upper middle class, white boy, college educated my entire adult life, and it hasn't made a single fucking thing easier. The way I could word it, as I just did, was because I've been called an upper middle class, college educated white boy.
You're gonna get called white
Max
privilege.
looks like Max looks like fucking shit, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's not looking great.
Not sure if it's the rugby league career or the athletic pedigree or what, but just largely unfazed by these fight atmospheres that break.
You know, Dalton, seriously, part of it is his fucking hair. Jesus Christ. Why didn't he shave that shit? What the fuck?
I don't know. Yeah, it makes him speaking sound even sloppier than he does. It makes him just look sloppy, making his fighting look sloppier. Like, amazing how bad his hair fucked up his life.
And Volk has the hair that I've had in my nightmares about when I start losing my hair. Hasn't happened yet, thank God. But his hairline's like how I imagine mine when I would just wake up one day, like, holy fuck. And it still looks way better than Max looks kind of like, at that angle right there, like 3/4 side, he looks like a fucking cartoon character.
It kind of does.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
I never fought pro, so I wouldn't know, but I can't imagine cutting that kind of weight. And I'm a pretty big critic when people blame cutting weight, because the most I've ever cut in 24 hours was probably 7 pounds. I used to walk around high 160s, and I'd box at welterweight, so 147. But that was like a 6-week dieting period. I mean, I maybe cut like water weight, like 5 pounds, if that. Then you see like a guy, Max is about my height. And when I look at that dude, like right now, that angle you got right there, his head looks like a cartoon character. It looks like a fucking giant orb on top of a stick. That does not look like a healthy dude.
No, it doesn't.
Am I wrong?
No, he is not proportionate at this point.
Yeah, that's why when you see somebody like Vic, James Vick, was that his name? The
really tall dude?
Executioner, like 6'3", fighting at 155.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, when I was probably 20 years old, when I was actually in good shape, when I lifted weights probably like Dalton did, I weighed about 162, and my body fat was so fucking low that I carried Nutri-Grain bars around with me to class. And between classes, I had to eat one because my blood sugar would drop so low supposedly, of course, this is 1999. The doctor said that I had a hypoglycemia and I couldn't store the fucking energy reserves I needed in my fucking fat cells because I didn't have any. It was something seriously like everyone says I'm lying, but I'm not. It was something like 2.8, 2.9% of body fat. And I would get fucking lightheaded probably an hour and a half into a day if I didn't eat a Nutri-Grain bar.
Oh, I can believe it.
And
So
I probably looked.
Yeah,
I probably looked like fucking Max does right now.
Probably pretty close. Like in Iowa, so they actually had to put it into the regulations for like high school wrestling. There was high school and middle school wrestling there that you had to have like. So at the beginning of the season, and then anytime you were going to change weights, if you were going to dip below 5% body fat, like you had to have your doctor sign off on it. Because otherwise you would get to that point, like what you were talking about, where, yeah, you had to carry shit around with you, and it was super dangerous.
Yep. My boxing coach was a fucking asshole, and I thought he was full of shit and was a dick to him, but he was just trying to look out for my best interest. And yeah, he was pretty hardcore about me having to go get checked out. But I still think that I looked I still think when I was that fucking skinny I looked jacked, and Max just looks like a fucking giant headed bobble doll. But I probably looked like that, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Well, maybe, but you were probably like, you could also have been carrying a little bit more muscle than he is. Like he seems to have drained himself even of muscle at this point.
He looks like it, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't think he'd compete at this level if he had. But I don't know. You know, who knows?
Well, like one of the worst versions of that, like remember Corey Hill? Where the guy didn't even have muscle on his legs. It was pretty much just a bone leg.
Wasn't he a Executioner style? Wasn't he like 6'3", 155?
I think he might have even been taller. Yeah, now I want to look that up.
Yeah,
he was
maybe 6'4".
Yeah, he was one of the
giant.
worst.
I mean, that's just not natural.
Corey Hill. Let's see. Yeah, he was 6'4".
Probably listed as 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
So he's probably legit 6'3". Whereas the other, like the Executioner, is probably listed at 6'3", but probably 6'1". It's just, it's not natural to be ready to walk in and fight and be 6'3" and 155 pounds. That's just not normal.
No, not in the slightest. Like I couldn't imagine. I'm 6'1". Like if I could not imagine my body at 155 pounds. Like, I don't know where it would go.
Well, you're built like a truck. I'm one of those light builded dudes where I could be 6'1" and make 155 for sure. But I'm not a stocky guy at all. Never claimed to be. That's the funny thing about
the Scandinavian structure.
Well, no, seriously though, that's the thing about the OG. Everybody fucking read about is like 6'1", 225, and like 14% body fat, and it's like, I don't think so. Have you ever really been tested? Everybody you read about is like, oh, I'm 6'2", 235 pounds. Oh, okay. You a linebacker for the fucking New York Giants? No, I just kind of work out occasionally, and I'm 13% body fat at that height and weight. Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, plus they got, foot long dicks and millions of dollars in the bank, and
yeah, I know.
3 girlfriends that are 10s.
Yeah. Which I don't disbelieve a lot of that shit, but it's just kind of like, the numbers. Yeah, well, somebody pops into a thread, like 29 posts in. I'm 6'3", 229 pounds, 14.5% body fat. No, you're not. And if you are, it's because whatever fucking body fat test you have taken is completely full of shit. Man, I thought this fight would be as Joe Rogan would say, a slobber knocker, but it just hasn't been there yet.
Now, I wonder if they'll continue to open up a little bit more and more.
I think their footwork is just too good on both sides.
And it seems like Max is kind of at least gotten rid of a little bit of that hole to where he didn't eat all those calf kicks early like he did in the first fight. But
yeah,
they're
but
both
I
moving
haven't
well.
seen anything. Haven't seen anything that's been really decisive or. It looks like a shitty fucking kickboxing match, to be honest. Which isn't that the criticism nowadays of MMA?
A lot of those fights, yeah. So there was one earlier on the prelims. It was the fight before the Volkan Ozdemir fight. It was Dos Santos versus some Russian, or I don't even remember the names anymore, but two guys known for like throwing spinning shit and were stand-up guys. And that turned out just being a boring as shit fight. All they did was danced around. Like, yeah, they're technically great, but like no one's landing anything.
Yeah. Hard to criticize guys like that, though, really, unless you're, just a rabid fan. But it does make for a boring fucking fight. I don't know. I was arguing with somebody. Remember, maybe it was one of my dad's buddies. Do you guys remember watching Randy Couture versus Jesus, the Filipino guy, Filipino American? He fought Tim Sylvia and lost a decision. Jesus, I can't think of his fucking name. I can see his face. Knocked out Frank Mir, was going to be the next heavyweight champ, and it didn't work out. Went to ONE FC. Jesus.
Are you talking Brandon Vera?
Yeah, my fucking brain's fried. Sorry, Dalton. Yeah, Brandon Vera. Did you see Brandon Vera versus Randy Couture? And did you actually watch that live before, the fucking announcers and everybody else could bias your opinion? That was one of the worst decisions I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, Vera got robbed.
Held him up against. Absolutely robbed. Did you really think that? Because I did. I thought he was completely fucking robbed.
Yeah, I thought he absolutely won the fight. So when that decision came, I thought, yeah, that was a little. Seems like judges just saw the two names and judged based on that.
Yep, that was towards the end of me being a fan of boxing. I was still married at the time, and my ex-wife was really into fighting because she'd grown up with me. And I remember watching that, and it finished. I think it was only 3 rounds. It was either in non-title, or maybe that was. Yeah, I think it was non-title because I'm pretty sure the next fight after that was for an interim belt. But either way, it was a shit decision. I remember watching it thinking, yeah, he's going to get fucked on this. And I want to say that one of the judges did it 30-27 Randy. And it was just disgraceful. And I remember looking at my ex-wife at the time and saying, okay, MMA's pretty much caught up to boxing now. I'm done. And of course, that lasted for 3 months until the next good pay-per-view came on, and I ordered it.
And that was one of the big things with MMA, though, is like we got saddled with all these goddamn boxing judges anyway. So everybody already knows like how you buy them off.
Yep. Well, and the worst thing about the 10-point must system is even people like Teddy Atlas, when they were interviewed 20 fucking years ago, used to say that they thought judges should really try to make sure they give a definitive 10-9 round to one of the fighters when, to be honest, a third, maybe a quarter, if not a third of the rounds in most high-level boxing matches should be 10-10. I've been a huge proponent of 10-10 rounds since 99. I remember when Holyfield and Lewis boxed their rematch. Must have been in March of 99. I had a huge party. And Holyfield had gotten a bullshit draw in their first boxing match. And Lewis did deserve that decision. He clearly won 7-8 rounds of that boxing match. They had the rematch, and I scored it 6-5, 1 even. So I had... I'm biased, obviously, but I had Holyfield winning that by a point. But at worst, that was 6-6. But the judges were trying to make up for the bullshit decision in the first boxing match. So I think Lewis might have even gotten he got at least a 117, 111. He might have got a 118, 110 in that. And it was bullshit. But it was guys scoring rounds that's how boxing should be scored, based off who they want to win as opposed to who actually won the round. And boxing, I'm all for. It's, a championship match. It's 12 individual matches. You score them that way. You don't look at it, pride rules in MMA. You don't look at it at the end, the last round, and say, well, who did I think won this fight, and score it that way. You score it round by round. And that's also why the 10-point must system, 10-9 in MMA is complete bullshit. Because MMA is far more complicated and involves a lot more aspects of fighting than boxing does.
Absolutely.
That's just my opinion.
Well, and we were kind of talking about it earlier. I may have just been going on a rant about it. That you don't see near enough 10-10s. And like back when I was judging around kind of the Midwest, like I would judge a lot of fights, and I'd talk to other people that were judges. Some people didn't even know you could give a 10-10.
I know. Isn't that fucked up, Dalton? Really? Like, think if you were the guy in the ring at that time, and you found out afterwards when you lost a fucking razor-thin decision, if you heard that, well, one judge didn't know that he could give around 10-10. How fucking pissed would you be? And hell, I don't know. You might have already been in that position. I never was, because I never fought professional MMA.
Yeah, generally when I lost, I probably deserved it.
Yeah, okay, got you.
Yeah,
No, I never lost a match, professional or amateur, in boxing that I didn't deserve to lose. So, yeah, I hear you.
But still, yeah, it is crazy. Like when you were talking to people, you would talk to people afterwards when you would, it's just general stuff you'd end up talking about at the end of the night, because you would end up hearing their decisions, read. Like, how in the hell did you come to that decision? And I'd be like, I'd talk to these people, I'd be like, how did you see that? Like, I saw, whatever round, like, I couldn't pick a winner, and I've actually done this stuff. You're just like a fan or whatever. And they're like, well, I guess this person might, like, it was super close. I'm like, then why didn't you give it a 10-10? They're like, is that a thing? I thought I had to give a 10 and a 9 or lower.
I was never really all in on the fighting thing. I was always kind of the dude that knew he had some kind of a backup, whatever that meant at the time. But the guys that did, you feel bad for them when you hear shit like that, because a win or loss completely changes the trajectory of their life. And people don't value that, and they think like, oh, okay, he lost the split decision, or oh, he won a split decision. Look at fucking Masvidal. When would he have been fighting tonight, for a title? I believe of his last like 10 fights, I think 5 of them have been a loss by split decision. Maybe he would have been here 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And that's the thing nobody's looking at tonight. He's 35. That's the thing that I worry about the most, is he's been training for this, and I made my opinion pretty clear that I don't think if he loses tonight, it has anything to do with his weight cut. And I still don't, even after that shit they posted today with him looking like he's going to die, with a towel wrapped around him. I don't care. I think he made weight just fine. If he loses today, it's not going to be because of that. It's going to be because Usman's a better fighter, which he is. But yeah, it just, how fucked up. He should have been making really good money a couple years ago.
Yeah, if you look back at his record, so yeah, his loss to Stephen Thompson was a unanimous decision, but before that he had a split decision loss to Maya, split decision loss to Lorenz Larkin, split decision to Benson Henderson, split decision to Ally Aquinta. So yeah, like most of his losses are that split decision of what the fuck's going on.
How many rounds is this fight?
This championship fight
It'd be
5.
3,
so it's...
Or, yeah, my bad. Oh, sorry, 5.
Okay.
It's 90. It's one of those fights. It's 99% chance to go the distance. Because Max can take a fucking hit like a drunkard, getting smashed in the face with a baseball bat.
Yeah, he's a lot like when we were watching. Like when we were watching Tony just get beat to shit. Like Max is the same guy.
Yep.
But I'm with you with Masvidal. Yeah, I don't think he I don't think he's the better fighter at all. I would love to watch him win just for the story of this. 17 years in, finally gets his title shot.
Me too, man. I'm pulling for him completely. I just said from the moment they knew this was going to happen that, you know, like if I'm put in a position where I have to make a call in a fight, I go with my degenerate gambler inside and go with who I think is actually going to win. That's like the best way to remove your emotions from betting on who you think is going to win a fight is by who. If you had to bet your life savings on it, who do you think is going to win? And yeah, if I had to bet money, I'd put my money on Usman by probably 50-45 or possibly a 4th or 5th round TKO.
Yeah, I see.
But everyone's totally sleeping on Usman's, or I'm sorry, as Jay would say it. What do you say? Usman's his fucking clinch game. His clinch game is top notch. I saw some retards on the OG trying to say that that's how Usman, Masvidal was going to win the fight. Is his superior clinch game, and it's like, have you not watched Usman fight? His fucking clinch game is top notch, and he's got the upper body of a fucking light heavyweight. He does have kind of skinny calves and stuff, but he's got enough leg muscle to make his legs work in a mixed martial arts match, and his upper body is built like a fucking light heavyweight. So good luck with that.
Well, he's got that.
If Masvidal,
he's got that kind
Masvidal needs to throw. Masvidal needs to throw hooks going into the clinch, and then especially breaking out of the clinch. When he pushes off with both hands on his shoulders, he needs to throw hooks, and he needs to throw wide hooks, wide hooks. My bad. But quick to land him. And I think maybe the jab, he might need to mix it up and sneak in left jab, then throw a left hook right afterwards. And he can probably win, but I don't see him winning in the clinch other than him breaking free and punching off the break.
Yeah, I'm saying same with you. Like, I think Usman has the decided advantage, like, once they are in that range where you can grab a hold of someone. And part of that is like you talked about, yeah, he doesn't necessarily have like the biggest legs, but he has that deceptive wrestler strength in that manner. Because he's been a wrestler so long. You'll see a lot of these top level wrestlers, they don't necessarily have huge legs, but like when they decide to use momentum and use their body, like they can throw anyone, and they have way more strength than you think they have.
Yep. That's I went in and wrestled with some high level guys when I was 19, I think. I hadn't wrestled in probably 2 years. And I was kind of a workout freak, but I was also a drunk at that point in time. So I went in, they asked me to come by. I was hungover like a motherfucker. And I went in, and it was a Greco. They were practicing Greco for whatever reason. I don't fucking know. I wasn't told that was what was going to happen. And I had enough leg strength to pick a dude up and throw him repeatedly using mostly my right thigh for that press. And it worked fine for me, and they couldn't believe how strong I was. I'm like, I don't even work out my legs, man. What the fuck? So functional strength on that stuff. Sly, where do you live again? Did you hear that?
San Diego?
Just now?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I heard
Christ.
it. For real. It shook my house. I'm in Southeast Michigan.
Did you get
right now?
Did you get a rainstorm about 10, 12 hours ago that you thought was going to blow your house over?
No. Just a little bit of rain, a little sprinkle.
Okay, well, my bad. Anyway, yeah.
Actually, there was zero rain then. I was, prepping for a bunch of people that came over. I was, cleaning up. I was outside.
Yeah. I'm probably 75, 80 miles southeast of where that hit. It was really fucking bad here. And that was pretty horrific just now. Anyway, my bad, Dalton.
Did you hear it
I'm
through
not
my
sure where I was
through
there.
my microphone or something?
No, it was here, and I know you're pretty close to where I am.
Okay, all right. So
And
it's like,
it
damn,
shook my
you
whole
scared
fucking
me. I was like,
home.
how the fuck did he know that?
He's
Well,
on
it
his
just
way
shook
over,
my
Sly.
place to the fucking foundation, man.
Is Homelander going to knock on the door in a minute? And...
I'm on a
just-
concrete slab right now, and it just fucking vibrated my couch. Bad. Anyway, sorry about that, Dalton.
I'm trying to get back in here. I can't. I got to find a different stream.
Luckily, you're between rounds, so yeah, we're still moving through this one.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that Holloway just looks so dumb
Thanks,
right
Macy. That's like a worst case scenario stream. But thank you, Macy. In the chat. What is this story? I don't know either. How's the cough home? Not good, team.
It's better than it was.
Yeah. Well, it was a lot better. Until I went and did slave work for my dad in fucking 95 degrees. 117 degrees heat index. I'm not really meant to breathe humid air at this point in time, Sly. I should have moved to the fucking Southwest 13 years ago when I had a chance. Fuck this shit. If you ever grew up in the, I think they call it, I'm watching the fight at the same time. Max looks like a fucking bobblehead doll. Near the Ohio River Valley, and you ever planted a tree, you would get, sorry, not trying to be PJ here, but I'm kind of trying to watch the fight at the same time, since this is the biggest fight of the card for me.
I'm just trying to get my shit back up. I'm listening, but I'm clicking away here.
It's okay. We're used to, in the main events of the decent cards, yeah, half the people that call in are used to actually like doing this kind of thing. So yeah, we kind of get a little bit engrossed with what's actually going on and not whatever we're yapping about.
Fuck it, I'm going down to get on the computer. Fuck this.
Yeah, go, dude. This looks like it's going to be a 49-46, 49-46, 48-47 decision that's going to end up being ammunition enough for people in Max's camp to say he was robbed, and people in Volkanovski's camp to say it was decisive, and most likely be one of those fights where you go, yeah, okay, all right. And then 8 years from now, everyone will just assume Volkanovski won. That's the sad part about losing a fucking split decision in the UFC. If you look back even 2008, 2009, 2010, you just remember like so-and-so beat so-and-so. And you don't remember like, well, actually, it was pretty much dead fucking even. If you look at most decision victories that are definitive based on a split decision by the announcer, most of them really aren't clear. There isn't a clear-cut winner. Well, Max is tuning it up all of a sudden.
Yeah, generally the only time you see those split decisions that actually were relatively one-sided, it's that one that you just have the one judge that got everything completely the fuck wrong.
Yeah.
Which those are always
worst,
fun.
and I've seen it on the OG since I've been on there, is when some fucking retard thinks a fucking split decision means that a judge scored it 2-1 for the winner. So you see like 3 2-1 scores, 2 rounds to 1 on a 3-round fight, and they'll call that a split decision. And it's like, no, you fucking retard. It's a unanimous decision. Okay, well, Max just lost this.
Yeah, that takedown.
Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I see the same thing. Or they'll like start arguing about a fight that ends up, they'll look at it and they'll see that it was a unanimous decision. They'll be like, no, that deserved to be a split decision. It's like, that's not how scoring works.
Yeah, I know. It was bad enough in boxing, 20 years ago. It's fucking insufferable in MMA.
Yeah, they need to figure something out. And I don't necessarily think it's the right call just saying, hey, you should score more 10-8s. Like in a
10-8s and like I said, 10-8s and 10-10s. 10-7s? Jesus Christ. I mean, it's so fucking stupid the way it's set up. It's like, okay, even in boxing, try to find a round that was scored lower than 10-7. Okay, then why isn't it 4-0? Why isn't the point system 4-0? Okay, 4-3, 4-2, 4-1. Why is it fucking 10? Unless you can take 10 points, at least 9 points away from the loser, why is it a 10-point must system?
Exactly. Yeah, right.
Look back to like, the 50s, 40s, 30s, especially the 20s and 10s, Jack Dempsey era. Good luck finding a round ever scored under 10-8. So why the fuck is it a 10-point must system? It's just bullshit.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great point. There's literally no such thing as a 10-5. There are rounds that should probably be 10-0.
Absolutely. I think I've maybe seen the 10-6 once ever, and you're talking like 30 plus years of diehard boxing fan here, and I think I've seen a 10-6 once ever, and I couldn't tell you what match that was, but it was probably in the early 90s. But 10-7 is rare enough. I've probably seen that a grand total of 6 or 7 times. So yeah, get under a 10-8. It's a fucking lottery win. It's bullshit.
When you see that in some of those decisions that you kind of were talking about, is you'll have a guy come out, say it's the first round, completely destroys a guy, gets within seconds of stopping him, just dominates, still only gets a 10-9 because most judges don't get anything lower than a 9. And then loses the next 2 rounds in razor-thin fashion, and all of a sudden that guy lost a fight. You're just thinking, what the hell is going on?
If you want to see a really good example of that raises a legitimate argument, it's the first match between Manny Pacquiao and Juan Manuel Marquez. Must have been 2002, maybe earlier. But the first boxing match between Manny Pacquiao and Juan Manuel Marquez, Manny knocked him down, I want to say 3 times in the first round, and he got a 10-7 score that round. And then after that, the argument is that Marquez beat him, on rounds versus rounds. But when you look at the entire fight, well, who did more damage to who? Well, obviously Manny did more damage to Manny. Manuel, whatever the fuck. Their names get confusing at that point. But anyway, Marquez, Pacquiao, the first match, Pacquiao, I believe, got a split decision or a draw. I don't remember for certain. Because that was when I was kind of like, oh, I'm done with boxing. Fuck this scoring bullshit.
Yeah, scoring in sports like this is just fucking insane. And part of it evens out a little bit, at least in boxing, because you are dealing with 12 rounds. So fucking up one round isn't as bad. But if you look at a 3-round fight, goddamn.
I know. That's where I was really like, okay, I'm cutting loose of this shit. When you got 12 3-minute rounds, you can kind of work it out, score it in a way, and they lie about it. But every dude that's scoring a match has kind of an idea of how it's pretty much gone after 7 or 8 rounds, and then he scores those rounds based on how his interpretation was of the first 7 or 8 rounds. They say otherwise, they're fucking lying. That's just how it works. So in a boxing match, you kind of get that time to even it out. If you want to dial it up, like, oh, he's got to turn it on now. Okay, yeah, well, it's the 8th round. Well, try turning it on now when it's, 4 minutes and 55 seconds of the second round, and you got a 3-round MMA fight.
Right.
I couldn't imagine trying to do that. Fuck that. I'd be like, yeah, I'm done. Fuck it. Do whatever I can. That's the funniest fucking thing about all these fight sports is when you hear some guy saying, like, thinking it's a fucking video game. you know, like, oh, there's 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in the third round. It's a 3-round fight. He should really have more energy than that right now. Like, have you ever been in there? What the fuck? What do you mean he should have more energy than he does right now? Try it yourself. Most people would be like, okay, I'm done. They'd wave their left hand, you know, if they're right handed, and be like, okay, yeah, I submit. I'm done.
Yeah, it's a completely different fucking world.
Yeah. And I've never even done pro MMA, but I can only imagine from what I have done that fuck that. Yeah, I quit. Okay, you're going to quit and get $2,000 now, or you can quit 8 minutes from now and have your nose broken, your ear popped, and possibly a broken orbital. Yeah, I'll take my $2,000 now. I'll just go ahead and walk out of here now.
Yeah, I think more people actually need to understand a little bit of that. You see a lot of that with like the fighters. Like you had that a while back. God, which fight was that? The fight that they should have stopped. Yeah, they've had a bunch of fights now that they should have stopped like between rounds and just let these guys get fucking beat to shit.
He didn't. He claimed he didn't want it to stop, but I want to say Anthony. Anthony's not the right name. Lionheart. Lionheart Smith.
Yeah, Anthony Smith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying he doesn't want to. It's like, goddamn, you got to step in at some point. Like, I think at least from like your corner's perspective, like when I cornered people, it's been, God, obviously ages now since I've done that. Like, it's more, I'm going to stop the fight if I know you can't win versus I'm going to stop the fight when you've already lost.
Yeah, I agree completely. And in their defense, like when you're the fighter, you really don't feel that way. You say retarded shit like, I want him taking out my shield. But when you're the guy looking out for him, I don't have that experience that you do in as far as MMA goes. But in boxing, it's like, okay, we have like 1/10 of a 1% chance to win here if you knock him out. And that's, you know, obviously not going to happen. So how about you not take... And everyone looks at it like, oh, how many shots is he taking to the head? Oh, wow, he's taking 48 shots to the head. 27 of them are clean. And then he moved around and blah, blah, blah. Like, take one more shot clean, motherfucker. When you're already fucking dizzy, you've been punched and you're fucking exhausted, take one more punch from a dude that's the same size as you, that knows how to throw a fucking punch, and be like, yeah, well, 7 more of those are acceptable. Or 5 more of those are acceptable. Get hit with one of them. Fuck that. I don't corner anybody anymore because I have that opinion. But it's just, you know, it's kind of like, you're not going to get rich off this, so how about we just pack it up and go home and try to fight somebody else on another day that you can beat.
Well, yeah, let's stop holding out.
Complete pussy, but
it's not though. Like, why are you holding out hope for that 1% shot rather than stopping now and making it to where, hey, you could actually have 5 more fights at the end of your career if you wanted to, or I could let you go out there and just let you beat rounds out of your body.
I know. But at the same time, you know, I feel bad for like saying, hey, we should just, you know, pack it up. I don't know. It's an unforgiving game, man. You know, we're watching these guys right now, or we're about to. They're 1/10 of 1% of 1/10 of 1% that are going to fucking make it to that point. And everybody competes in this shit thinking they're going to be there. And it's just, you know, not going to happen for the vast majority of them.
Actually, speaking of that, holy shit, guys, we are 7 minutes away from this thing blowing up. So I'm going to close this down and pull it right back up so we don't cut out right in the middle of the main event. So let me go ahead and end this. I will pull the next one up in the next probably 60 seconds here.
Okay.
A week ago, he was on the outside looking in tonight. He finds himself halfway across the world and 1 win away from undisputed UFC greatness. Our welterweight championship main event is forthcoming.
All I have is a word.
We're trying to prevent World War III.
Nuclear holocaust.
No. Something worse.
Tenet. Only in theaters Wednesday, August 12th. Rated PG-13.
Well, earlier tonight you heard from Israel Adesanya with Megan. Now we are pleased to show you the first trailer for EA Sports UFC 4, Shape Your Legend in EA Sports UFC 4, launching on August 14th. Pre-order now on PS4 or Xbox One to get boxing superstars Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury for free. Take a look.
Did I have fights in the street? Yeah, but that was many years ago. It's mixed martial arts. We are the artists.
All right, we are back on PodBean. We'll give folks some time to log in. Obviously, on YouTube, we are still live and have been live for hours. Goddamn right, we are back. I don't know why PodBean has these weird arbitrary time limits for things. 2 hours for somebody calling in, 3 hours for a show.
I'm
gonna do this my way or no way.
Rated teen.
What a scene it has been here in the desert. We are in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates for UFC 251. Maybe a camel ride for Bisping on the day off tomorrow. You just never know.
Let's do it, buddy. I'm in.
Truly one of the more spectacular destinations that we have been on this UFC road.
Good old PodBean.
And now live from the Flash Forum on Yaz Island here in Abu Dhabi, it is time for the main event for UFC.
All right, here we go. Usman versus Masvidal. Everybody feel free to talk as much shit as you want during this one, as there's no way we're going to publish this as a podcast, being that it's going to be like 20 minutes.
All right, so this main event is upon us, and a $200,000 bet was just placed on Jorge Gamebred Masvidal at plus 230.
I guess the gloves can come off now.
Holy shit. You guys see that thing that just popped up that somebody just put 200 grand on Masvidal?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that kind of shit, honestly. I'm a former degenerate gambler, and when I see stuff like that, I'm kind of like, what? Really? I don't believe in fixed fights for the most part that everyone else wants to believe in.
The only thing I believe in is relatively sure bets, like the guy that put $1 million on Shevchenko against what's her face, the Canadian chick.
I mean, I hear that, but I think it's more of a probability, legit mathematical calculation. I don't necessarily think that, whoever her opponent was through the fight. And I think anybody that just bet money on Masvidal recently, it's because they think Masvidal is going to win, not because they think they know something that we don't. At least this day and age, I don't really think that's a possibility. And I'm pulling for Maz in this big time, but I just don't see how he wins it.
I'm with you,
I think I said. Really wide hooks, like in the clinch, him breaking free, if he can push off and not get sucked in and tied down with a single leg, or just a body clinch, because fucking Usman's gigantic. His fucking upper body's like a light heavyweight.
And there's just the fact that nobody's really figured him out either.
No, well, he's complete. I dislike the guy, so it's not like I take enjoyment in saying these things. He's really well-rounded, and he's really fucking big, and he's really fucking strong. So, good luck beating him.
Well, there's a reason
game is,
in the cardio, I'm sure in most fights Masvidal has a cardio advantage, but not in this one.
No, fuck no. He's lucky if he's even. And he's definitely weaker physically. And despite what I've seen on the OG lately, or UG, whatever the fuck, his clinch game is not as good, even though I like him. The only way he's going to win this is if he can break free from the clinch and throw really wide hooks. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Past that, I don't see a way for him. Excuse me. I don't see a path to victory for him.
I'm with you. It has to be kind of that freak thing that happens. But it seems like the freak thing happens for Masvidal quite a bit. So, hey, maybe he pulls it off. But, yeah, with Usman, there's a reason that they had such trouble finding people to step in and fight him as he was coming up. He is a scary dude out there.
If you ever see the guy in person, he looks like, when he's not cutting weight extreme, he looks like a fucking 215-pound ripped human being. You know why? Because he's a 215-pound ripped human being. That's why he looks that way. He's fucking huge. Weight cutting nowadays is pretty laughable. If you look at boxing in the 1950s, 1960s, you look at somebody like Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano was an inch, if not more, shorter than Usman. And walking around weight, he's probably fucking 30 pounds lighter than him. And we look back on those days as, the heavyweight champion of the world. These guys are welterweights in MMA. I don't see a way to make it happen, but I really would like to see the whole weight cutting thing disappear from MMA. But I also haven't seen a plan from anybody that makes it realistic for it to work. So I guess we're stuck with this.
Yeah, the only thing I've liked that I've seen is the ones that are doing actual hydration tests.
Yeah, but who knows how accurate those are? You're talking about ONE FC, right?
Yeah, I think it was that. Yeah, but I don't even know if they've even really figured it out. I think that as a concept is a cool thing, but yeah, you got to get to where you can trust in it and it's doing what you want it to do.
And then you get into the whole who's fucking making the test, who's Maz looks pretty good, all things considered. He's never looked super ripped at welterweight, so I really don't think the weight cut is going to be a thing to fall back on for him losing this match. And I'd love to see him piece up Usman. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't think the weight cut thing was ever a huge thing. 20 pounds, yeah, it's not fun, but guys can do 20 pounds pretty easy.
Well, especially if you ever saw those YouTube videos of him, and they were really popular. Him and Jesus Christ, gone brain dead. Him and Cody training together. If you watch those and watch after they kind of became a thing, you see him cutting weight in one of those videos, those YouTube Miami videos. He's cutting weight like a motherfucker to make 155. So I imagine he's cutting a lot of weight to make 170 at this point. But it's not like he's, some kickboxer that has no experience cutting weight like wrestlers. He's used to cutting weight, so he's fine.
Yeah, I'm with you. I never thought a weight cut would be, something that was really going to factor in here. The one thing that I will be interested to see is how he does deal with the wrestling at Usman. I like what Masvidal has done, having Bo Nickel out there with him for pretty much his entire camp. And it looks like he was actually with him in Abu Dhabi. Not much of a better guy to deal with a folk style and freestyle based wrestler like Usman than pulling Nickel out.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's that whole mixing it between that wrestling and takedowns and clinch and dirty boxing. And everyone has made an argument one way or the other how this match is going to turn out, but I think it's going to be decided in the clinch. Obviously on the outside, Masvidal has a big advantage. Super tight and close. Obviously, Usman is at least twice as strong at that area because he looks like a fucking Well, he is a 215, 220 pound man. I wouldn't even try to throw that dude around a fucking wrestling ring. Look at him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I've got him by almost 100 pounds, and I don't think I would necessarily want to wrestle that dude. And I really wouldn't want to wrestle his brother either. Jesus Christ, he's looking big behind him.
No, his fucking brother's a goddamn ogre. But yeah, it's pretty laughable when people watch this shit and they're like, yeah, they play it like it's a fucking video game. It's not a video game. I mean, Usman's double leg should be complete shit. What up, Sly?
The only one that thinks that Usman's going to lose.
No, man, only the guys that really want him to win think he's going to lose. I hope he loses.
The distance?
I don't know what they're picking behind a distance, but I think if George is going to win, it's going to be within the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I honestly think if this goes beyond 2 rounds, it's 100% going Usman.
Yeah. I just get irritated at, he's taking his socks off, he's weighing in, or no, he's not weighing in. He's scaling in there, what used to be weighing in, slapping hands. And you look at that guy, yeah, he's 170 pounds, sure. That motherfucker is 200 pounds right now, at least. And he's 200 pounds with 5%, if that, body fat.
Oh yeah, it's not much. Look at that guy. He's...
Jesus Christ. And we hear shit all the time from fucking women talking about being models, about it being an unrealistic body type. And we don't bitch about it because we're dudes and we don't want to sound like a fag. But look at that guy. He's rehydrated, getting in to fight the fight of his life. Look at his fucking body. I mean, my arms have looked like that before, and my delts. I think I told you, Dalton, I had traps that would make fucking Alistair Overeem blush. I had traps like a motherfucker, but look at his fucking abs with his pecs and his arms.
Yeah, he's still walking in with a 12-pack.
Nobody fucking moves around in normal life that way. It just gives a completely false perspective of how things are for people that move around in real life. And we have as bigger gripe to fucking women bitching about other women looking amazing in their bodies. That fucking dude, he's seriously, I guarantee he has to eat within the next, 4 hours? Or he's going to fucking pass out and bang his head on the fucking bathroom sink. Look at him. There's no fucking fat on his body. He's getting to fight on Jorge Masvidal. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, that guy is not that's just not a normal human.
No. But I hope Maz pulls it off.
I hope he does something crazy and pulls out. Yeah, realistically, if I was going to bet this fight, I would be all in on Usman.
Yeah, for sure. In the clinch, throwing hooks, wide hooks around the gloves. Because Marty does have a tendency to cover up like a stiff board.
It'll be interesting part of it'll be interesting to see just how much ego Usman has coming into this. How much he will play around at length before closing the distance. Because I think he may want to try to prove a point a little bit. I just hope he's not, dumb enough to do it for the fight. Because that's where he could get himself in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to the old days, watching Manny Stewart as a color commentator on HBO, he'd make up his mind on who was going to win a match within 30 seconds. It was all about who established their foot movement, their jab, and their movements off their jab right at the beginning. And since I don't think Usman's going to go to wrestling, I could be completely humiliated here in a minute or two. But I think this is going to be a stand-up battle, and they're going to tie up, and then they're going to decide pretty quick off their clinch game who's going to win, and then it'll go from there. Whether it ends up being a 5-round decision or a second-round TKO is probably up to how hard they work for it. But that's what I see here.
I tried to unmute my hit hang up. Sorry about that.
No worries, Sly.
I'm like stuffing my face eating here, so I didn't want to.
What, did you get some late night Uber Eats Burger King delivery?
No, I don't have it that often.
Presenting the number 3 ranked welterweight contender in the world and the BMF champion,
Can't believe they're actually giving that out as like an accomplishment as they're doing the introductions here for Masvidal, the BMF title.
I know. I'm as big a fucking critic as there is of that shit. It's retarded.
They literally invented it just so they could sell a pay-per-view based on it. I think that's crazy.
I know. And I can't stand Usman. So
Yeah.
like it's only the degenerate gambler in me that says all those things that I said about why he should win the fight. Like me rooting for a guy and sitting here as a fan, obviously I'm rooting for Masvidal. So it throws you into this like weird headspace where you're rooting for a guy, and I can only root for him because I'm not gambling anymore on fight sports for large amounts of money. So I can go with what my brain says who's going to win, but I can, root against it based on who I want to win. When you're at those opposing positions, as a degenerate gambler, it's really hard.
I'm glad I never got too far into that, but yeah, the few times that I did, it makes it weird.
It does, yeah. I don't see this going well for Jorge as soon as they lock up.
Like, I think I don't know.
He bought into his own bullshit is what the deal is. Okay, decent leg kick. He's trying kicks.
A lot behind.
And there it goes.
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem against a wrestler throwing low kicks. They're going to catch you. They're going to take you down. This is bad for Masvidal. I mean, listen, he's been here many.
I'm actually kind of surprised he came out kicking so much. It's like, this was always going to be a thing if you did that.
Yeah. I think he was trying to get him in before he got taken down. Maz does have an underrated game off his back, but I don't see him submitting Marty at any point in this fight.
Yeah, I don't see that being a thing. It is interesting to see like what Usman's going to be able to do from this position. Just knowing, if nothing else, Masvidal should be good enough there to at least stall him or possibly get up.
Maybe. I don't know. He looks pretty fucking weak, flailing there off his back.
Super aggressive with everything he has thrown early on. He's going to contain him though, because if he slips that head out or breaks the grip, he's back in Masvidal's world. And we saw there in the opening stanza, he has faster strikes, the bigger variety of strikes, and he's about to escape. So Masvidal is out.
Well, he got up once, but yeah.
Yeah, after about a minute. It was about a minute, wasn't it? Of being on his fucking belly.
Yeah.
Down, trying to work his way up.
Yeah, and the problem is, right, like every time he gets taken down, that's going to increase. Because you're not fresh like this where you can make those explosive moves and try to get out.
Yep. When I first started grappling, I was from a complete boxing base. And obviously he's not from that. He's been training a long time for MMA. But when you're that kind of striking based, when you get taken down, it just seems like it takes 3 times the energy to get up as it does a guy who's been doing that their whole life and is working just to get up from a wrestling standpoint, as opposed to a survivor standpoint, trying to get back up to strike. And right now he looks like he's 40% stronger right there in that clinch.
Yeah, Usman's doing what he wants here.
Yep. And that's a fucking horrible, horrible feeling as the striker backed up like that.
Sly, did you just say you were at 240?
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn. I like a minute 55.
Yeah, I'm 150.
You're actually a couple seconds in front of me now, Homelander.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a first.
Yeah, something is completely wrong here. You're the fastest of the group.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, see, like that right hand that Usman landed, breaking from the clinch, that landed 3/4, and it was the one shot he landed in 45 seconds. That's not going to win the fight for him. So, there is a chance he could lose even the decision in this. I just think he's going to dial it up in the next round if he manages to piss away this round.
Masvidal's fighting at a crazy pace. You've got to wonder if he can keep this up for 5 rounds, or is he going to slow down? This is a fantastic opening round for him.
Yeah, if anything, Usman could definitely tank this round, but at what point does all the wrestling and clinch catch up with Masvidal? Like, the longer this goes, the better it looks for Usman.
Yeah.
Usman definitely needs to get his back off that goddamn cage, though.
I'm such an arrogant asshole that I think that if I coached Colby Covington, that I could coach him to be the champion. I keep losing my goddamn voice, man. The last 5 days, if I talk more than a few seconds, I seem to lose my voice. But yeah, when I watch this shit, it's like, okay, I see XYZ. I see how he could do this, that, move this way, throw that, come up with this over here. I watch this shit and I'm like, why the fuck am I not a goddamn fucking boxing coach for MMA? But I think Covington, if he hasn't lost a step, if he listens to his coaches, he's extremely coachable. He's like the perfect fucking a dummy. Like those video games you play when you've got a fucking, 50 dummy that you fucking throw whatever. Like, I want to throw stand up on him here, 10 points. I want to throw 10 points on him here, there, whatever.
Right.
He's like the same height. His fucking wingspan is perfect. Everything about that dude is like the perfect fighter. It's just his head. And when you watch him, he should have beat Usman. And I think that if I don't know what the fuck is going on with him. I haven't really been paying attention to all the MMA shit that's been going around, all the videos you could watch for Chael Sonnen talking about him. So I don't know what exactly is going on with him in his personal life, but he's pretty much he's almost like he's like a blank sheet. He's like a ready to be painted fucking.
Yeah, I hate his shtick.
Yeah.
But yeah, as he has left ATT, if he finds the right camp, he probably is the guy that could beat Usman, because I don't see who else in that division has a very good shot right now.
Yeah, I agree. He's got fast hands, and he can work on turning those over into better power shots. People that say, you're born with power, yeah, absolutely, but you can also work on it. And Usman and even Masvidal, he wasn't born with power. He worked on it, and he learned how to turn it over with technique. That's why he wasn't knocking dudes out left and right early on in his career. But these guys don't have any more power than Colby does. Naturally, they just got to work on it. And Colby is fast, strong, athletic. The dude could definitely be a champion and a long reigning champion. He'd have seriously hard fights with somebody like Usman, style-wise. But people that want to dog on him or say shit about him, it's for political or personal reasons. the guy is really fucking good, which he showed by losing a very close match with Usman, where his Dalton. You ever find out? I've never really read into that or checked into it. Did Colby actually break his jaw or did he not?
I don't know. I saw things both ways, and I never saw anyone correct it either way. So I have no clue.
I've seen people ardently arguing that he didn't break it and that he did break it, and that Usman broke it, and that it was from his fucking tooth down to the bottom of his jaw. And I'll go ahead and admit, I've broken my jaw almost that way, and it's not because I'm a pussy. So fuck the people that say acting like he's a pussy that his jaw broke. Well, if the bone broke, then it broke for whatever reason, whatever angle you got hit with it. My jaw's been broken that way before, and it's not because I'm a pussy or quit. So all the arguments about that don't. If it actually was broken, I have a higher opinion of him than I would have otherwise, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. You can never call someone a pussy for a legit injury. Those things fucking happen, and I don't care how badass you think you are. If all of a sudden you get some broken ribs, you're going to not be a badass anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had that one happen. Ribs hurt.
Ribs are the fucking worst because you can't escape the pain. Everything else you can set your shoulder or whatever and get into a position where you're okay. You can't just stop fucking breathing for your ribs.
I agree. I will say that the wrong kind of shoulder injury is 1,000 times worse than a rib injury. But the thing about a rib injury is that you can do nothing when it's bad and it's in the wrong spot. There's nothing you can do to make it feel better.
It feels really slow in the ribs too.
Yeah. You just take whatever fucking Percocet or whatever they fucking gave you. You take it and you fucking try to lay down and hope that you don't roll over in the middle of your sleep to fucking stang it and make you, sit up and scream. But there is no magical cure to broken ribs. That's why when it's funny when you see these fucking professional fighters talk about it and say well, yeah, you just need to get up and tough it out. I think I want to say the first Ultimate Fighter I ever watched was the second season recap. I think it was when Joe Stevenson. I think that Randy Couture and Chuck Liddell were the coaches, but I'm not sure. I just know that Joe Stevenson was swinging around some heavyweight.
Oh, Mike Whitehead. They did the jiu-jitsu thing.
Yeah. That's right. Yep.
That was Franklin versus Hughes was that season. It was Hughes' team that did that.
Yep. Because I want to say that the guy that they thought was going to be against Stevenson was the fucking wrestler that worked in Franklin's camp for years after that.
It was Gurgel.
Joe Gurgel or Joey, whatever, Joe Gurgel. Is that his name?
Was it Jorge? Maybe George.
Jorge. Yeah, that's right. I just remember I'd gotten through my second ever shoulder surgery. My ex-wife, my wife at the time, brought me home. We got home. I got, inside. I fucking hobbled up inside, walking through, because I was one of those dumbasses that after the surgery, I was like, let's just get the fuck out of here. I want to get out of here. This is horrible. Let's get out of here. And so I left probably 45 minutes before they wanted me to. And we were probably an hour and 45 minutes from the surgery center. And she got me home. I went inside. I barreled into my recliner, my lazy boy, got in it because we'd talked about it. That was how I was going to have to sleep. And the fucking neighbor dog barreled in through the front door. It was probably my favorite dog, and it wasn't even my dog. But the neighbor dog came in through the front door. He jumped up on my lap and smashed into my shoulder that had just been surgically repaired.
Oh, Christ.
After that. Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. And then I'm doped out of my mind between the anesthesia and the fucking drug addicts, the drug medics, and it's like, no, just leave him. The fucking dude fell asleep on my lap, and like 10 hours later I woke up and there's a 75-pound Labrador laying on my fucking hips and my side after I got out of my shoulder being put back together.
Yeah, this is not going well for Masvidal. That entire last round is exactly what you talked about.
Yep, you see Usman throwing those shots, then initiating the clinch. He's doing those foot stomps, which everybody knows in here. Me, Masvidal, Usman, and everybody else watching this. Those foot stomps are just to get you to shift your body weight.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some old school shit there.
Yeah, that's old school Marco Huas.
Yeah.
And you're right. They were
I'm
never.
345 now.
That's actually exactly where I am. Yeah, and between rounds, I wasn't paying a ton of attention, but looking in Masvidal's corner, it looks like, he was already breathing pretty heavy. Yeah. I don't think he was ready for, essentially two full rounds of just being, leaned against the cage in kind of that clinch position. He's not going to have a lot left on those punches to pull something off here.
The only way you come out of that better than they are is if you can manage to do that and exert 20% of your energy. And that all comes with leverage and being in that position 1,000 times. And he looks like his arms are tensed up way more than they should be in that position. And he's going to be gassing himself out, which is what Usman's trying to do to him. Usman is holding his hand up on the cage there. They're both fucking exhausted. You see that, guys? I don't know where you are in time. They're both fucking exhausted, and they just acknowledged it.
Oh, yeah, they're bet.
Usman is really fucking tired.
I'm surprised Usman is as tired as he is. Like, if anything, though,
That's
he's
fucking effort, man. That's a lot of effort moving a dude around like that, though.
They've been at sea level for a while now. How long have they been on this island, Ryan?
They both got in early this week. They haven't been there as long as some people have, but
that's what everybody thinks when they watch this kind of shit. Like, he's tired. He's more tired than he should be. You get locked up by a fucking dude that's trying to kill you. Like when we see them and it looks like it's a video game, some of us, which all of us on the call know, it's not that way. That dude's trying to fucking pick you up and smash you on your head if he could. The only reason he's not is because you're resisting it.
Right, yeah, that is a terrible position for both people that are in it as far as, exhausting your gas tank. The good thing for Usman is being in that position, he's burning less fuel than Masvidal is trying to prevent what he's doing.
Yep. I mean, I've said for a long time, if I'd started out boxing, I probably would have quit earlier than I even did. I'm sorry, if I started out doing MMA instead of boxing, I probably would have quit even earlier than I did.
Well, it's just crazy
Jesus
how
Christ.
different like the worlds are. So like I obviously had been wrestling since 5-6 years old. But when I started training some boxing and some kickboxing, like I'd have to go out and do like a minute of sparring, and it felt like I just went through like a 20-minute wrestling match.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing that helped me was I'd grown up doing what I didn't realize was wrestling. I remember watching maybe 10 years ago. It was some Uriah Faber fight, and he got some dude in a bulldog choke. I remember watching it, being like, "Yeah, that's exactly what I used to do to guys on the playground." when I was 12 years old. That's exactly what I used to do. And they'd fucking tap out, bitch and moan, and ask me to let them up. And, you know, looking back on it, it was like I was doing a bulldog choke, but I just didn't know what fucking jujitsu was back then. And yeah, it's the truth. You make somebody uncomfortable enough in whatever position they're in, and they'll tap. And you watch early UFCs where they get neck cranks and all those kind of things where they don't really know what exactly the damage is going to be when it finishes. Then you watch it now, and it's completely different.
Well, yeah, think of when the can opener was a thing.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, imagine Mark fucking Coleman being on top of you in your hips with all his 248 pounds of roided fucking muscle trying to rip your head off your fucking neck. You know, I'd tap too.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're cutting out, Dalton.
Oh, am I? Or are we good now?
We're good now, I think.
Okay. Probably just a little ways away from the microphone here.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, you know, yeah, claim that and say it away from whatever microphone you were near. You know, it's like, okay, yeah. I was throwing these elbows into his face and the buzzer rang. Yeah, you mean the buzzer saved your fucking ass? The guy's a fucking gorilla. It's pissed on all the time, but one of the most entertaining UFC fights is the rematch. So the first fight in the UFC between Coleman and Shogun. It is sloppy, but it's pretty fucking entertaining. Shogun stopped him, I think, in the second round. Might have been the third. I could be wrong, but I want to say the second round with a TKO. Hit him with an uppercut that eventually dropped him, finally, and threw some ground and pound. But I remember even Joe Rogan being like, this was a sloppy match, talking all this shit on it. And it's like, yeah, well, how many guys in the UFC fight this way? It was very entertaining.
It was a fun fight, and it also had that good story of following up that fight in Pride where Shogun broke his arm.
Shogun got his fucking arm broken, man. I don't know that I would have ever competed against anybody ever in any format of any discipline ever if my arm had been bent that way. You know, I've only had 3 or 4 injuries that are even close to that, and I'd be like, nah, I'm done. I'm good. Fuck this. Well, you could make, you know, $32,000 over the next 6 months if you don't take this fight, or you could take this fight for $32,000 and possibly be crippled forever. Okay, that's an easy decision. I'll take the not crippled forever and the whatever decision allows me to work for a while and make the same amount of money.
Yeah, that was a rough one to watch.
It was bad. Yeah, it was really bad.
Although probably one of the best ones for that was the broken arm, the Tim Sylvia broken arm. Just watching it break.
Well, yeah, that was just over the top. It was, you know, I'm not one of those guys, but it was kind of like, you didn't need to do that. You did that because you wanted to make a point to Sylvia.
Right.
You know, he'd been disrespected and talked shit about. He didn't need to break his fucking arm. That was a personal thing. Whatever the shit he's got going on. And that's why everybody wanted to smash his fucking face afterwards.
Right. Yeah, this is just
this
not...
is looking pretty...
Yeah.
It's looking pretty fucking predictable. Yeah.
Yeah, this is 50-45.
Yeah.
Unless somehow Masvidal comes out to begin the 5th and throws some Hail Mary as the first strike and lands. Like, yeah, there's zero chance for him here.
It would be 1 in 100,000 chance. He's happy taking his paycheck and getting a fight after this where he can say that he wasn't at a disadvantage because of short notice. And
yeah, he positioned this well. Like the fact that he can leave this fight saying, hey, I took a fight against the guy that nobody wants to fight on less than a week's notice, and, you know, yada, 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 and the weight cut was terrible. And he'll be able to do, you know, some sort of fun fight either with another fight with Diaz or whoever the fuck else they want to throw in there that's not a guy as good as Usman, and he'll make a bunch of money again.
Yep.
Time as some of these other guys, at his age to make money. So it was a good move.
Definitely.
Oh, he had a little bit of a flurry there, but nothing big enough to hurt Usman.
His hips look like a fucking bantamweight. If you want, I mean, I'm not into that kind of shit. But if you look at Masvidal's when they square up for a second when he moves his hips like that, he has the lower body of a fucking bantamweight. And this is coming from a dude who's always looked like a fucking flyweight from the thighs down. Looked like a fucking welterweight at best in boxing above that. So I'm not some guy that's like, yeah, look at his weak ass legs. It always annoys me. But yeah, Maz looks like a fucking bantamweight from the upper abs down.
Well, that in the second that they actually get into any sort of clinch or grappling exchange, like you see that huge difference in strength.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you can't really blame Maz for that. I mean, Usman is fucking gigantic for a welterweight. He doesn't look at, when he's cut down all the way and then closed, but that dude's fucking upper body, he looks like a fucking linebacker. It's gigantic.
Yeah, his back and his shoulders where all that power is coming from. Yeah, he is massive for this weight class.
And I've heard people say on the forum, like so-and-so didn't look nearly as big as I thought they would. Well, what'd you think they were going to look like? They cut down to, like GSP. GSP didn't look anywhere near what I thought he was. You mean the dude that's 5'10" on a generous measuring day that cuts down to 170 easily and has never failed to make the weight? That 5'9" and 3/4 dude that weighs 171 point whatever 3/4 pounds. You think that dude isn't that big? Yeah, okay, whatever. And Usman looks like he's fucking 10 pounds, solid 10 pounds of muscle above what GSP was on his best day. Guy's fucking huge.
But yeah, and
he has just enough leg muscle to make his legs work properly for MMA.
Well, he has the perfect build for that. Like, genetically, you can see, he's not going to carry a lot of his weight in his legs and his ass. So he's allowing himself that he can have all this extra muscle, like, in the back, in the shoulders, where you're generating power. And he's a good enough wrestler that he can use the leverage to where he's not as strong in the legs. He's going to be able to use the leverage and use his back to get where he needs to be.
Yep, for sure.
Kind of thing with like John Jones, right? Like John Jones has no legs at all, but it's going to be tough to overpower him.
Well, John Jones is one of those fucking freaks. You just can't explain anything that he does.
Well, yeah, anytime you have a family of 3 brothers and they're all professional athletes, like, there's something different in that gene pool.
But even his fucking high jump where he lost to Forrest on those on that UFC challenge, I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was some kind of fucking dunk contest, and Forrest Griffin could do it and he couldn't. So then they did. I think they did the slap, the high jump thing, the symbol, whatever the fuck, the wraps. I think he managed to do within like 5 or 6 inches of Forrest, but Rampage couldn't dunk that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk to you guys at the same time as watching this fight. I'm completely distracted.
We're all in the same boat here.
Maz looks terrible. Am I the only one that thinks Maz looks terrible backing up like that?
Oh, he does. Like, well, and he's been there pretty much most of the fight. Like, you can tell that he gassed pretty early and has pretty much just resigned himself into losing this fight. His only chance was his back always had to be to the center of the octagon.
Yeah. I guess I thought a little more would happen at the start of this round. This is really bad.
Yeah, he came out with nothing, and he's not getting up from here. Not this far into the fight. Like, this is...
Yeah.
I think we're looking at the end of the fight right here.
Yep. It's all up to him. You know, he can survive this round.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's going to get stopped here. It's just, I think this is where we're going to be for the next 3 minutes.
He absolutely could if he actually tries to do something offensive. Just whether he does this shit. Man, that sucks right there. What sucks is everybody watching this is watching that and saying like, oh, that's not that bad. You want a fucking 220-pound gorilla on top of you, putting his hand down around your throat? Well, he pulled it up away there, never mind. But 220-pound gorilla moving your arm down to one side while you're trying to work the other one up, and he puts a thigh down over it. Yeah. He just rotated pretty well.
Yeah.
I can't even hear the play-by-play, so
yeah,
I have no idea what those guys are saying.
Yeah, I can barely hear it.
I'm probably completely contradicting whatever those faggots are saying. Or as like Jay would say, he's in side guard. Isn't that what he said today? He's in side guard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Ben and Jay-ism.
Side guard. Yeah, so pretty much at this point, he's doing whatever the fuck he wants to. But he has to know he's not going to get that choke. So he's just holding him there.
Yeah.
To basically say, fuck you. I can hold you here till the end of the round. This is where this kind of shit gets boring at this point.
Right, and it's not something that, like, as a ref, you're going to separate them because you're still in something that, you know, can threaten, but it's not going to.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. I just, whenever I see Usman at that angle, I'm like, what the fuck? My legs are bigger than that. What the fuck? How's he so goddamn strong? Which is, I assume, what the rest of those guys are thinking when they tangle up with him.
Yeah, I'm sure people when they're, you know, watching tape and everything else, they're just thinking in the back of their head, and like, oh, no, I'm stronger than this guy. Look at his fucking legs.
Yep.
Then they get in there and they go, oh, shit, and it's 5 rounds later and they lost the fight.
Yep. I somehow transitioned weight from my hips to my legs really well naturally. Because against guys that were actually good at it, I was weak as fuck. But competing against them in grappling, I did really well. And they couldn't figure it out because those fucking nerds, which Sly, you probably know the people I'm talking about, those fucking nerds would hear about you. Oh, God. Are you guys seeing this? This after the fucking bell, shaking hands, trying to talk shit? Like, you guys just put everybody to sleep. Why the fuck are you acting like you're badasses? Anyway, wow.
I'm back now. I was away for a minute, by the way.
Yeah, it was a pretty letdown card. Usman by 2 or 3 points, most likely.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's 50-45. Like, I don't remember a round that Masvidal did enough to take.
Either, yeah. Yeah. The first round and the second round, I could see somebody who was rooting for him scoring him that way. But yeah, they were down after that. And after Edgar Penn won. I don't feel comfortable scoring any boxing match or MMA fight.
Yeah, that is the trouble. Is yeah, you never know what the fuck these judges are gonna do.
Yeah.
So I don't even think the worst judge can get this one wrong. Like I don't think anyone could give this to Masvidal, even if they tried.
I don't see how. Yeah, but you never know.
Chipped away, slowly reducing the power bar of Masvidal. Landing elbows, another clash of heads. Round 5, kind of a shutout once again.
Yeah, Masvidal will probably win one of these rounds. That's it. At the most.
Yeah, at most. Yeah.
Tremendous effort from Masvidal on 6 days' notice. And I would say another victory for Kamaru.
Yeah, I always love it when they fucking hold each other's hands and hug. It's like, motherfucker, if you ever said shit about my wife when I was married, when I was like 28, you talk shit about her repeatedly and say shit about my kids, I'm not going to fucking hold hands with you and hug with you before a goddamn decision's made. I'm going to try to grab you by the throat and break your goddamn neck. Shit always bothers me when watching this. It's like, I knew fucking 3 months ago that you weren't serious about hating this guy. And fucking Masvidal clapping before the decision's even made. Yeah, we knew. Okay, thanks.
What was the scorecard?
I just heard it
was unanimous.
Yeah, I heard it unanimous.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the actual score.
Probably 49-46, 50-45. 49-46, and probably one bullshit card in there, 50-44. So he can go up and bear hug some fucking guy holding a microphone.
Good point in the chat. Remember at the beginning of the fight, that guy that dropped 200 grand on Masvidal? Yeah, I bet he's having a fun night now.
Yeah. Well, he deserved that result. Who the fuck would drop 200 grand on Masvidal in that fight? Unless you knew something.
Either that or just an absolute super degenerate gambler that is one of those guys that all of a sudden he just had that premonition of, no, this is absolutely going to happen.
True, but those premonitions only happen like 1 out of fucking 2,000 times. So he'd have to be a pretty new degenerate gambler to make that stupid fucking bet.
Right.
But I hear you.
Yeah, it's that same idiot that'll be, you know, like at a blackjack table that all of a sudden, you know, like doubles on 14 because he knows a 7's coming.
Yep, I've been there, man. My fucking my bachelor party for my wedding. For my wedding, I had a bunch of friends. We had various bachelor parties, but the one for my specific wedding was pretty much there. Yeah, got out to Vegas, flew in, been betting for like 6 or 7 hours. Everybody was drunk and shit faced, and one of our buddies was way up on a table at the Bellagio, and seriously, within it couldn't have been 3 minutes. It was probably more like 2 minutes. We all lost our fucking life savings in those 2 minutes. Him throwing down cards and us doubling up. It was fucking brutal. It was terrible.
But you know, he's preparing. All these guys, they're preparing for one guy.
All right, so Usman's talking, whatever. I think it's damn near 2 a.m. So Homelander, appreciate the call. I think we're going to shut this sumbitch down. Been going since 6 p.m.
Yep.
But this was fun. We will definitely do this again, even with Jay pussing out. So everybody that joined throughout the night, appreciate it, guys. We will be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow for the normal show. Everyone be sure to show up and give Jay shit for not being part of this. But other than that, this has been the OtherGround Live Fight Companion Edition. Have a good morning.
Later.
And Trevor was great for that. Of course, you know, George Santiago. George being with me from the start. You know, George knows me. I know him.
you know, he's like a brother, big brother to me. Yeah. And so, of course, my brother, the ultimate hype man. That's right. My brother gets wild in the corner. So it was great. And Carrington Banks, you know, a monster in himself, you know, fighter. And I've trained with him since Black Zillion days. And so guys that knew me, guys that know that how